involved, but for Northampton in particular, it's some good prep time to have a bit of rest after the T20 campaign and get their sights focused back on the red ball stuff for a promotion push here. 3 games to go. They can get a couple of wins. It might just be good enough.
4 slips for Ben Sanderson, who's going to open the bowling from the Bennett end down the slope, such as it is, and he's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad. 961 championship runs for Azad, and this is his first full season for the Foxes. Can he get to 1,000 in this game, in this innings even? He's going to have to work very hard, you feel, for the first hour, certainly. Short legs in as well, as Sanderson, a very shortish run, comes in and bowls to Azad, straight, and Azad very careful in defence, just turn of the wrist as he pushes it out into the offside, out towards point, and there is no run. Not a huge crowd, it has to be said, but hopefully we'll fill up as the day goes on. We'll get a few more in anyway. Had some good crowds in the T20, as you did yourselves, I understand.
As everybody did, really, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
World Cup bounce.
Sanderson in, bowl slightly short down the leg side, flick of the wrists from Azad, and there is an appeal, but not an entirely convincing one from the slips. None from Sanderson, as he turned his back on the ball, and it was taken by Rossington, sort of moving across to his right. There was good bounce, might just have clipped the thigh pad as it went through, and no reaction from umpire Taylor. I think it's a bit hard to tell, actually. They both look pretty similar heights. In goes Sanderson and bowls on off stump this time, slightly angled bat from Azad, and it runs down towards 4th slip. And again, there is no run.
Yeah, I would guess Paul Pollard at the far end would be my guess.
He looks the slightly bulkier of the two. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. I think you're right.
He's got a slight chap, Billy Taylor.
And update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. The first one of the match very shortly, as Sanderson down the slope bowls to Azad, beats him on the outside, or did he just withdraw the bat? Taken, it did move away a touch, and it's gone through. Actually, it went actually through. Good morning, Leicestershire batting. They were put into bat by Northamptonshire on a lovely morning down here at Grace Road, and they are 4 without loss. Hassan Azad just edged one through the slips off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. 2 debutants for the Foxes this morning. George Rhodes signed from Worcestershire, and 19-year-old Alex Evans promoted from the second team. 4 without loss at the start. In goes Sanderson, bowls. Azad is forward, thick part of the bat, bounces down a couple of times, stopped by wicketkeeper Rossington. Presumably that wasn't a chance, because I lost that one, I'm afraid.
No, it went through, it was given as byes.
Okay.
It just died and went away from Rossington, yeah.
And that's why he didn't take it cleanly. So 4 byes to start with. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Azad outside off stump, dives a bit into the pitch again and into the gloves as it moves away off the seam. Well, as I say, it was a hard pitch. It looked a very hard pitch. Paul Nixon was sort of banging his knuckles on it and saying how hard it was, Leicestershire's head coach. But he did say it might keep a bit low, and we've seen a couple do that already. Yeah, could be an interesting one.
A little concerning first over, the ball bobbling through to Rossington, but hopefully it was just 1 or 2 misbehaving, because we have been here in the past. Remember Ollie Stone bowling from the top end a few years ago now. The ball was absolutely flying through on a hard, flat wicket.
They've been trying very hard to get some more pace into them. They've dug up a couple just next to this pitch, actually, and relayed them. And they're much harder and bouncier, but unfortunately this isn't one of those. It was used earlier in the season for the game against Worcestershire, which Worcestershire won comfortably, has to be said.
Got a lot of runs, didn't they?
They did. So there are, it has a decent track record, so to speak.
Here's Hutton then from the pavilion end, goes up to the right-handed Horton, just outside the off stump, he lets it go through. Also 4 slips and a short leg in place here for Hutton, and point mid-off, mid-on, and then long leg down by the big scoreboard on the far side of the ground.
Everybody in the Northamptonshire side's called Ben, aren't they? Ben or Rob?
There's a few of them.
There are 3 Bens, aren't there? Ben Curran.
Oh, there's 2.
Ben Sanderson. Oh yeah, Brett Hutton, isn't it?
Here he is, past the umpire again. And Horton edging a gone! Caught at first slip. Great start for Hutton, great start for Northants. Hutton strikes with his second ball. Horton just pushing forward to one that probably left him a little bit. Healthy outside edge, and that certainly carried through nicely down to Wakely's right boot. Good catch from the former skipper. And Leicestershire 4 for 1 in just the second over. Great start for Hutton.
Just prodded forward, just held its own a little bit. Thin edge, as you say, comfortable catch, and horribly routine as far as Northamptonshire and Leicestershire are concerned at the moment. There was a sort of lack of urgency or commitment to the shot really from Horton. It tends to be the way he plays in defence. It lets the ball come on to him, but yeah, disappointing dismissal for the skipper.
Well, they always say that, don't they? They always say play late, let the ball come to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, he looked just a touch tentative, pushing forward, which can happen early on, can't it? It was a good delivery, I think. We'll check on the replay to see how far it may have deviated away from the right-hander, but a hard new ball, finding the edge crucially carrying. Good catch from Alex Wakely down low. So the perfect start for Northants, just what they would have wanted. No toss took place, electing to bowl in September, 10:30 start. Bound to be a little moisture in the wicket, you would have thought. A little bit of cloud around as well, not too thick. Plenty of blue sky up there as well, the sun trying to poke through. But an early blow and a perfect start for Northants as they resume their quest for promotion in the county championship for the first time since 2014, the last time they were in Division 1. And crucially here, they've got one of Leicestershire's better players, Colin Ackerman, out very early in the piece.
I think he's very keen, Ackerman, if he can, to pick up a century or two over the last 3 games. Best score this season of 70, which, in the county championship that is, which by his standards is disappointing.
Yeah.
He's looked in good touch, sort of, without ever quite going on.
548 runs at 42 coming into this game. That includes 6 not outs just to inflate that average a wee bit. So 548 in 19 innings is record. Here is Hutton going into him. Hutton bowls right arm over and goes past the bat. Lovely delivery, full of length. Ackerman, like Horton before him, pushing forward the ball, just moving away a wee bit, you fancy. We're not behind the arm here, but bound to be a bit of movement, a bit of shape for Hutton here, who blew Worcestershire away in the Northants' last game a few weeks ago now, on the first morning after Worcestershire had elected to bat on that occasion. Hutton turns and goes scuttling away from us. And Ackerman beaten again. 2 in 2. Full of length deliveries, drawing the right-hander forward, going past the outside edge. Hutton right on it here at the start of his spell.
Plunged forward a couple of times, hasn't he, rather? Ackerman there does prefer to play on the front foot if he can. 24 wickets for Hutton now. At 20 this season. Was he a little bit was injured at the start?
He was,
yeah.
Season, yeah, Northants missed him, but since the Hutton-Sanderson partnership has been struck up, they've been very successful. Hutton goes in again and bowls a touch wider and allows Ackerman just to let one go through. Yeah, he ripped through Worcestershire on the first morning of the previous fixture. It was a crucial round of matches that for Northants, and the cards fell almost perfectly for them with a thumping win. That didn't take too much out of them. 3-day victory. And results elsewhere largely going perfectly for them as Hutton goes in again. Fuller and Ackerman driving. No real timing down towards mid-on. And the over comes to an end, to a wicket maiden for Brett Hutton to begin proceedings. Superb start. Has got rid of Horton for a second ball duck. Has had yet to score, and Ackerman with him also on naught. 4 for 1 the Foxes sent in here. Yeah, Leicestershire did Northants a big favour up in the northeast by clinging on for a draw on the last day there against Durham, because victory for Durham would have actually sent them above Northants in the table. So that was most welcome resistance.
We were informed
for the Foxes.
on many an occasion that Durham would have gone into second had they won. We got the message. In comes Sanderson from the Bennett end, bowls to Azad, thick inside edge, just tickles it round the corner. It's going to run down to fine leg for 4. That one was off the bat, so Azad up and running. Leicestershire's first runs off the wood this morning, 8 for 1. Just swung back in. Played it well enough. There is a long leg, not fine leg, and obviously running down the slope, no real chance for fielder to get across and cut that one off. Hutton it is down there. Sanderson turns. And he comes past umpire Pollard, bowls to Azad, who's shuffling forward, but just does drop the hands on that one as it bounces and just seams away into the gloves of Rossington. Movement again.
And he did that quite a lot at Northampton, didn't he, Azad? Taking a little shuffle down the pitch, trying to negate that movement.
How did he do at Northampton? Let's have a look-see.
He got a few second innings.
He did. In goes Sanderson, bowls to young Azad onto the leg stump this time. Azad, little turn of the wrist as he pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't roll out. Mid-on has to come running in to pick up. No run again. Yeah, 1 in the first and 121 of 302 balls in the second. Followed that up with a couple of 50s at Durham. Hence he's approaching 1,000 for the season. In goes Sanderson and bowls to him, outside off stump. Lots of movement in the crease as he lets that one go through.
He's got a very impressive record, and only Dom Sibley in the entire country has faced more balls than Azad this season.
Yes.
Entered the game having played or faced 2,322 deliveries.
You can hear his bat tapping against the crease as in comes Sanderson and bowls a bouncer. He ducks underneath it, lets it go through over his right shoulder, taken by wicketkeeper Rossington, moving to his right. No run again. That's been the area that most sides have attacked with Azad. Sort of short ball up into the ribs, shoulder area, and once or twice he has got out down there. 1 or 2 sides have set a leg gully, or even a leg slip. Durham set a leg slip, and he was actually caught at leg slip. Just trying to paddle it around down to long leg. Sanderson's going to come around the wicket to him, and he comes, and down the wicket goes, and he's going to be not caught at short leg. Came off the thigh pad. He did attempt to play at it, but Sanderson didn't go up. It looped into the air. Comfortable catch for short leg, and slips were interested, but they liked the idea of the bounce and the ball bouncing into the air. No bat on it, said umpire Pollard, and indeed the bowler Sanderson. End of the over. 4 from it. 2 overs for 4 runs for Sanderson, but that was a notably quicker and more testing over from the big opening bowler. 8 for 1. He's had a super season, Sanderson, hasn't he? 46 wickets, also at pretty much 20.
Here is Hutton going in and bringing Ackerman forward to get off the mark here with a push through mid-wicket. Just runs it wide of Proctor in there at mid-on. And Ackerman is away, so 9 for 1. And Azad will face Hutton here for the first time.
And you have a New Zealand international in your side.
Yes, indeed.
Doug
Doug Bracewell brought back. They had the cash there to try and bring an overseas in for the last few weeks of the campaign. They targeted Kemar Roach to try to bring him across with that deal, which would look good for a time, eventually falling through. As Hutton sets off to the left-hander Azad. Field has stayed the same here for the left-hander, and Azad playing very late and under his nose, blocking in front of Newton at point, and there is no run. And they went with a bowler rather than the batsman, thinking it could be difficult to get yourself going in September, and yeah, you need your 20 wickets to win a game, so every help you can get. So Bracewell's in, and plenty of bowling options here for Adam Rossington to turn to once again. Hutton, right arm over to the left-handed Azad, who gets a straight delivery here to work around the corner, down towards the long leg. Just be a single.
I promised BBC Radio Leicester listeners, Leicestershire supporters, a little bit of news on the coaching front. And the news isn't particularly good news. Matt Mason is going to be leaving Leicestershire. Former Worcestershire bowling coach has been offered a fairly senior role back in Perth, his home city, Western Australia, with Western Australia Cricket, whatever their actually official title is.
Hutton to the right-handed Ackerman has got 1. 10 for 1 here, the Foxes. And he defends in the crease down towards mid-on. Gareth Berg in there, I beg your pardon. I think no run.
So Matt's going to go and take up that role actually at the beginning of October. So Leicestershire, he'll see through the end of the season, of course. And then that will be it, sadly.
And they're just called the Wacker, aren't they? The Western Australia Cricket Association.
But it is his home city, and his mum is there. His English mum, by the way.
Hutton once more. Past the stumps he goes. Full of length, but a touch straight and worked down towards mid-on again by Ackerman. And there's no run. 10 for 1.
But obviously still a huge decision, because he's very happily settled there in Worcestershire. But it's like he says, it's a sort of opportunity that doesn't come round very often at all. It's a big step up, and who knows what it might lead to in the future as well. He obviously has national ambitions.
Good luck to him. And Sutton goes away from us again and bowls on the off stump, the one that just appears to come back a touch here, the way Ackerman played it. Just steered it away of a thickish inside edge down towards the long leg, and they get a single to end the over. So the wicket of Horton, setting Northamptonshire on their way here, having not contested the toss. 4 overs gone, 11 for 1. Azad there on 5, Ackerman on 2. A pleasant enough day at Graceford. I think it's going to get a little bit warmer in the next couple of days.
That's not forecast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine this morning, isn't it?
We
It's
always
not,
used to
it's
say
not too chilly.
Club cricket we always had our best weather in September. It was strange.
I always remember going back to school and there'd be no cricket, but rugby matches would be cancelled because the pitches are too hard.
So Sanderson now has Ackerman to bowl at as he comes in, and playing slightly across the line. Ackerman there, half forward, thick inside edge. He's pushed it just in front of square on the onside, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs as mid-on slash mid-wicket has to run around to square leg to pick up. That's Mr. Berg, is it? At mid-on?
No, sorry, that's Proctor in the long sleeve sweater.
Okay. Splendid cable knit sweaters, but they don't have names and numbers on, of course. In goes Sanderson, bowls again to Ackerman, thick outside edge, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. Now, was that in the air? Hands went up into the air, he went leaping away to his right. Was a very thick outside edge. He'd rather plunge forward, heavy hands, or firm hands from Ackerman. He picks up 4 without knowing a great deal about it.
Yeah, Keogh was tumbling across and he definitely got something on it because he's feeling his finger. I think he is okay. But whether it was in the air or just bounced and then leapt up off the edge of the square.
I don't know if it's the angle. I'm just struggling to pick up the ball once it goes past the bat at the moment, whether we're looking into those seats or something like that. Need a bit of sunshine. Get my eyes used to it again. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Ackerman and beats him on the outside edge with the ball. It just slides past. Lovely little outswinger. No great reaction. He did curtain rail the bat back inside the line, but I'm pretty sure I had a feel for that one first. With respect to Ackers, he's on 8. Azad has 5, 17 for 1. Short leg, 4 slips, backward point. In goes Sanderson, bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before, but Sanderson's was very delayed. It did come back, stay a touch low, but I think it was probably outside the line of off stump. But again, varying his deliveries, Sanderson, and asking plenty of questions at the moment.
Yeah, it's very, very clever, Ben Sanderson. He can give it a wobble both ways and just back into the right side Ackerman there.
Sanderson turns. Down the slope he comes. Bowls to Ackerman, who's pushing into the onside. It's gone straight through Proctor, who should have picked that one up comfortably at wide mid-on. Didn't make too much of an effort to get down. He certainly didn't get enough behind it. Indeed, anything behind it. Went almost through his legs, certainly through his hands. Runs out towards wide long on. And rather embarrassed, Proctor has to go chasing back. And Ackerman picks up a couple of bonus runs. Moves into double figures onto 10, 19 for one as the sun comes back out good. Sanderson in, bowls, Ackerman is forward, thick outside part of the bat, but just about in control of that one as it runs out towards backward point being Rob Newton. He hasn't got one of the cable knit sweaters on. You can see the number 10 on the back of his long sleeve Northamptonshire shirt. He's also got a sun hat on, and he needs it at the moment. Most of the other Northamptonshire players in their fine maroon. I was going to say maroon. That's a reasonable description of the colour, I think. It's quite a bright maroon. But maroon it is. 19 for one. After 5 overs, Hassan Azad has 5. Colin Ackerman has turned them out. Paul Horton, caught by Alex Wakely at first slip, off the bowling of Brett Hutton. Off just the second ball he faced, made the score 4 for 1.
And doesn't Graceful look lovely now in the sunshine? Clouds have parted.
The square looks nice and green as well, doesn't it? They can all go home for the winter, can't they, basically? Leave it.
The fourth slip comes across here to leg gully now as Hutton goes into the left-handed Azad, outside the off stump though, way outside the off stump. And Azad pays no attention, so 3 orthodox slips, a short leg, and this man catching around the corner.
It's interesting. Do you think it's because they perceive that to be a weakness, or that word has got around that that is a weakness? You know, is it a reaction to what they've seen today? Is it, or obviously from the last game at Wantage Road?
Hutton goes up again. And Azad playing very late once again, under his nose, slightly on the walk though, but nudges in the direction of Newton out at point. And there is no run. Well, they have all the technology available, don't they, now, to look at all of Azad's dismissals throughout the season. They would have looked at some footage and recognised him, obviously, as Leicester's best player in the Championship this season. How are we going to get him out? So we've got this man round the corner. Just slides the ball a bit straighter as well as Hutton goes in again. And it's outside the off stump, though, and Azad able to press forward and shoulder arms. Goes through to Rossington, because they've got the man up at mid-on, square and close enough to be a mid-wicket really, and a short leg, and then the leg gully also. So enough fieldsmen there for Hutton to really attack the stumps, but also 3 orthodox catches in place as well on the offside. As Hutton runs up the slope again. And again, bowls too far outside the off stump to induce a stroke from Azad, who's just shouldering arms once more, and Rossington taking it around hip height really, so the carry, certainly from this pavilion end, pretty healthy. And since that opening over from Sanderson, nothing in the way of balls not really carrying through either, which is good to see. Here is Hutton again in his short sleeve shirt. Goes away from us, and again, just too far outside the off stump, and is now able to rock forward, shoulder arms, and it's through to Adam Rossington once again behind the stumps. 19 for 1. Fox is sent in, as I would imagine lots of people will be around the country really in September. It's a little glance, there are a few tosses having taken place around the country. A few wanted a bat. As Hutton sets off once more, and Azad in his crease this time to play, down towards mid-off. Cross comes Berg to collect, and there's no run to end the over. So 6 gone this morning, on a very pleasant September day as well. 19 for 1, Horton the man out for a second ball duck.
Yes, Paul Horton is in fact the only wicket to have fallen in the second division, as far as I can tell at the moment. Gloucestershire 16 without loss against Sussex.
Yeah, no toss there, so Sussex chose to bowl at Bristol.
Derbyshire 20 without loss against Lancashire.
They decided to bat. Derbyshire there, so the toss took place.
Durham I've got as being 12 without loss against Middlesex. And Worcestershire 11 without loss against Glamorgan.
Interesting one at Lords, because Middlesex won the toss and chose to field, so everyone got what they wanted, really. Durham contested the toss because they wanted a bat. Middlesex chose to bowl.
Sanderson in to Ackerman, who brings his bat back inside the line. Did curtain rail it successfully on that occasion. Goes through to Rossington. No leg slip or leg gully, if you like, for Ackerman, of course. Just the 4 conventional slips. Also long leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, and backward point. Just bobs at the knees. Ackerman, as in comes Sanderson and bowls to him. Nice high left elbows. He plays in careful defence off the off stump. Back down the pitch to the bowler, who picks up and throws to Proctor at mid-on to do a spot of polishing. 19 for 1 remains the score. Applause from the captain Rossington, and the slips applause of encouragement for Ben Sanderson, who turns. In he comes and bowls to Ackerman. He's got the outside edge. No, he hasn't. Sanderson wasn't sure. He's got his hands on his hips. Rossington went straight up. Second slip, and indeed several of the slips utterly convinced there was a noise. A bit hard to tell on that one. Certainly, Ackerman looked up, waiting for the decision, as is his right. Sanderson didn't go up straight away, in fairness. He's standing with his hands on his hips. Maybe he just thought it was so obvious. Didn't deserve an appeal. Didn't need an appeal. Either way, umpire Pollard wasn't interested. Ackerman survives. Just in goes Sanderson, bowls to him again, beats him on the outside edge. Again, looking as though he's bringing the bat inside the line, and from the angle we're at, which is probably about 10 degrees, as much as that, it looks as though it's beating the outside edge, but a little bit difficult to tell whether he's actually bringing the bat delivery inside the line. Certainly there's a little bit of swing for Sanderson, just enough. And he's making life very hard for the batsman. Not on that occasion though, because he got to the wicket and decided he'd lost his run up slightly, and so didn't go through with the delivery. It's a very short run for Sanderson, very economical down the slope, probably no more than 12 paces or so by the time he actually breaks into a stride. And he comes, bowls, and Ackerman is peeling for leg before. He's very long way forward, stayed a little bit low, did come back in, but again maybe got outside the line of the off stump. And again, umpire Pollard isn't interested, and again Sanderson didn't really give it the full beans in terms of his appeal, but tough going out there at the moment for Ackerman.
Yeah, I think there he probably was just outside the line.
Outswinger. That one just ducked back in a little bit. Lovely stuff from
Very
Sanderson,
clever, yeah.
actually. Lovely stuff. Not trying to bowl too fast. Getting plenty of movement. In he comes, bowls to Ackerman, squares him up a little bit, bounces a fraction more than he thought it was going to, plunge forward, started to take the bottom hand off the bat, came out into the offside. He's got through the over, Ackerman, and obviously that's the main thing as far as he's concerned, but goodness me, it was a tough one for him, but he survived. Sanderson, 4 overs, none for 12. You'd look at those figures, and if you weren't watching what was going on, I think, oh, okay. And in fact, he's been pretty much on the money all the way through. Just hasn't been lucky so far. 19 for 1, Leicestershire.
Yeah, probing away very nicely, Ben Sanderson. That's his burst in the start of Worcestershire's second innings in the last game that sent Northampton on their way to victory. After the game was set up by this man, Brett Hutton, with his first innings burst. Here he is now, 19 for 1. Going into Azad, the left-hander. Azad in his crease, he's working one around the corner to that leg gully for the first time. But that leg gully able to just come across to his right-hand side to collect.
Morning to Fango Fox is asking about the live stream. Is it not on? Let us know if it isn't. It should be. It should be on. As far as I'm aware, Leicestershire switched everything on, but I'll find out.
Hutton in again, and forward comes Azad, playing off the inner half of the bat here in front of Curran at short leg, and there is no run. He's still got an old sweater on, Ben Curran, for some very curious reason. Has worn his, well, not his, an old sweater of Rob Keogh's throughout the season when he's played. Very curious. Looks out of place with a non-cable knit version on.
I wonder if it'll be lucky or something, won't it? It'll be a reason.
Hutton is in again, past the umpire he goes, full of length, brings Azad forward, another thickish inside edge, this time down towards Sanderson, just moving to his left-hand side from that wide mid-on, come mid-wicket position. And again there is no run.
Leicestershire get a new kit supplier next year. See what they produce.
Well, if they don't bring the cable knit sweaters back,
I don't care, yeah.
You can forget it.
That's all that I'm worried about.
Get rid of them. Here's Hutton once more, and Azad calmly in his crease, just walking a little bit across his stumps to cover the angle, playing calmly away again out towards Newton at point, and there is no run. It's proved very stickable throughout the season. Hassan Azad mentioned it in the return fixture, did have a little go at a few carries into his second 11 wise, including at Northamptonshire, where it was talked of quite fondly, but it was Leicestershire gave him a chance, and goodness has he taken it as Hutton goes into him again. Long way forward this time, Azad pushing down towards Newton at point. A bit more force this time, a better length there from Hutton, just really drawing Azad out. Bend to the front knee though, played it well.
You can sort of see why some counties weren't sure, because there's nothing particularly stylish or dominating about the way he goes about his business, but it's his mentality which has proved extraordinary.
Hutton is in again. Does that sell the off stump? Bit of attempt to there, more of a floaty delivery that time, but much too wide to induce a stroke from Azad. Is there on 5, Ackerman's with him on 10. Leicestershire sent in 19 for 1, and Matt Horton caught by Wakely at first slip off the bowling of Hutton for a second ball duck.
Ability to concentrate for, well, literally days at a time, it seems. Aware what his strengths and weaknesses are, John Sadler said, works constantly at the weaknesses, and loves batting a long time. Alex up to update BBC Radio Northampton. Down the slope comes Sanderson, bowls to Ackerman, it bounces and just comes back in, but Ackerman leaves on length as much as anything. Nice carry through to Rossington behind the stumps. Good leave. Buongiorno to Springsteen down in Italy. Hope it's as nice there. Well, I know it'll be as nice there. I'm sure it'll be as nice there as it is here at the Fisher County ground. It's freshish. I think it's about something like 17, 18 degrees. In goes Sanderson, bowls, and straight delivery this time. Ackerman defends on the back foot carefully, pushing it out towards Proctor at mid-on. No run, 19 for 1. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as well. Azad 5, Ackerman 10. Sanderson polishes the ball on the back of his whites as in he comes and bowls to Ackerman, back foot defensive shot again to a straight delivery, this time out on the offside, middle and off, out towards mid-off, and again there's no run. Here comes the update. Yes, they were put in by Northamptonshire, and they did lose their captain early, Paul Horton, who was caught at first slip off the bowling of Brett Hutton. Before he scored, made the score 4 for 1. But Colin Ackerman has come in, he's playing well at the moment, he's 10 at not out. Hassan Azad is with him, he is 5 not out. The young opener now approaching 1,000 championship runs this season. 39 is his target. To get to that landmark, if he does so, he'll become the youngest Foxes player to achieve that feat for many a long year. Foxes battling hard at the moment, they're 19 for 1. Sanderson turns. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Ackerman outside off stump. Outswinger, but started a little bit wide, and Ackerman very safe in letting that one go through to Rossington behind the stumps. There will be the delivery that comes back in shortly. You would imagine one ball to go in the over, and that's the one that Ackerman needs to be aware of. That's the leg before danger. Slips go down, rubbing their hands together in anticipation as in goes Sanderson and bowls, and that one does go past the outside edge of Ackerman's bat, plunged forward, held its own off the seam as much as I think swing on that occasion. Beat the bat, but again Ackerman survives. Sanderson 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12, 19 for 1. Ackerman 10, Azad 5. Jeffrey Boycott knighted. Press release comes through. Awarded a knighthood, Boycott, in expect Prime Minister Theresa May's resignation honours list. Well now, in goes Hutton and bowls to Azad. Feet both together, careful defence on the crease. The ball just swings back in towards him a little bit, but everything behind it as he drops that one out on the onside. Short leg, moves across to field. There's no run, 19 for 1 remains the score. Well, I'm sure Jeffrey will think he's deserving of that one. In goes Hutton outside off stump. Excuse me, allowed to go through by Azad. And there is no run, 19 for 1 as Alex returns, still reeling at the news that Jeffrey Boycott has indeed been knighted.
It was always coming.
Yes, I suppose. Hutton in. Azad is waiting for that one, playing it almost on the move, shuffling forward, bat very close to front pad. Again, nothing too stylish about it, but everything in place in its own way, pushing it out into the offside. No run. Runs have dried up. 19 for 1. Azad 5. Ackerman 10. Horton, the man to go. Caught at first slip. Before he'd scored, off the bowling of Brett Hutton, 1 for 3 for Hutton from 4.3 overs as in he goes past umpire Taylor and bowls to Azad outside off stump, starts to shake back in, but Azad with a big stride and knew it had started too far wide and allowed it to go through. No run.
Yeah, there's first sort of 4 or 5 overs, there were a few edges flying around, and it settled nicely, leading the ball well, both of these left and right-handed pair.
Hutton looks down at the ball, grips it very carefully, runs in, bowls to Azad, again outside off stump, again a good leave, closer this time. Hutton's body language implies certainly it was taken by Rossington on the move away to his right, so he's swinging back into the left-hander. But it was decent bounce and carry. The pitch, as you say, after that first over, has looked reasonably good, really. A bit of carry, hasn't done anything exceptional. There's a little bit there for the seamers, as you would hope. A few marks from the follow-throughs already. In goes Hutton, bowls to Azad. He has gone to pick up a run there. It was foolish, but it was swinging in towards middle and leg, and he turned it away through mid-wicket. Mid-wicket goes running back, picks up around about 20 yards inside the ropes. It's a long hit out there towards the boundary on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Azad, nonetheless. One thing Leicestershire haven't done very well this season is run particularly quickly between the wickets. Only a couple taken there. Azad moves on to 7. I suppose no point taking risks. 21 for 1. Ackerman 10. Azad 7. 10 overs have gone.
So the table coming into this final few weeks of the season, Lancashire top of Division 2, everyone's played 11 matches. Lancashire have 181 points, can be promoted this week, Lancashire, if they beat Derbyshire and the results go in their favour. But it would take a mighty collapse by Lancashire to not be promoted from this position. Sanderson begins a new over from the Bennett end of the ground, comes into Ackerman, who's playing at 1 just inside the line, goes through to Rossington once again. Gloucestershire second, 152, then Northants 138, Glamorgan 1-3-3. Slumped from 2nd to 4th with defeat against Lancashire at Colwyn Bay in the middle of the T20s. Durham with that draw against Leicestershire in the T20 block could only improve to 5th, 1-8. Sussex still just about in it, 1-2. Sanderson once more moves in right arm over, and again just outside the off stump, one that Ackerman can play inside the line of and allow it to pass through behind the stumps. And still just about in there as well, Middlesex 1-1-7, and technically as well Derbyshire 1-1-2. Would need a run of results, probably 3 wins from the last 3, Middlesex and Derbyshire to get up, you would think. Maybe Sussex as well, but still all to play for here in the last month of the season as Sanderson moves in once more, wide on the bowling crease, sends one down the leg side though, and Ackerman had an elaborate flick at it and missed, and Lossington went jumping away to his left hand side to take it. Worcestershire would defeat at Northampton in the last round, probably out of it now on 94 points, and Leicestershire not too far behind on 89.
Nice way of putting it. Not too far behind, thank you for that.
25 points.
So you have, after this, who do you...
Northants host Durham.
Oof.
And then go to Gloucestershire in the last round.
Big games, big games.
21 for 1 here as Sanderson moves in again, and Ackerman driving very smartly down the ground, and Sanderson did well to intervene there. He's taking a whack on the wrist for his trouble, but prevents 4 runs. The ball runs out towards the indoor score on the far side of the ground. They come back for 2, so Ackerman goes to 12. 23 for 1. Yeah, the fixtures you probably want really in September, as David Ripley said, fixtures that Northants don't fear coming into this last month of the season. If you were playing Middlesex, for instance, if you were playing obviously Lancashire, if you were playing, I mean, even Worcestershire with their form this season, you would still say have got a part to play with the fixtures they've got remaining. You wouldn't really want to be playing Worcestershire in these last few matches with Moeen Ali regaining some form as well. Sanderson in again from the far end. And this time Ackerman connects with a leg side flick and will pick up a boundary. Down the slope it goes, out towards the Geary bar. Had a go at one of those previously in the over. And this time connects. Times it nicely. And well away from long leg to our left hand side. And away for 4 runs. Ackerman's second boundary goes to 16. 27 for 1. So the games this week: Gloucestershire Sussex at Bristol, Derbyshire Lancashire at Old Trafford, Durham Middlesex at Lords, and Worcestershire Glamorgan. So something riding on all these matches in September, which is great to see. It's very tightly congested promotion race taking shape. Sanderson to complete the over, and Ackerman beaten this time, I think. Pushed it one that went away a few times previously in the over. Just withdrawn the bat, but I don't think he did there. Playing the line, and one just went away through to Rossington. Good pace and carry there from Sanderson as well. But just the one success for Northants so far in the opening 11 overs of play. 27 for 1, Azad there on 7. Ackerman 16, the man out Horton for a second ball duck.
He's going to go off, Sanderson. He was struggling with his hand a little bit, and he's asked the umpire's permission to go off, and he is holding it a little bit. He's indicating he wants a little bit of a bandage on it or something. I think it was a more painful whack than he was letting on, rather.
It's not his bowling hand.
No, it's his left hand. So I'm sure he's going to be alright. And the indication was he just wanted a bit of support or bandage on it, something like that. But he is going to go off. He put a lot into that last delivery. He was cross about conceding that 4. Here comes the Northants 12thers, Mr. Thurston. Change of bowling at both ends, one suspects. We are now going to see Doug Bracewell from the pavilion end here at the Fisher County ground. Going to be bowling to Hassan Azad with 3 slips and a gully now, so not 4 slips. He's definitely gone out to gully. He's also got a little bit more cover on the leg side. He's got a mid-wicket and a mid-on as well as a long leg. Point and extra cover make up the field for Bracewell. Big burly man, in he comes and bowls to Azad outside off stump. Good carry, allowed to go through by Azad. Bearded man, Doug Bracewell. Very much an all-rounder. Dougie. His Northants teammates are calling him. In he comes, past umpire Taylor and bowls Foolish down the leg side though. Swings away and Azad tries to turn his wrists on it, tries to help it down to fine leg, but in a fairly desultory sort of way, doesn't really put any intent into the shot. Taken by Rossington, moving away to his right, no run. Trying to find out about the stream for those trying to find out. Let's have a look, see if I've got any messages. In goes Bracewell and bowls very wide outside off stump, and indeed is signalled wide. A good pick-up between first and second slip by Rossington, left-handed. Saved a few extra runs in terms of wides. Bracewell, not the first bowler, just maybe to struggle to come to terms with the slope, which is a little bit more pronounced than you think it is, running up from the pavilion end to the pitch, and just taking a few balls to get into his rhythm. In he goes and bowls to Azad, again onto the legs, bounces a little bit, thumps into the top part of the pad, stroke thigh pad, lower thigh pad area, bounces out towards backward square, no run. Sun goes behind cloud. One or two more coming into the ground now. School's back, of course, a couple of weeks now. Fourth gully is coming out now. Is he going to go into leg gully? Looks like it, yes. Sort of wide leg gully. The man at square stays more or less where he is, in front of square, but long leg running around towards fine leg between the wicket-keeper and a very wide leg gully. Bracewell in again, bouncer, and he does get Azad in a lot of trouble there. He tries to duck out of the way of it. He's a little bit late on it, thumped into his right shoulder, not into the helmet, but he didn't play that particularly well. He stepped across. It was a quickish delivery and it swung back in the bouncer, and it did discomfort him considerably. Thumped into the right shoulder. No need to check on the helmet, didn't go anywhere near the helmet, but got him into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it was a quick delivery. He's not the tallest fella, is he? Doug Bracewell has a fairly slingy arm as well.
In he goes, encouraged, and bowls to Azad. There's an appeal for leg before, but it sounded very wooden from here. It bounced and was swinging back in. He did shuffle right across. It was highish as well. There was enough to be wrong with it for it, understandably, not to be given. And the appeal from Bracewell was an impressive one in terms of volume, but it was not entirely convincing from the slips. But he's asking questions, different sort of questions to those from Hutton, who was bowling from this end previously.
Yeah, just like yard sharper.
Yeah. In he goes, bowls, and Foolish turned off middle and leg out towards backward square by Azad. Picked up there, no run. Good over, interesting over from Bracewell. A promising start as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Just a single taken from it, and obviously there was the wide as well earlier on. But certainly that bouncer got Azad in a fair bit of trouble. 28 for 1 after 12 very interesting overs.
Yeah, Hutton 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Sanderson 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 18. The opening bursts for Northants. And now Gareth Berg is going to replace Sanderson at the Bennett end on his Northants debut here, initially on loan for these last 3 weeks of the season. He begins a 2-year contract beginning next year, as it were. A spring chicken at 38 years of age, but David Ripley talked about Northants could just do with an experienced old head in the dressing room. all the young guys and guys sort of their peak career age, but experienced campaigner as Berg. Here he is. Right arm over, comes into Ackerman, who's cutting his first ball backward point. And Newton takes the catch and Ackerman is gone. Well, what an introduction that is for Gareth Berg. Short wide delivery that Ackerman has carved away. Down low to Newton, it's only just carried. A very sharp catch from Newton. And Ackerman is gone for 16. Pushing firmly at the ball. It was by no means a long hop. Back of length ball, a little bit of width on offer. Ackerman flashing, thick outside edge, and well held. So Gareth Berg strikes with his very first delivery in Northamptonshire colours. Ackerman is gone, and the Fox is 28 for 2.
Well, Ackerman livid with himself there. Just that little bit of width, as Alex said, threw the bat at it rather. Just didn't get properly on top of it. Low, but more or less straight to backward point. And Berg, two hands in the air in disbelief, and well, Sanderson will have a wry smile on his face, I would think, because he didn't bowl any sort of width really throughout his spell. He was nagging away. The first one was a little bit of a loosener perhaps from Berg, but it was just enough to, well, work the oracle as far as Northants are concerned. So often the way that, having seen off one bowler, slightly looser delivery, slightly loose opening delivery, produces a wicket. 28 for 2.
Oof. Yeah, looks like a poor one on the replay. It's a good sort of couple of feet outside the off stump, and he's had a real slash at it.
It was a bit, yeah. So that's the stream. Is up and running.
Well, no, these are just the replays on the ECB website.
The ECB are retweeting those, are they, or putting those out?
Yeah, all the
on the website.
All the videos of all the games are always available now. So what a start for Berg, who played 9 championship matches last year for Hampshire. Only 15 wickets at 43, so not too much success. And finding his chances certainly in 4-day cricket limited this summer. So making the move, probably you would think to finish his career off at Northampton, but still plenty to offer, we are told. Brings Cosgrove left-hander to the crease. Berg is in, and Cosgrove playing very late. Deflects his first delivery down towards Hutton at third slip, and there is no run. So Ackerman, who played nicely, to be settling with Azad, had gotten through the opening bursts of Hutton and Sanderson, but gone here. 16, and Northampton got a couple of cheap wickets in the opening hour of play. 28 for 2 as Berg moves in again down the slight slope, and a straight delivery worked away by Cosgrove down towards Proctor at mid-on, just moving away to his left hand side, and there's no run. 3 orthodox slips here. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. So we began with 4 slips and a leg gully and a short leg, but just the 3 catches here. More orthodox.
Cosgrove played the best innings he's played for 2 years last time out in the county championship.
Faces Berg once more here. Very full delivery outside the off stump, and Cosgrove pays no attention here. It was a match saving effort, wasn't it, up at Chesley Street?
It was, including at one stage heading the ball away. I don't know if you saw that.
I did, yeah. It's good tactics, really. Wasted a few minutes for a concussion check, I'm sure.
Well, yes, he was, yeah.
Berg in again, and Cosgrove is pushing a very full delivery here down towards extra cover. Keogh is there, and there is no run. Thurston, I beg your pardon, is there, still on this 12th man here. With Sanderson still off the field momentarily, getting his hand strapped up. 5.77 for Cosgrove this summer at 41, including 3 not outs there, so 5.77 in 17 innings, 5 50s in that century. Berg in again, down the leg side this goes. Rossington does well to get a glove to it, diving away to his right. Prevents 4 byes, I fancy there. End of the over, and Gareth Berg begins his Northants career with a wicket maiden. Has gotten rid of Ackerman, slashing to point for 16 after Hutton had Horton caught at slip for a second ball duck. 13 overs gone, 28 for 2 here at Grace Road.
$107 not out of 269 balls, hit 8 fours up in Chester Street, Mark Cosgrove, and that was his first red ball century, first century of any kind in fact, for Leicestershire since June 2017, so not before time by his very high standards. Bracewell to continue to Hassan Azad. In he comes, bowls Azad back foot, and just about, well, I was going to say just about knew what he was doing there. He forced it away through around about 4 slip. You are not convinced, Alex?
Like a genuine nick to me, would have been a catch too. Well, he would have had to have been in at sort of a very fine backward point position, really. I think had an orthodox gully been there, it would have probably been wide of that position as well. But Bracewell's hitting the bat hard here, a bit of extra pace coming in with good purpose, running in hard as we saw in those 3 matches last season.
In his defence, I'd say he sort of got quite a lot of bat on it, and perhaps he realised that it was reasonably, it's going to be into a reasonably big gap, but I agree, he wasn't in complete control. Picks up 4 though, moves into double figures on 211. Bracewell into him again. That one swings in towards Midland leg. Much more comfortable there with that fuller delivery that he just turns his wrists on, pushes it out towards square leg, and there's no run. 32-4-2. 40 balls his face now, Hassan Azad. And the ECB persisting in spelling his name with 1 S. He tells me it's got 2. And I think the man himself, I think you can take his word for it, can't you?
You'd think so.
You would have thought. But there you go. In goes Bracewell. Bowls Azad down the leg side. Just watches that one go past his hip. Steps inside the line. Taken by Rossington. Jogging almost away to his right.
The only problem with having that leg gully in there and orthodox square leg and mid-wicket now is that you can sometimes just lose track of what the real plan is. So what is Bracewell actually doing here? Is he probing away off stump, 4th stump, or is he trying to bowl a more sort of middle and off line?
And he goes and bowls, bangs that one in hard, really did put an effort ball into that, but lost the line, and he went well down the leg side. Nice take by Rossington. Had to dive away and tumble away to his right to pick that one off the ground. He looks a strong man, Doug Bracewell. I say the wicket is hardish, pretty hard. There's a little bit there for him. He looks down at the ball. Has a word with Thurston. In he goes and bowls, bangs that one in, and looking to sort of paddle it away on the leg side. He's a little bit late on it, doesn't get any bat on it, thumps into the padding above the pads, and again discomforted Hassan Azad, and his left hand just adjusting the padding. The fact that is it becoming a bit worrying, do you think, that Sanderson's been off for as long as he has, or just a bit of ice perhaps on it?
Yeah, maybe. I suppose between spells it can...
Yeah, it makes no odds, does it really? Bracewell in again down the leg side, and again just stepping inside the line, and the New Zealander raises his eyes to the heavens in frustration there at not making Hassan Azad play. Azad has faced all the deliveries so far from Doug Bracewell. He's got through them one way or another. He's 11 not out, 32 for 2. Cosgrove yet to get off the mark. 14 overs bowled. Northamptonshire, I think, as we come up to the first hour, pretty happy to have picked up 2 wickets in the first hour.
Yes, and just looking around the scores, they're the most successful fielding side in the country so far.
Anybody else picked up any wickets?
A couple have gone down, yep. Kent a 40 for 1 up at Trent Bridge. Chose to bat first there, won the toss. In a game which could see Notts relegated if they lose. And Warwickshire with a pick up points. Here is Berg from the far end on to Cosgrove, who just drops to the bat on one. Runs it just back at a square. Curran goes across to collect. And there is no run. Warwickshire Essex is at Edgbaston, 36 without loss there. Essex not contesting the toss. Hampshire Surrey at the Aegeus. Hampshire 18 without loss, chose to bat first there. So a few sides did contest the toss around the country. Massive game down at Taunton, Somerset, Yorkshire, as Berg moves in again. Past the umpire he goes, and Cosgrove is forcing one away towards point, where Newton does the fielding, and there's no run. Somerset 28 for 1. No toss took place, Yorkshire in the field. Elsewhere in Division 2, a lot of decent batting going on it seems. Gloucestershire 33 without loss at Bristol against Sussex. Both those sides trying to pick themselves up after T20 quarter-final defeats. Berg moves in, 32 for 2 here, and Cosgrove lets a wide delivery go through. Derbyshire riding the crest of the wave, really, having reached the final step for the first time, with a thumping win at Bristol. 47 without loss there against Lancashire. Won the toss, chose to bat first at Old Trafford. Durham 54 without loss against Middlesex at Lords. Really bright start there for them. Durham wanted to back, contested the toss. Middlesex won it, chose to bowl. As Berg moves in again, and Cosgrove is driving out towards extra cover. Good save from Keogh. Tumbling away to his right-hand side. Save, maybe 4 runs. I think it was perfectly timed by Cosgrove. The ball bouncing away to Keogh's right. Stretched away and made the save. Worcestershire 35 for 1 against Glamorgan at New Road. No toss took place there. So a really exciting final month of the season coming up.
I'm sure the stream is all working beautifully now.
Jolly good. Berg once more, past the umpire he goes. Bit of bounce here on Cosgrove. He rides it. Just dabs it down with his toes, really. Forces Thurston to come across from point to collect, and there's no run. 32 for 2. A bit more cloud has just moved in overhead. But it still remains a decent day. Probably 1 layer required. I don't know if your name's Richard Rain, who just come in from the Azores, it seems. Here is Berg to complete the over outside the off stump and let go by Cosgrove. We've had 15 so far this morning, so not a bad over 8 with a couple of wickets going down in the opening hour. 32 for 2. Cosgrove yet to score, and Azad is there on 11. The men out, Horton for a second ball duck, and Ackerman for 16.
Positively balmy, with an L, in Leicester this morning, hence the t-shirt. Now I know what you mean. When the sun does go behind cloud, it has clouded up quite markedly in the last hour.
No, I didn't think the forecast was for too much sunshine today. I thought it was sort of like this, really, with cloud around.
Bracewell will be appreciating it. It was certainly different running this morning as opposed to the last 7 or 8 days. Rather easier in cooler temperatures. In goes Bracewell and bowls, and just paddled off his ribs quite nicely. He was in control of that one, Azad. He banged it in, Bracewell, and just swiveled and didn't try and hit it too hard. Azad helped it on its way down to long leg. Picks up 1. Played that one well. He moves on to 12, 33 for 2. Brings Cosgrove, the Australian, down to face Bracewell, the New Zealander, for the first time, which means Leg Gully will come out and go to... Where's he going? With his long sleeves flapping. To shortish cover. He does like to drive in the air. Fairly conventional, actually, in the end. Extra cover. So 3 conventional slips. Backward square. They are the only real close catchers. Bracewell was ready, Cosgrove wasn't, and he stood back and looked back towards the pavilion. Somebody standing up perhaps in the stand. Cosgrove raises a hand in apology. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 33 for 2 now, the Foxes. Colin Ackerman is the second man out, following the captain Paul Horton, who was caught at first slip without scoring, made the score 4 for 1. Ackerman had got through a tough spell. He'd got on to 16 before he threw the bat at Gareth Berg's first ball, slightly wide delivery, steered it low 2 point and threw his head back in disappointment. At the dismissal, 28 for 2. Hassan Azad there. He's still there, though. He's batted so well this season. He's 12 not out. And Mark Cosgrove has just got off the mark. And it's 33 now for 2. A tough first hour for the Foxes. 37 for 2 as Cosgrove crashed that one through the covers. Got minimal warning from BBC Radio Leicester there. But there you go. Bracewell into Cosgrove, bowls, hurries in slightly, turns his wrists on the back foot, plays it off middle and leg towards backward square. No run, 37 for 2.
That was a lovely flourishing stroke, the previous one from Cosgrove, offered a bit of width, flashed his hands at it and timed it really nicely out towards the nets away to our right hand side.
Cosgrove, one of those with another year on his contract. It's that time of the year, isn't it? Some players, decisions being taken for good or not so good. In goes Bracewell, bowls onto leg stump. Plenty of time that occasion for Cosgrove. Went back and calmly turned it down to long leg. Jogs through for a single. He might have been away, I think, Cosy. He looks well tanned, doesn't he? Out there. He likes to pop across to Ibiza. That's his favourite. When in Europe, of course, it's his favourite holiday destination for the Cosy family.
I'm sure it's very nice if you find the right bit.
Yes, agreed. Yes. Bracewell into Azad, slightly short, but Azad everything behind it. But right next to the body as he defended that one out into the offside. No run.
There's a committee meeting here between Rossington Proctor and Rob Keogh.
Again, we're running up from long leg. He's spotted something, hasn't he? Proctor thinks he's spotted something. No obvious change to the field. Did he go a little bit finer? Keogh at leg gully. In goes Bracewell. Bowls outside off stump with that slightly slingy action. Didn't really swing back in as much as he was hoping. And a safe leave by Hassan Azad. He remains 12 not out. 38 for 2. Cosgrove 5. 16 overs bowled. So sort of 15 in the first hour. I'm keeping an eye on the over rate, which Leicestershire have had trouble with throughout the season as ever, but the presence of Cosgrove at the wicket, the longer he's there, the quicker they'll score. Northampton don't seem to have too much trouble with the over rate, do they?
No, they've picked themselves up really well. They had a massive deduction a couple of years ago that in the end was technically the difference between promotion and not, as Berg is in here outside Cosgrove's off stump, but he lets one go through. 38 for 2. But with the changes the umpires made, they assess the over rate session by session. There's absolutely no leeway now at all, no creative accounting that used to take place between the scorers and the umpires, and they come down and fiddle the books a little bit to get the over rate level, but they've got really strict, which is good to see. And yeah, Northampton haven't had an issue at all with over rate, which is very good.
Well, neither Sanderson nor Hutton have long runs, so they're very economical and they don't mess around. They just get on with it.
And it's just the willingness to just get on with things, really.
Show willing, absolutely.
Get through the overs quickly, get ready. Berg now is round the wicket from the far end, and Cosgrove is driving imperiously cover point for 4. That's the stroke of the morning so far. Beautiful stroke. Laid into it, full of length outside the off stump. And it was crashed away down the slope, out towards the Milligan Road for a most impressive boundary. Cosgrove goes to 9, and the Foxes to 42 for 2.
I think it's almost impossible not to take a certain amount of pleasure in a shot like that from whatever side you're looking at it. There's something aesthetically so pleasing about the sort of effortlessness and the timing and the rhythm of that shot from Cosgrove.
Nothing wrong with his eyes there.
No.
Early signs though. This pitch is pretty good. Berg overstepped there because the score's gone to 44 for 2. He comes in again now, and Cosgrove is in defence, pushing out towards extra cover from the crease. And there is no run. And definitely 6 added onto the board there, so Berg must have overstepped. Sun tries to peek through the cloud again, shining across those yellow seats to our right-hand side.
Few people in them now.
Berg is in again past the umpire, and Cosgrove is pressing forward, shouldering arm as Berg has a hand to his head as it goes through. Not too far away from the off stump, he feels, but Cosgrove survives. Yeah, a few in, aren't there? A few members milling around this morning down beneath us. Got a couple of games to come there at Graceford over the summer. I think one more fixture left at Wantage Road. It was very strange going into the last T20 game, knowing that it was the penultimate fixture at Wantage Road over the summer, as Berg is back over the wicket now and flicking down to long leg as Cosgrove. That'll run gently away out towards the meet away to our right hand side. They go through for a single to take Cosgrove into double figures, goes to 10. 45 for 2, and just looking across, I think Northampton's got another 12th man on there to our right hand side, or is it Bracewell in a blue cap? I think it is, actually, I beg your pardon. It's the blue cap threw me off guard there.
Is it a T20 cap or something? Or New Zealand cap? Or
Azad just rechecking his guard here, 2 balls to go in Berg's third over, having struck with his first delivery. Comes in again now, full of length, just outside the off stump, and Azad allows it to go through.
Well, there are 2 out there because Newton and now Sanderson have just come back out.
Yeah, Sanderson, a bit of strapping on his left wrist, but appears to be okay. Yeah, Newton coming back there as well. Just looking around the field. Who else is out there? Here is Berg once more to complete the over, outside the off stump and let go through. Can't see anybody leaving the field here as Sanderson and Newton come back. No, it definitely wasn't Bracewell. It was indeed another 12th man, whom I don't recognise at all down beneath us.
I wonder if that's a second team cap or something.
That's plain Northampton's maroon cap with the normal crest atop it.
Yeah.
I've no idea what that is, I'm afraid. As off comes Charlie Thurston as well now, the official 12th for this game. 45 for 2, Leicestershire.
Cosgrove checks his guard. Umpire Taylor obliges. When you can see the umpires in when you can see umpire Pollard in profile, you can see, yes, it's definitely umpire Pollard. It's definitely a different shape to Billy Taylor. He was telling me about his illness travails at Northamptonshire, Billy.
Oh, yes.
Earlier this season. In goes Bracewell and hurries Cosgrove a bit, but Cosgrove equal to it as he goes back and turns his bat on it, pushes the ball out to mid-wicket off Midland leg. And Sanderson, with that strapping on his wrist, runs across to his left and picks up, but Cosgrove picks up a single, moves on to 11. But it's happened twice, he says, at Northampton now, that he's picked up a sort of sickness bug. He thinks he got the one earlier this season from his children. He's not too sure. But it did leave him prostrate after the first
Yeah, he was replaced by Rob White in that game,
correct,
I remember, yeah.
Correct. Bracewell into Azad outside off stump. Not quite the fizz of the earlier overs so far in this one. Allowed to go through by Azad. No run. Just his 4th over, none for 12 at the moment for Doug Bracewell. Sanderson comes across, has a word. Still persisting with the leg gully. 3 conventional slips as well. 34 on Bracewell's back as he runs away from us and bowls to Azad. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as it bounces up towards the hip. It drops down at his feet, and he, having asked permission, obligingly picks up the ball, hands it to the fielder running in. I think is Newton. 46 for 2 remains the score. Looks around him, Azad. Very interested in the leg side field in particular. Moves back into slightly open stance. And waits for the arrival of Bracewell. Short outside off stump, got up on his toes and steered away. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just waited for it and steered it away. Backward of point, runs away to the backward point boundary for 4. So a little bit of a get out ball there for Azad, and he took it nicely, took the opportunity nicely. He moves on to 16 and brings up the Leicestershire 50.
Yeah, nicely dabbed down, but you don't quite know what the plan is here from Bracewell.
I think you're right about that field. I think he's not quite sure what
he's really doing. Yeah.
What he's trying to do. In he goes and bowls again to Azad. Fullish outside off stump, but a little bit too wide. Azad stepped forward, left his bat raised, let it go through.
I mean, it's a bit early for leg theory, isn't it? I think he'd have much more joy just trying to get it up there and hit the top of the off stump, and I do think he'd be better coming over the wicket, coming round the wicket here to the left-hander.
And trying to straighten it a bit. He's looking to
just bring Keogh across
swing it in.
Into a gully. He's found the edge there already so far, and just hit that length on the off stump. A bit betwixt and between his tactics so far.
And he comes and bowls, Fullish delivery, and it's turned not far short of that leg gully by Azad. I think it was just short, and hands started to go into the air. Keogh sort of fell to his left, got 2 hands to it, but pretty much on the bounce, I think, just short of him. So he did just about get on top of it, Azad, but it won't have put Northants and Bracewell off from persisting with this particular field. He managed to pick up one, Azad, as it sort of bounced a few feet past, or through the hands and a few feet past Keogh at leg gully. He moves on to 17, 51 for 2. And it means he keeps the strike. Bracewell, none for 17 from 4 overs.
Yeah, a little expensive so far. Berg 3 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 7 by contrast from the Bennett end. That'll be he to continue here. Rather a shock of fair hair as Berg, as he comes in to Azad, left-hander, bowls him a bumper. Down the leg side it goes. Rossington tumbles away to take that. Prevents spies, and there's no run. 51 for 2. Still 3 slips, backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. So very orthodox here. And after that first burst from Hutton and Sanderson, conditions have eased here as Berg moves in again past the stumps, and outside the off stump he goes. Azad letting it pass through to Rossington, taking it up by his left hip. Certainly no real fears in what you may experience at 10:30 in September. Certainly from this distance, not a great deal of sort of green grass on the pitches there. It's very biscuit coloured.
It is now, isn't it? It's just a tinge at the start.
Berg once more, full of length outside the off stump, and Azad pushing forward, lets it go through once again. 51 for 2.
But now, as you say, that's pretty much gone.
And this was the same wicket against Worcestershire.
It was, yeah.
And the scores were 302 plays 5-5-3 for 6 declared. And then Leicestershire ball up a 2-3-3 second time around, and Worcestershire won by an innings to get their campaign up and running. Haven't kicked on from there though, have Worcestershire, as Berg comes in again and gently played by Azad with an angled bat down into 3rd slip. Hutton's then no run.
67 for Cosgrove. A 50 in the second innings for Azad in that game on this pitch. Ackerman 69.
Yeah, a couple of high-scoring matches, a couple of low-scoring matches here this season as Berg is in again, full of length and goes past the outside edge this time by one that maybe just straightens a wee bit past the left-hander's outside edge. Definitely played at that one, did Azad. Still they're on 17, 51 for 2, yeah. A real shootout against Derbyshire, wasn't there, in the second match. Rain ruined the game against Middlesex. High scoring affair against Gloucestershire where 4-8-7 played 5-7-1, played 2-11 for none, shake hands, go home. Bergen again, wider though, outside the off stump, and away goes Azad to allow it to pass through to Adam Rossington going to his left hand side. So 51 for 2, Leicestershire after 17 overs. They went out Horton for a second ball duck, taken by Wycliffe, first slip off Hutton, and then Ackerman chopping his first ball from Berg to Newton at backward points, and he fell for 16. And the Durham game here, which was won in the end comfortably by Durham, started off as a bit of a shootout. Durham ball out for just 1-1-7, but responded with 4-8-7 for 7 declared and turned that game around to win in good style.
It's really boring. It's rarely boring, the cricket here at Grace Road, one way or the other. There's been something going on most days, as there is today. Doug Bracewell to continue from the pavilion end to Mark Cosgrove, just the 2 slips and a gully now. In he goes, bowls to Cosgrove down the leg side again, and Cosgrove doesn't get anything on it as he tries to help it down on its way to fine leg, but Bracewell looks up at the sky in irritation and then scrapes again with some certain amount of irritation at the crease. Doesn't get a great deal of response from it. As I said, it's pretty hard out there. A little bit of sawdust at this side, the pavilion side of the crease, where the bowler puts his right foot as he comes in to bowl to Cosgrove on off stump. Just defended out into the offside, picked up by Point running in, and there's no run. That would assume it was quite dewy out there first thing this morning, sort of, well, walked out around 9:45. The outfield was quite damp. It will be very dry now, but the pitch was, as I say, very dryish and hard. And who knows, Callum Parkinson on the last day might be a factor if we get to the last day. 51 for 2. Bracewell in to Cosgrove, again down on the leg side and clipped away past the man at backwards. He was a little bit slow picking that one up, I think, and it went to his right side, and it's long leg running around who does pick up. Didn't seem to pick that one up straight away. Backward square. Not quite sure who that
Curran in
is.
there.
That's Curran, is it? I thought he had 14 on his back.
Should do, yeah.
So Curran 57 is a nonsense, is it, on the scorecard?
Well, that might be his squad number, but he that sweater he wears is Keogh's old one with 14.
In goes Bracewell and bowls onto the hip this time of Cosgrove, turned down to long leg, jogs the single. So that's his
57 is his squad number,
right,
and I think his shirt has 57 on it, but he, for some ridiculous reason, likes wearing this sweater from 2 years ago, which is Keogh's old one, which has 14 on it.
It's very kind of him and convenient.
Just look at the sweater and you know it's Curran.
It's too big, okay. The pads underneath as well. He's going to go round the wicket now, Bracewell, to Azad, and of course Keogh goes in. He's pretty much a leg slip now rather than leg gully. And long leg, Proctor, is long leg, not fine leg. Around the wicket comes Bracewell and bowls to Azad onto leg stump, but turned. It's a foolish delivery this time. Turned to the Keogh sweater wearing square leg. 54 for 2. Azad 17, who's doing some stretching there at extra cover.
Berg in there, no number.
No. So he's bowling at the moment, so just stretching off a little bit rather than in preparation. Gareth Berg. Bracewell in again, bowls, and this time Azad is going to pick up a run as he turns it out towards long leg. Possibility of a second, but no, says Azad, who turns and sees that Proctor has already closed on the ball, got a good throw away. Azad picks up one. Bracewell finishes his 5th over, none for 21. It's been very much a mixed bag from the New Zealander this morning. He started with a lot of promise, but say he's just fallen a little bit between two stools.
Yeah, I never thought he sort of grasped the right length to bowl when he arrived last year. Played the first 3 matches, took 11 wickets at 28, which was middling, really.
Did he get a few runs?
Only 1 innings of note. He made 113 runs in 6 innings, but 81 of those came at Edgbaston in the 2nd innings. He played very well, actually, so certainly extends the Northants batting order as Berg is in here from the far end, and Azad is defending a straight-length ball out towards mid-wicket. Curran comes across to collect, and there is no run. A very experienced cricketer, Doug Bracewell, has played a lot for New Zealand, 27 tests, 19 one-dayers, 18 T20s as well. Last of those coming in January of this year. Played against both India and Sri Lanka in series back in New Zealand. Here comes Berg once more, and Azad deflecting this nicely down to 3rd man. Very smartly played this. Chase out for Wakely from first slip. We'll get to it. And pull it in a yard inside the rope, and Cosgrove is turning and coming back for 3. Good running. Ball went a long way out towards this fairly long 3rd man rope down to our left. Wakely a long way to give chase down there. And Azad picks up 3, goes to 21. Got a good start here. Hassan Azad once again, 58 for 2. Bracewell's overall record, 304 first-class wickets at 33. And 3,382 runs at 27. Some okay numbers, really. Berg into Cosgrove is 14, and Cosgrove is in his crease, just calmly defending back up towards the bowler's right hand. And there is no run. He'll know all about flat pitches. Well, Gareth Berg, having played at the Ageas Bowl for many years now. Started his career at Middlesex.
I tend to think of him almost more as a Middlesex player. I don't know why, because, as you say, he had a long old spell at Hampshire.
Here he is again, short sleeve shirt. Into Cosgrove, very full delivery, and whipped away past square leg. That'll be 4. Nicely turned by Cosgrove, full and straight, and flicked merrily out to the meat to our right-hand side, past Curran at square leg. Decent piece of timing, and Cosgrove beginning to nicely settle now as well. Got himself up to 18, 62 for 2. And this pair beginning to settle, with 34 minutes to go until luncheon. Berg in once more past the umpire. Back of the length this time, and nicely ridden down the leg side. This could be 4 more. It is 4 more. Nicely played by Cosgrove. Bit of an effort ball there from Berg. Got his line wrong though. And Cosgrove able to just, I think he took one hand off the bat actually. He just played it around the corner. And it flashed away inside Sanderson at long leg to our right. Back-to-back 4s for the Australian. Goes to 22, 66 for 2. And runs just beginning to flow now.
In a way, I think these two bowlers might be operating at the wrong ends. I'd quite like to see Bracewell coming down the hill, certainly early on, with his extra little bit of bounce and pace.
Berg to complete the over, and Cosgrove flicking at 1 inside edge via the pad, I fancy here, runs away into mid-wicket, and they go through for, runs given by umpire Paul Pollard. So end of the over, 21 gun, 66 for 2 with the Foxes. No toss took place at 10 o'clock this morning rather, and 2 wickets have gone down. Horton for a second ball duck, caught first slip by Wakely off Hutton, and then Ackerman sending his first ball from Berg into the hands of Newton down low at backward point. But Azad 21, Cosgrove 23, I'm just beginning to settle here for the home side. I'm forcing Northampton to a change because Hutton is going to come back here from the pavilion end.
As they could do with one more before lunch to make it at least, well, like 2 or 3 obviously, but one more before lunch you would say just about a level session perhaps. But if Leicestershire were to get to lunch at, I don't know, 90 for 2 or 85 for 2 or something like that, having been asked to bat first, I think they'd be reasonably content with that position. Brilliant spot by you, that inside edge onto the pad. I am hugely impressed. In goes Hutton. Bowls to Cosgrove off stump, playing off the back foot. A little bit of late adjustment as he drops it out into the offside. Twiddles the bat in his hand. 67 for 2. Do you ever do any umpiring or anything like that? A bit early yet in your career for umpiring.
Only when I'm out.
Playing, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah.
Which I try to avoid.
Where's Alex gone? You go out there, do 10 overs. 25 overs later, you're still there. Yes. Looking plaintively at the pavilion.
I don't mind doing it though, because you're in the game.
Yes, you're a bit more involved, aren't you? Yeah, true. There is that side of things.
I'd rather umpire than score.
Hutton turns. In he comes and bowls to Cosgrove again on off stump. It's a foolish ball to be playing back to, but Cosgrove pretty much in control. Drops it out into the offside. No run. Does your scorer use a computer or is it?
The first team scorer will use Play Cricket Score. I think is used by a lot of clubs. Oh, I think you can get live boards now on the website as well from a lot of club games.
Hutton in, bowls, again, good line and length, and all Cosgrove can do is defend, again on the back foot this time. A slightly straighter ball, swinging back in a touch to him, pushed out towards wide mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, that's been a huge change for cricketers of my generation, being presented by the scorer with a detailed statistical analysis of one's innings, including where one has hit the ball and things like that. Oh, it goes Hutton and bowls. It swings towards leg stump. Cosgrove takes his bottom hand off the bat, thick inside edge and pad. Sees the ball trickle out towards backward square. And this time, Cosgrove, seeing that Azad is interested in the possibility of a single, holds up his hand and sends him back. Very, almost a military order from Cosgrove there. Back you go, young man. Hutton in again. Bowls again. Swings in towards Cosgrove again. He's turning it into the leg side. Good accurate stuff from Hutton. That's the difference, of course, with he and Bracewell. Not quite as lively as Bracewell, but an awful lot, on this evidence, an awful lot more control. And it just reins things back in for Rossington and Northamptonshire. If you're not picking up wickets, keep control of the scoreboard. The run rate, at any rate, for straight. In goes Hutton and bowls down the leg side this time. Bounces a bit. Cosgrove, having stepped across, peers back and sees Rossington scoop the ball up one-handed away to his right, and made an over, I think, from Hutton, which is exactly what Rossington ordered, if not a wicket maiden. A maiden at least. 6 overs for him. 1 for 5 for Brett Hutton. 67 for 2 the Foxes. Half an hour until lunch. Alex goes next door to update BBC Radio Northampton. I'll be doing the same fairly shortly for BBC Radio Leicester. No wickets having fallen since I spoke to them last. Double change. So the 2 opening bowlers are back now. The Hutton-Sanderson combination, which has served Northamptonshire so well so far this season, back in tandem. As the visitors strive for a third breakthrough before the interval. Sanderson, 6 overs, none for 18 in a very unlucky first spell. In he comes and bowls to Azad. Very straight, out into the offside. Here comes the update. 67 for 2. Hassan Azad, the young opener, approaching 1,000 runs for the season. He's 21 not out, needs another 18 to reach that particular landmark. Mark Cosgrove is with him at the moment, made a century in his last match up at Durham and looks in super form. Again, the Australian, he's 23 not out. The last man to go was Colin Ackerman, who was caught low at point off the bowling of Gareth Berg for 16. Since then, however, no problems for the Foxes, and the pitch is looking pretty good. They're 67 for 2. Back with you online. That delivery from Sanderson was down the leg side to Hassan Azad. Didn't get anything on it. Stepped inside the line. Taken by Rossington. Leg slip for Azad, for Sanderson as well, as he comes in from the Bennett end. Bowls to the young left-hander. Thick top part of the pad as it bounces and swings in. And there's a form appeal, if you like, from the slips and from Rossington, but certainly not from Sanderson. Knew it didn't far too much was going on down the leg side. 67 for 2. A few bits of blue around again now. The dark cloud that had started to come over is drifting away to the east as in goes Sanderson. Thick outside edge there, bounces well short of third slip, who dives across to his left, makes the stop cleanly enough in the end. Wakely it is there. And, well, not quite cleanly. In fact, it runs away a few feet behind him. And that enables Azad and Cosgrove to pick up one. But found the outside edge. Got just on top of it. Azad, he moves on to 22. 68 for 2. Leg slip comes out for Cosgrove. Goes into gully. Round the wicket comes Sanderson. Bowls to Cosgrove, who's looking to force it. Comes back in a little bit to him. Thick inside part of the bat and onto the pad. Bounces out into the offside. Rob Newton comes in to pick up. And there is no run. Where there's 3, there's 4, lads, is the call from one of the Northamptonshire players. Often the way, when one goes, another one goes quickly. In comes Sanderson and bowls to Cosgrove, who leaves outside off stump. It swings back in, taken by Rossington, moving away to his right. Sanderson wants Cosgrove to think that was an awful lot nearer than it actually was. End of his over, 7 overs, 3 maidens, and none for 19. For Ben Sanderson, 68 for 2. Cosgrove, 23, top scorer in the innings now. Azad 22. Battled his way through the morning so far, Hassan Azad, but has battled his way through the season essentially. The young left-hander. This is what he has done for the Foxes throughout, and certainly, well, only one win for them so far this season in the County Championship, Leicestershire, in the very first game down at Hove against Sussex. But certainly the batting, the scores would have looked a lot poorer had it not been for Azad.
Here is Brett Hutton running away from us, and Azad flicks down the leg side, gets for 4 here. There's a leg gully in position. That was flicked between leg gully and Adam Rossington, and down to the Bennett end for a boundary. So Northampton have tested him in their area a couple of times, sort of around hip height really, and a couple of times he has had a flick, almost steered one into the hands of Keogh in there, a few overs ago now off Bracewell. That one was deflected finely enough to get it wide of the catcher and away for 4 runs. So Azad now is 26, 72 for 2, the 24th over of the morning. 3 catches on the offside here as well for Hutton. He's going away from us. In past umpire Billy Taylor, and Azad is forward, pushing back towards extra cover. And across comes Berg to field in there. There's no run. So long leg is very fine, almost a fine leg really in the distance, sort of between leg gully and Adam Rossington. Orthodox square leg. Curran there having a chat to Paul Pollard. Sanderson out at wide mid-on position. Down beneath us as Hutton goes in again, full of length. Brings Azad forward, pressing away back to the bowler's right hand. And there is no run.
Again, he was almost on the move there, wasn't he, Azad? He was really shuffling forward, a long way out of his crease.
There's no mid-off, there's a very wide cover, more of an orthodox cover than extra cover, and then backward point. So Northampton want him to push hard at the ball down the ground, really, as Hutton goes away again, and Azad forward, thickish inside edge down towards square leg, and there's no run. Yeah, totally different challenge here facing Hutton than Bracewell. Bracewell hitting the pitch hard, sort of a back of a length, but county cricket, you've just got to be that little bit fuller. And Hutton here finding a bit of gentle movement, nothing too exaggerated really here so far. But probing away against Azad on the front foot. Moves up again. And Azad just deflecting one, the third man here. Nicely played, offered a bit of width. And had loads of time there to play, didn't he? We're going across, and a little late dab really. Steered it away, backward of Newton. And away to the wide third man boundary for 4 runs. The first time Hutton's really lost his line, and he gets punished. 2 boundaries in the over, and Azad now has 30. And Leicestershire go to 76 for 2. Very nice little steer there. Back of a length wide of the off stump. Touched away towards that big scoreboard on the far side of the ground. Still great to have the manually operated board to our left as well, with the old numbers there being flicked over. Hutton to complete the over. Straighter line brings Azad forward, and not for the first time today. Some oohs and ahs around the bat as he plays with soft hands. Runs the ball off a thickish inside edge to square leg, but by and large he has looked in control, hasn't he? He's got 30, Hassan Azad. Cosgrove is with him on 23, and the Foxes sent in this morning at 10:30, and now 76 for 2 with 21 minutes to go until lunch.
With some batsmen, they have sort of phases of their innings. You can see them getting into better positions or becoming more fluent, but Azad just never seems to change in the way he bats all the way through. Usually strike rate of around sort of 40, maybe gets up towards 50, but just doesn't seem to change. And ideal. What do you want from an opening batsman in the county championship? Bats time, picks up his runs. Round the wicket comes Sanderson and bowls to Cosgrove, who is again just slightly walking forward to meet that one defensively as it swings back in from off stump towards off and middle, pushes it out towards mid-off. There is no run. Bracewell it is out there at mid-off. Sanderson in again, bowls. Cosgrove is beaten. That one does hold its own off the seam. Stays a little bit low as it goes through to Rossington. Cosgrove looks quizzically back down the pitch, then wanders out and pats at the offending spot and indicates with his left hand there was a little bit of movement there. Wanders back towards the crease. Sanderson almost ready to come in already. 76 for 2. And he comes and bowls, and Cosgrove, a little bit late on that one, defends the inside part of the bat, runs away towards backward square. Ben Curran, the fielder, chatting to Billy Taylor. Let's ask Billy Taylor whether he's still into his birds of prey. He was for a while. I know it sounds odd, but he used to keep a couple of hawks. In goes Sanderson, outside off stump, effort delivery, a little bit of extra bounce, swings back in, taken by Rossington, moving to his right. Cosgrove let it go through. Sanderson, quite hard to tell from here whether he's actually saying anything, but he stands at the end of his follow through and stares at Cosgrove. He used to take them when he was playing sometimes. Billy Taylor used to take them sort of round hotels and things like that for hawking days and things like that for guests and so on and so forth. Whether he's still involved in that sort of thing, I don't know. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Cosgrove, who turns a foolish delivery through mid-wicket this time. He went back nonetheless, Cosgrove, and pushed it away. Didn't quite time it. It sounded a little bit tinny as it came off the inside part of the bat, but nonetheless picks up a couple as Proctor goes in pursuit. Cosgrove moves on to 25, 78 for 2.
And the 50 partnership. Nicely done between Azad and Cosgrove, and largely without concern, really, barring that little turn around the corner from Azad that almost found the hands of leg slip.
Sanderson to finish his 8th over. In he comes from the Bennett end. Bowls to Cosgrove, thick outside edge, almost a leading edge there. Cosgrove, as it swung back in, and he was looking to play it into the leg side, came off that leading edge, bounced towards a sort of wide gully position, and crossed with himself. Cosgrove immediately rehearsed what would have basically been a slog through the leg side, but just may have straightened a little bit to him, and he got away with it. End of the over. He remains 25, 78 for 2. Azad has 30. How long until lunch? 17 minutes, so another 4 overs perhaps. 25 have been bowled. 78 for 2.
Just a bit more threat here with Hutton and Sanderson back into the attack. Hutton to continue from the pavilion end, goes into Azad, full of length and strikes the pad appeal for LBW. I think he hit it. Yeah, umpire says not out. My reaction was that he'd hit that. Billy Taylor says not out, and I suggest he must have hit it, because it was full of length. Appeared to be swinging back in. Azad, as Northamptonshire are trying to get him to do, playing firmly down the ground. I think there must have been bat involved. That was my reaction, certainly. Don't think height would have been a concern. Or was the issue of pitching outside leg stump when the right arm over bowler is over the wicket to the left-hander as Hutton is here. He goes in again, another full length. This time pushed most certainly off the bat, down towards Sanderson at wide mid-on, and there is no run. But the first moment there for Northamptonshire for quite some time, really. It went up.
Definitely worth a big shout, that's
yeah,
for sure.
Certainly bat was my first thought. As that carefully looks over his right shoulder at that leg gully that's stationed as Hutton sets off again, and this is played down to that leg gully but with soft hands, turned it around the corner nicely there. As I just rode the bounce, steered it away. Save is made by Bracewell in there, diving away to his right. 3 orthodox slips away clear at first, Levy at second. Levy playing just his second championship match of the summer here, and Keogh is in at third slip here. .78 for 2. Hutton sets off again, and Azad walking in it, nudges down towards backward point. Newton is there and there is no run.
Well, grunt of effort from Hutton when he releases the...
He's been a very good servant for Northampton in a couple of years since joining the county now. He's been playing in a side that didn't find too much success last season, still put up a decent haul of wickets. Away he goes once more. Full of length, and this time Azad driving successfully down the ground. Pleasant piece of timing, could get 4 here. Chase back for extra cover, Gareth Berg. Doesn't get there. Nice piece of timing from Hassan Azad. That's just what Northampton are trying to get him to do, to play firmly down the ground, but it was just a bit too full from Hutton, and Azad able to lean on one there, nudge it up through the vacant mid-off area, and down towards the members to our right-hand side for probably his most pleasant stroke of the day so far. He's got 34 now, 82 for 2, with the ball to go in the 26th over of the morning. Hutton in to complete the over. Flicked off the pads and dropped at leg gully. Flicked in the air straight to Bracewell. I say straight, it was probably just to his right hand side actually, but it was a catch that should have been taken really. flicked in the air just above his right shoulder, and Bracewell has put it down. So the trap laid for quite a while here, eventually getting Azad to flick a catch to that region, and Bracewell has dropped a catch. It's not been his morning at all, Bracewell. His over's fairly expensive, 5 of them for 21, and now a drop catch, and Azad gets a life, and he's still there on 34, 82 for 2.
Heartbreaking for the bowler. Everything worked, and if you're going to be at leg gully, that wasn't the most difficult of chances. Never easy, as in goes Sanderson, bowls to Cosgrove, who turns one in swinger off, a little bit inside edge onto the pad. No, just the pad, says umpire Pollard, down to long leg, and the leg bye is taken. It's always almost certainly going to come quite quickly, but it wasn't too bad a height. He got two nice hands, two strong hands to it, to his right, which is his favoured side. Couldn't hang on. Well, Azad is the sort who can make you pay for a drop catch. We are going to still have a leg gully. He's going to be on strike now to Ben Sanderson. So Curran goes from square to almost the same sort of leg gully position. He's quite deep, as in goes Sanderson over the wicket to Azad, who is defending. A straightish delivery back down the pitch to Sanderson. 83 for 2. Azad 34, just needs another 5 runs for his 1,000 for the championship this season. Well, he was almost 5 runs short there. May yet be, of course. In comes Sanderson and bowls to him on 2-leg stump, in swing again, turned to leg gully, this time in control along the ground all the way to Curran. And there's no run. He stayed on the attack, understandably, throughout the morning, Rossington. And there's been good cause to do so. Still got 3 slips, gully, leg gully, in catching positions, obviously. Mid-wicket and point, in goes Sanderson, bowls onto off-stump this time, well, off-stroke middle. And on the move, shuffling into position, Azad. Slightly tinny sound off the bat as he defends it out into the on-side. No run again. 83 for 2. So Leicester will be very happy to go in for lunch at 90 odd for 2, something like that. Azad checking his guard from umpire Pollard. Looks around him. Leg gully certainly there. As round the wicket comes Sanderson and bowls, gets him into all sorts of trouble again. Almost comes off the body onto off stump. He's looking around, no idea where the ball had gone there. It was a slightly short ball. Round it wasn't a foolish bouncer at all, and he took his eyes off it a little bit. Thumped into the body, dropped down at the feet and trickled not so very far past off stump. Again, got himself into a bad position there.
Yeah, a couple of times now has just struggled.
Mid-wicket goes in a lot closer, as in goes Sanderson and bowls to him. It holds its own off the seam outside off stump, and he steps forward and lets that one go through. Well, it's not going to discourage teams who are going to be looking at all these videos, as you say, and seeing that the trouble he can get into sometimes with it's that slightly short ball. He's okay with the proper bouncers and so on and so forth, but the ball into the sort of ribs area, that sort of area, seems to get him in a little bit of trouble. It's something to do with the technique and the strong bottom hand, and he does seem to wear a lot of them, and perhaps that's his best way forward. Just get everything out of the way, let it hit him, or I don't know. I'm sure he and John Sadler work hard at it in the nets anyway. End of the over, 83 for 2. Hutton 1 for 17 off 8 overs, and somebody in the stand alongside is causing an issue for Mark Cosgrove. Not anymore, they're not.
8 minutes to go until luncheon, 83 for 2, and Hutton on his way to bowl to Cosgrove here, and Cosgrove is playing with an angled bat, pushing forward, out towards backward point. Newton is there, and there is no run. Sanderson wants his sweater here, so maybe his work for the session is done. Second burst of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 3. Much more like Sanderson after his first spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 18. Hutton is in, 3 slips in place, and Cosgrove stuck on the pad, looking to turn one around the corner. Ball hurrying onto him, and a few times here both Hutton and Sanderson have just skipped balls onto the batsman. Rather blessed with express pace, quick enough. And certainly in terms of Sanderson hitting Azad there, you don't often see Sanderson hitting too many batsmen. It's got into a real tangle, and the ball almost dropping back onto his stumps. But he's still there, grafting it out on 34. Azad at the non-striker's end here. Cosgrove is 25, facing Hutton, and is working one through mid-wickets here for a couple of runs here down the slope. Sanderson forced to go back towards the Milligan Road to collect. And they come very gently back for that second run. Takes Cosgrove to 27. 85 for 2. Should have been 3 down with the drop of Azad. So not a great morning really for Doug Bracewell on his return for Northants. Not quite on it with the ball. Now a drop catch as well. And the chances hard earned really in this sort of the last hour or so. Could yet prove a crucial moment in the game in Northants' promotion prospects, who knows. Another start of the day from behind the arm down beneath us. Cinder Stewart. Hutton runs in, but Cosgrove again is not ready because there is more disturbance behind the arm to our right hand side.
It's with the pitch being cut right over there, the balcony on that stand where there are, well, to be honest, it's the committee balcony. So,
it's miles above the side screen though.
Yeah. Yes, you would have thought so, but
you have to sit still, of course. You
Cosgrove is a bit of a Billy Godleman in that respect sometimes.
Richard Levy's exactly the same. As Hutton does finally come in again, and Cosgrove gets one that appears to just maybe bounce a little bit. He does try to play with those low hands and work the ball around as Cosgrove, and he has to just push his hands up a little further here to ride this one off the shoulder of the bat. Down out towards square leg for no run.
And Billy Taylor got on the walkie-talkie there, and there's just been an announcement, so I always assume it's a little bit of a lecture about what would amount to sit down when the bowling is from this end.
85 for 2. Hutton is in again outside the off stump this time, and Cosgrove has cracked a couple away from that sort of line so far today. This time allows one to go through.
Conscious though that it's 5 minutes until the interval, so one more over after this, perhaps 2.
There's the Leicestershire physio down beneath us, taking the drinks in. He's got a pint of, or 4 pints of milk in his left hand.
He's the fitness and conditioning coach, so not the physio, no.
Knows how to get healthy teeth and bones, obviously. Hutton is round the wicket for the last ball of the over, and Cosgrove lets another one go outside the off stump, and the over comes to an end. So, ticking towards 3 minutes before 12:30. If Northants skip through, they may get another one in, but I did suggest that having taken his sweater, it may be Sanderson's work done for the morning, and that appears to be the case, because Luke Proctor is going to come on from the Bennett end now. So Proctor will get one over in and finish the session off, but I think so far, unless Proctor can strike, Leicestershire's morning.
Well, a decline. Leicestershire's 12th man came running on with drinks and change of gloves, but Cosgrove, before he got 10 yards onto the pitch, sent him off, and I think he said to go and have a word with the committee balcony. I'm not quite sure. Tell them to sit down, maybe. Who knows what's going on up there. Luke Proctor is going to be bowling to Hassan Azad, and he hasn't got a leg gully. He has got a backward square though. In he goes and bowls to Azad, who turns it past that backward square out towards long leg and jogs 1. It is a fair current. He was crouched down with his hands on his knees, but he's in almost Well, can we call that leg gully? I think
No, it's sort of
it's a swartish backward square, isn't it? It's a
catching square leg, yeah.
For Cosgrove as well. In goes Proctor and bowls to Cosgrove, who leaves outside off stump. A little bit of movement from Proctor. A rare single digit on his back, number 2 on Luke Proctor's shirt. Three slips as in he comes and bowls to Cosgrove, who is interested in the concept of a drive, but plays very late and deliberately inside the line, as is his wont. Basically let it go through outside off stump.
It's as if he needs something to do, isn't it? Because he lets those go and then plays the shot after the ball has gone, deliberately letting it go, but he can't just stand still, it seems.
Proctor into him again. He defends firmly this time on middle and leg. Plays the ball out into the on side on this occasion. There's no run. I think we will get... I'd just get one more over. 2 balls.
Yeah, I've got 65 seconds, yeah.
How quickly will these 2 balls be bowled? Proctor scurries in. Slightly curved run, bowls to Cosgrove. Onto leg stump. This time turned towards square leg, but not very firmly. Enables Curran to jog across and field, and there is no run.
40 seconds.
Proctor is hurrying through. In he comes down the slope, bowls to Cosgrove, who leaves outside off stump, and Northampton sprint to the far end, led by Rossington, and the slips to get in position to squeeze in that extra over. We are going to have, we've only had 29 in the session, so that will bring it up to 30, the over 8 minus 1. So there will be 2 short for the session.
I think 30 in a first morning of a game is absolutely fine.
Decent, isn't it? That really? Azad is checking his guard because Hutton is going to go round the wicket.
Yeah, I haven't quite gone round the wicket enough, I don't think, to the left-handers of Northants, but Hutton starting round the wicket here, the last over of the session. 3 slips and a leg gully in place. Azad lets the first one go just outside the off stump from a good length. So what we've seen this morning has been a pretty decent deck, I think. Not too much in the way of sideways movement, not too much in the way of swing, a little bit there, but this partnership has been largely untroubled, really, it must be said. A chance of Azad, though. Previous Hutton over as he goes up once more, and this is angled away on the bounce to third slip. Went very quickly there to Keogh, made a good save, sticking out 2 hands to his left. Took a whack very early in the session, did Keogh on the finger. He's got another one there just before lunch, but saved 4. But just the way that Azad and Cosgrove before him able to play those balls outside the off stump with some confidence. The ball's zipping around. You content to let those go, but happy to play just outside the off stump as Hutton goes in again and clipped around the corner out to square leg. Good save from Curran. It was quickly to his left. Look at the wrist there from Azad to that sort of awkward length that has got him into trouble on a couple of occasions, but here turned it away with good timing. But a good save from Curran keeps Azad on 35. 86 for 2.
You sort of think with Azad that it's going to have to be sheer weight of runs that's going to bring him to the attention in terms of possible further advancement in his career, because his technique is so sort of not unorthodox but fairly individual.
Hutton is back over the wicket now, goes into Azad, and Azad is flicking leg side again, this time away from Curran and out for 4 runs, and Hassan Azad goes to 1,000 runs in the county championship for the summer. A fine achievement. It's becoming rarer and rarer, really, but Azad here can celebrate a fine milestone, goes to 39 and takes Leicestershire to 90 for 2.
Well done, young man. That, by any judgment, is a marvellous year, and in your very first season, it's a bit special. There's going to be an update, so I have something nice to tell them for BBC Radio Leicester, so I shall nip in ahead of Alex, if I may. 90 for 2. And as you come to me, Hassan Azad has just scored his 1,000th run in the county championship this season. The young left-hander has gone on to 39 not out. He was fortunate. He was dropped just a few minutes ago at leg gully by Doug Bracewell, the New Zealand international, off the bowling of Brett Hutton, but having got away with that, he just clipped one away through the leg side for 4. Mark Cosgrove is with him. He's 27 not out. He's looked in very good touch indeed. And the Fox have been pretty pleased with their position. They're 90 for 2, having been asked to bat with just a few minutes until lunch. Back with you online. That one was turned by Azad to Bracewell again, who stopped it cleanly enough. 1 ball to go.
And extra cover has come across to a catching forward square leg position here. Hutton over the wicket for the last ball of the session. And Azad is driving through a vacant mid-off region. Won't get a boundary here. May get 2 though. Sanderson's gone across to collect and actually keeps him down to just 1. So good work from Sanderson with a scramble to his right-hand side. But that brings luncheon with a good morning for Leicestershire. Sent in, but they've reached 91 for 2. Wickets to fall. Horton in the second over of the morning, caught by Wakely at first slip for a second ball duck, and then Ackerman after a good start.
Beginning to play quite fluently, having gone to 16, done a lot of hard work, rather gave it away when he flung his bat at a wideish delivery from Gareth Berg. Berg's first delivery in Northamptonshire colours steered the ball straight to Rob Newton at point, 28 for 2. Hassan Azad is 40 not out. He was dropped on 34 at leg gully, a deliberately set trap. Unfortunately for Northants, Doug Bracewell couldn't hang on to the chance. That was off Brett Hutton, and the score was 82 at the time. It's now gone on to 91 for 2. Mark Cosgrove, the other not out batsman, is 27 at the resumption of the innings. He's leaning on his bat, watching as Hassan Azad peers around, sees that widest leg gully is still in position, and he's going to be facing the bowling of Luke Proctor. Round the wicket goes Proctor and bowls outside off stump. Good bit of lift. Allowed to go through by Hazard and taken above the waist, well above the waist by Adam Rossington behind the stumps. Cloudy start to the afternoon. There is blue sky around, but no great empty stretches of it. Suggests we're going to have mostly a cloudy afternoon as Proctor round the wicket to Azad, thick inside edge onto the foot, and that hurt. Azad is limping around now. That really hurt, and he's dropped his bat. He was interested in the possibility of a single, realised it was hurting a bit too much. Also, there wasn't really a single in it. It's his, the way he's limping at the moment suggests he's going to have to take quite a few minutes here, because that one really, maybe on a funny bone, maybe just genuinely hurt, but he's in a lot of trouble. Was it onto the right foot? If it is a foot, he's got a real potential problem here, because he can barely put any weight on his right foot at the moment. He's trying to sort of shake it off a little bit. Cosgrove, who's wandered down the wicket to buy him a little bit of time, is waving to the pavilion, so we're going to get a delay straight away. No, we're not. Azad has shaken it off. He's a tough boy, this kid, it seems. Alex back alongside me.
Afternoon all once again. Yeah, thick inside edge. I think you just caught him on the inside of the right foot. So just missed the sort of side bit of the pad. And obviously, if it's struck onto the bone, it's going to be quite painful.
In comes Proctor and bowls again to him. He's going to pick up runs there. He's going to chance to run it off. It was foolish outside, off stump, steered away behind point. Third man has a long way to run. They should make 3. Azad still noticeably limping as he completes that third run, but that will get the blood circulating through the bruise, and I'm sure that there will be a considerable bruise. Azad moves on to 43, 94 for 2. Enjoy your lunch?
Very pleasant as ever, yes. Very
Good
well
stuff.
looked after here at Grayshire, don't we?
Good stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of people down there in the...
Yeah, it was quite well populated, wasn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
I think a good lunch service.
Proctor into Cosgrove, staying around the wicket. 2 left-handers, of course, comes off the thigh pad, I think, maybe the top of Cosgrove's right pad as it bounced a little more than he expected perhaps and swung in. Would have gone on down the leg side had it not been interrupted by the pad, and trickles out to Curran, who's in a more he's almost still in a catching position, but it is slightly more backward square now than a very wide leg gully. In goes Proctor and bowls again, and Curran in the game again as it swings in towards leg stump, and Cosgrove on the back foot just turns it to Curran at that backward square position. Still got the 3 slips, Rossington.
Had a little word with Proctor at lunch. He said pitch was a little slow. That was his assessment.
Looks like it a day of sunshine, if unfortunately there isn't too much of that today, but might just quicken it up a bit. Proctor in, down the leg side, bounces. Nice bounce, but Cosgrove trying to turn it down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Rossington. And I would imagine on that basis that Northants a little bit disappointed just to have picked up a couple of wickets in the morning session. But they'll know with Leicester's record this season suggests that there hasn't been too much tail wagging, if that makes sense. So if you can get 5 or 6 down, then there isn't usually too much added in terms of runs by the sort of last 3 or 4. So far this season, that is.
They have batted well here a few times as well. That experience behind them. As having Cosgrove showing a good stand to lunch, 63 unbeaten runs for the 3rd wicket to get them to the break. Can they go on here in the afternoon session? Now, Doug Bracewell is going to open up from the Pooley end straight after lunch. Leg gully goes back in, 2 slips in the gully on the offside as Bracewell bowls over the wicket, way outside the off stump of Azad, a real loosener. It's let go and it bounces through behind the stumps to Rossington. Still got these quite square men at mid-wicket and cover, no mid-off or orthodox mid-on really, which does suggest the pitch is a little slow. Ball maybe squirting a little squarer. Man at point is fairly straight, it looks like there, Newton. Pretty much an orthodox cover and also quite close as Bracewell moves in again. This is flicked away but past the leg gully down to long leg in the distance. Proctor down by the car park in his long sleeved sweater, and they go through for a single as that goes to 44, 95 for 2. Now for Cosgrove, a mid-off is going back in and leg gully comes across to extra cover. So for Cosgrove, 2 slips and an orthodox gully. In fact, they're going to move Hutton back across, I think. Or is going to have a catch up on the leg side here in front of the bat. I think he is. So 2 slips gully, orthodox point, orthodox mid-off. Then it's a pretty orthodox mid-on now as well. Mid-wicket, backward square and long leg for Cosgrove. Bracewell is round the wicket and Cosgrove is driving nicely down the ground. It'll run away for 4. It wasn't actually perfectly timed, but Cosgrove got enough on it. It's by no means a half volley either, but got a good stride in. Good hands there from the big Aussie. Down towards the members to our right hand side for the first boundary of the afternoon session. Takes Cosgrove up to 31 and Leicestershire at 99 for 2 here in the second over after the break. Nice stroke, confident stroke. Another sign that the pitch perhaps isn't the quickest, able to come down and punch through the line. Certainly a sign that there's not much movement out there as Bracewell goes in again. This is down the leg side and Cosgrove looks to flick it away, misses and hangs his head as Rossington takes it away to his right hand side. Never really settled, I didn't think, in that first burst did Bracewell. 5 overs, no maiden, 0 for 21. Bowled both sides of the wicket really. Didn't quite bowl to a really concerted plan for the majority of his spell. Conceding runs at the start of his second here as he goes away from us again, and Cosgrove drives once more, this time to the right hand side of mid-off, and will pick up another boundary. Another really imperious stroke from Mark Cosgrove. He looks in the mood today. He crashed one through cover point in the morning session, and here has played 2 very smart off drives straight after lunch to the left and out of the right of mid-off. Okay, he brings the 100 up for the Foxes, 103 for 2, and Cosgrove goes to 35.
He does have that left-hander's elegance about his shots. There's a sort of lot of brutality about them. He's that sort of shape, but there is something very pleasing.
Bracewell marches in again, and Cosgrove turns away through mid-wicket. He'd come across to extra cover. So more runs here down the slope. Sanderson's after this, down towards the Milligan Road. We'll haul it in, and then we'll turn and come back for a very comfortable third run. So a very expensive opening over for Doug Bracewell here. After lunch has gone for 11 runs there. Cosgrove now has 38, as Ad is with him on 44, and Leicestershire are very nicely placed at 106 for 2. The men out in the morning session, Horton gone early in the piece, call it slip for a second ball back. At that stage you thought 10:30 start, Hutton and Sanderson right in the game, but it didn't quite happen. Ackerman caught at point for 16 off Berg, the only other wicket to fall in the morning.
Bracewell's giving Rossington a bit of a problem, isn't he, really, because he's gone for a few. Can't keep bowling Hutton and Sanderson. Doesn't want to lose control of the scoring rate. Proctor, 11 wickets this season at 50. An economy rate about 3.6 as he comes in and bowls to Cosgrove. Middle and leg, Cosgrove back foot, defends straight back down the pitch past Proctor, picked up by mid-on, moving across to his right. No run.
There's a lot of donkey work, does Proctor.
Yeah, 158 overs, 159 coming into this match. A best of 4 for 26 this season. Round the wicket he comes and bowls to Cosgrove, outside off stump. Cosgrove steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Already Keogh warming up here at extra cover.
Got to be worth a look, isn't it? Just to see, I guess. I wasn't sure whether we'd get an over or two before lunch, to be honest. But as I say, they've picked Parkinson for a reason. Leicester, he was in the squad. They did want to sort of pitch that potential to turn twice. In goes Proctor. Bowls, Cosgrove drives, and a good stop. Oh no, not a good stop. I thought he just got his left hand to that. He flung himself to his left, Keogh, but couldn't get there. And another 4 to Cosgrove, another dismissive boundary. And Cosgrove, as Alex said, does look very much in the mood. Can he go on? So often this season he got in and wasn't able to go on. He did go on against Durham, and perhaps that's just triggered something in his mind. 53 against Sussex, not out. 67 against Worcestershire. 28s, 70s, 63, 60, and then finally that 107 up at Chesterley Street. Kept saying, I'm hitting it well.
Certainly hitting it well here, isn't he?
But I won't keep getting out. And you hear that from a lot of batsmen sometimes. In Cosgrove's case, though, it kind of was true. Threatening to come out here at Grace Road. A long conversation between Rossington and Proctor. Don't give him much to drive, presumably was the gist of it, but no changes to the field as a result of that long consultation. In goes Proctor and bowls to Cosgrove, who leaves outside off stump.
Well, he hasn't put away 3 half volleys here in the last 10 deliveries. He's got a good stride into balls, fractionally full of a decent length, and just timed it superbly well. It's a good wicket.
42 not out he's moved on to, out of 110 for 2. Sun back out now. That will only help the wicket as Keogh continues some elaborate warming up at extra cover. As Proctor rushes in and bowls to Cosgrove, that's a better delivery. On off stump, Cosgrove back foot, defensive. Pushing it out into the offside, picked up by Proctor in his follow through, then thrown to Keogh, who doesn't polish it, just throws it to mid-on to do the polishing. Proctor turns, last ball of his over, bowls to Cosgrove, back foot slightly short of a length this time, looking to force out into the offside, doesn't really time it, it trickles out in front of point, but comfortable enough stop nonetheless for Newton moving to his left. End of the over, 110 for 2, 33 overs have been bowled. Cosgrove 42 not out. Hassan Azad 44 not out, 1,005 championship runs for Hassan Azad now this season, averaging fairly close to 60 now, with this innings included, another not out. 21 innings I think he's played, or this is his 21st anyway.
Sun back with us for the moment. I don't think it's going to stay around for long. There's plenty of clouds around Leicestershire today, but it's a pleasant one, with a couple of extra degrees in the next couple of days or so. Decent week weather-wise. Here is Bracewell, pavilion end, going into Azad, and Azad in his crease. There's plenty of time to play that, isn't he, from a decent length. Dabbing it down a few yards out on the onside, and Curran rushes up from square leg to collect, and there's no run. Still got this leg gully in here, so the Northants persisting with it. They create the chance to Azad in that region. Bracewell, the man to put the catch down. We're back to 2 slips gully. Very straight point. Orthodox cover, really. It's wide mid-on, come mid-wicket, really. Square leg, leg gully, and long leg as Bracewell goes in again. Full outside the off stump and driven away past point for 4 runs. Was that in the air? There was a cry of catch as Newton dived to his left-hand side. It went thundering away out towards the point boundary to our right-hand side. I assume it was a bump ball. Nobody looks particularly
have to see the
disappointed,
replay.
yeah.
A few hands started to go up there, didn't they? Which makes you think there was a cry of catch, wasn't there? But
one of the smaller men on the ground with Newton there at point, and not the most agile either. He leapt to his left-hand side, but the ball had such ferocity on it. 114 for 2 now, and Azad is 48, and he's still on 48. It's a good save from Curran, denies him 50 by tumbling away to his right-hand side. That was turned away with good timing, and Curran quickly across to slide away, stick out a right hand and haul that one back in. Otherwise that would have slipped away for a couple of runs to bring Azad's 50.
Should say that Azad isn't the first Division 2 batsman to go past 1,000 runs. Labuschagne for Glamorgan.
Bracewell is in again and pulling here as Azad down towards the long leg, bouncing down towards Proctor there in the deep. Just runs in front of the written press box on the far side of the ground, and they get a single. Takes Azad to 49, 115 for 2. Yeah, Labuschagne had such a wonderful start of the year, didn't he? 5 centuries he racked up, including plundering some runs on an awful pitch against Northamptonshire, Cardiff.
Good to see a Division 2 batsman playing a huge role in the Ashes then, isn't it?
Well, quite, yeah.
I mean, it is a fair point, I think.
Cosgrove back on strike, so extra man on the offside here as Bracewell is in, but loses his line and is flicked away to long leg for a single. So Bracewell here continuing to leak runs. Cosgrove goes to 43, 116 for 2.
The other one to have reached 1,000 in very few innings, relatively speaking, Dane Villas. So good company for young Azad to be in, Labuschagne and Villas.
Yeah, one an international cricketer, and one probably would be in the international cricketer if he was still available to South Africa, as Bracewell goes in and Azad is driving. No real timing, and Samson able to come across from mid-wicket to cut that off. And the over comes to an end. So Azad is going nicely, 49. Cosgrove likewise, very fluent here after the luncheon interval. He's 43. And this partnership continues to impress here for the Foxes. Added 88 now this pair, 116 for 2.
Proctor will continue from the Bennett end. Quite a few more occupants of the green seats in front of the Turner Indoor Centre now. Proctor's going to go around the wicket to Cosgrove, who waits because fielders not quite all in position. 3 slips go down as Proctor is in to the Australian, who flicks it away down to fine leg. Had a lot of time there, just turned his wrists on it. Beautiful piece of timing. Straight down to Bracewell, who's got his hands on his hips down there, contemplating at the moment. Fine leg returns to the wicketkeeper. Cosgrove moves on to 44, 117 for 2. Azad approaching what would be, if he gets there, his 7th half-century of the season, to go with 3 centuries. He's 49 not out. Round the wicket comes Proctor and bowls to him outside off stump. Arguably just straightens a fraction, but it was quite wide. And Azad on the move as ever. Hyperactive. He doesn't step forward, raise his bat and stand there. He steps forward, raises his bat, and then he's stepping away almost immediately. Almost the same movement. Looks around him, rehearses a shot. Seems to have run off the bruised foot. In goes Proctor and bowls to him. Better line and length on off stump. Requires a defensive push. Gets a defensive push out into the offside. No run. Trees still pretty green all around the ground. But 2 just hints of yellow, hints of autumn in the trees alongside the Milligan Road there. Not quite yet. Actually, the forecast is so good for the rest of this week, as in comes Proctor and bowls to Azad, who defends, and that is his 50. Slightly angled bat, pushing it through the vacant gully down towards third man, who comes in to meet the ball. Applause for Hassan Azad. He goes to 50, his 7th of the season. What a first full season it has been for the young man. Born in Karachi, but brought up and very much in Leicester, and gone through the Nottinghamshire system. Trials elsewhere. Decided once Nottinghamshire let him go, he was going to go and do his master's degree in chemical engineering at Loughborough, which earlier this summer he graduated from with a first. 118 for 2. Azad watching as in goes Proctor and bowls to Cosgrove, who waits and waits and just turns his wrists on a foolish delivery out towards mid-wicket. In fact, he's turned his wrists on it, timed it so sweetly that it is going to run away for 4. Lovely shot from Cosgrove, who does look in beautiful touch out there. Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Coming up. News of a half-century indeed for Hassan Azad, the young left-hander, his 7th half-century of the season. That's to go with 3 centuries in an innings in which he's already passed 1,000 championship runs for the season. Only the 3rd man in Division 2 to achieve that feat. He's 50 not out. Mark Cosgrove playing quite beautifully at the moment. He's 48 not out, made a century in his last match. The sun is out, the pitch is looking pretty good. These two have added almost 100 now, 96 in fact, for the 3rd wicket so far, without too many issues. Azad was dropped on 34, but he's overcome that and he's batting well again now. 122 for 2, the Foxes.
105 balls, 8 boundaries for Azad's half-century. Very nicely played indeed. Now for the T20 batters here, they have the balls the batsman faced on the board, don't they, over there? Think I'm right in saying?
I'm not sure they have balls faced.
I thought they did for all forms of one-day cricket, actually.
You could well be right, but...
Not there today, anyway.
No.
1-2-2 for 2, and Bracewell is going to continue into a 3rd over here after lunch. Runs away to Azad, who's forward, playing with an angled bat into the gully. Keogh's there, no run.
All that warming up Keogh did. Oh, he's still going. He's still...
Enjoys a long warm-up.
Yes.
The sun finds us again. It's a day of short bursts of very welcoming sunshine, shining right into our box here. So a bit of shades on day throughout, really. It's been quite bright. Bracewell is up again, and Azad is flicking around the corner. Again beats the man at leg gully, down towards Proctor, who's sweaterless down in the distance, bowling from the far end, runs away from the car park and keeps him down to just 1. So Azad 51 not out, 1-2-3 for 2. Cosgrove on the verge of his own half-century here as well. 48 to him. Man goes across once again from that leg gully position into the covers for the Australian. He waits for Bracewell. Shirt untucked, goes in past Billy Taylor, and a straight line is defended back up towards the bowler. There is no run. Initially Cosgrove there looking to whip it away leg side, but just checked his stroke and ran it back up towards the bowlers. Right hand for no run. Very gentle scene here at Grace Road, just to the south of Leicester city centre. Certainly one of my more pleasant commutes of the summer. As Bracewell sets off again. Into the wicket he goes, and Cosgrove, I beg your pardon, is whipping down the slope for 4 runs. That'll be his half-century now as well. This time Cosgrove is able to work one around the corner. Steered in front of current, down towards the Milligan Road for a boundary. And Mark Cosgrove joins his partner here in raising a half-century. Very smartly played indeed. Cosgrove coming out after lunch with some intent, it seems. He's got to 52. And the Foxes to 127 for 2.
72.9, I believe his figures. And he has looked marvellously fluent.
It's a very good nick indeed, yeah. Vintage Cosgrove, you could call it so far. When he gets on top of an attack, his belligerent best. Bracewell goes in again. Full ball outside the off stump. Bit of a tempter, and he was there waiting to crash it away. And at the last moment, decided, wait a second, let's keep the hands inside this. And allows it to pass through to Rossington.
Yes, there was a lot of intent in the way he raised his bat there, wasn't there? And then he remembered it wasn't T20 anymore. And there's a real opportunity here for him to go on and make another big score. 99 the partnership now.
It's Bracewell to complete the over, and Cosgrove is again able to turn one down the leg side. Good save here from Proctor actually, rushing around to his left from long leg, as that was travelling quickly out towards the written breast box on the far side of the ground, but that single raises the 100 stand between Azad and Cosgrove with the third wicket. Moving away from a tricky spot earlier on, 28 for 2 they were in the 13th over of the day, but taking their side into a smart position now at 128 for 2 after 36. So the runs are coming a good lick too.
Cosgrove's 50 was in fact 73 balls and 9 fours. 100 partnership. 36 overs, 128 for 2. A run rate 3.6. Post lunch, a lot of runs coming as Sanderson is back on bowling to Cosgrove, tucking him up a little bit. He's bowling over the wicket to the Australian, who goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. He's had to go back to Sanderson, really. Rossington perhaps earlier than he may have wanted to, because both Proctor and Bracewell just going for too many runs, really.
Yeah, the other good thing about Cosgrove's batting rate is he's sort of certainly knocked Proctor for the moment out of the attack.
Sanderson in and beats Cosgrove outside off stump with a super delivery that just holds its own. Threatened to shake back in, but went through outside off stump. A little bit of movement, says Cosgrove, who is very eloquent with his hands after he's been beaten. He always tells you what the ball's been doing. Movement off the seam. The excellent Sanderson. In he comes. Bowls to Cosgrove, who drives pleasantly. Don't know if he got quite all of that. Might just go. It's a long chase back for Proctor. He is going to pull it back up about a yard short of the wide extra cover boundary. Cosgrove has to settle for 3. Stepped out as ever. It wasn't quite a half volley. Didn't quite time it beautifully, but there was a big gap there and it ran a long way. Didn't quite make the boundary though. pursued all the way back by Proctor. 3 to Cosgrove, moves on to 56. And it's this Cosgrove really that Leicestershire have missed so much really over the last year and a half, 2 years. Cosgrove that goes on and really changes games. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Azad wide, outside off stump and slightly short, and Azad lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through. Of course, when he does score at 70 or 80 in terms of his strike rate, and goes on to get a decent score, 3 figures, and he scores his runs so quickly that there's still a lot of time left in the game. May need them, Leicestershire, on a wicket like this, if he does manage to go on. Long way to go, of course. Sanderson in to Azad, down the leg side, bounces and swings away. Azad shapes as though he's trying to glance it down there. Doesn't, and taken by Rossington. No run. 144 balls for the 100 partnership in 100 minutes. Cosgrove 53, Azad 44 of them. So Azad's making not more than his fair share, but making a very decent contribution as in goes Sanderson and bowls to him, outside off stump, big step forward, but bat is left raised. End of the over, Sanderson's 10th. 4 maidens and none for 24. The big seamer. Leicestershire, after 37 overs, are 131 for 2, and we are set very fair now. Alex has taken his sweater off. It must be set. Yeah, the sun starts to come into the commentary box about this time.
Bracewell's going to be replaced here at the bottom end. 3 overs for 24 after lunch. It's been poor. It's not been a good day for Doug Bracewell. Altogether 8 overs, no maiden, 0 for 45 and a drop catch.
So he'll have better days, won't he?
Auspicious return.
One hopes.
And I think Nathan Buckleby sat somewhere thinking, well, I think I could have managed that myself at far lesser expense. But Northampton wanted to bring the bodies over, ready to have options, make sure that they're not just relying on the same group of bowlers to try and do the work in these last few weeks in case there is an injury. Here's Gareth Berg taking over and going into Cosgrove outside the off stump, and Cosgrove leans inside the line and it goes through to Rossington behind the stump. Just a 1 slip in place now and a gully, then 3 on the offside, point, extra cover and a mid off, and a mid on in position. There's a catching mid wicket, Rob Keogh's in there, square leg, very tight to Paul Pollard is Ben Curran, and long leg down in the distance where a spectator has come across, having a little chat there
I was wondering who that
was.
was.
Down there.
Obviously knows what he's about, judging by the animated conversation.
Change of tactic now, because straight away the catching mid-wicket is dispensed with and goes back to gully. And Sanderson has just moved a little wider at mid-on. So 2 slips in the gully now as Berg is into Cosgrove, and Cosgrove again lets one go just outside the off stump. Just haven't really settled Northants, have they? Outside Sanderson and Hutton, of course, but the 3 seamers used, they just haven't settled in on a good enough area and probed away and tightened things up. Obviously still enough happening there, because Rossington are happy to keep the catches in, but simply haven't bowled well enough to bring those catches into play so far. As Berg sets off again, right arm over, and Cosgrove just touching at one that maybe bounced a wee bit outside the off stump, and he dabs it down. The ball rolls very slowly behind the wicket, and Rossington himself comes across to collect, and there's no run. 131 for 2 in the Grace Road sunshine. A bit more of a breeze blowing now, it looks like, judging by the flag away to our left towards the Milligan Road, as Berg sets off again, brings Cosgrove forward, played that slightly on the walk down towards extra cover. Hutton comes across to collect, and there is no run. If the sun continues to shine on our commentary box, it could get quite warm. It could get quite sleepy here in the box as well.
Yes, let us know if you hear two gentle snores coming.
It's a good job we didn't have a pint with our luncheon. Burke goes into the wicket again, and on the back foot is Cosgrove, flicking this away, but only as far as Curran, who's out there at square leg.
I got used to having a siesta over the last week, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, yeah. So you nipped home straight after the T20s concluded, did you?
Leicestershire's lack of participation in the quarter-finals, yes, alas, did at least have the silver lining of being able to pop across.
10-day break or so. Did he fly out on the Saturday?
Indeed.
Here is Berg in to complete the over, and Cosgrove is driving, but no timing on the stroke. Wristily played there, to extra cover where Hutton collects, and there is no run. 1-3-1 for 2. Very nice to have warmer climes to retreat to. It was a bit wintry actually last week here. There was a bit of weather around. Certainly the T20, the first of the quarterfinals, was played at Chesley Street.
It looked freezing.
Played in dreadful conditions, really windy and horrible. And the first day of the Old Trafford Test as well, that looks horrendous.
I did watch the T20 quarterfinals.
Yeah, they weren't terribly good, I didn't think, apart from that first match, because Notts dished out a right old walloping to Middlesex.
Sanderson down the slope to Azad, slightly short outside, off stump, gets up on his toes and squirts it away rather, doesn't time it in front of point. Is able to run away to his left to make the stop. Single taken by Azad, moves on to 52, the motorbike workshop, working on some sort of a engine. I would like to try and identify. I'm not good on motorbikes. You hear some loud noises from time to time, that's what's happening. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Cosgrove, beats him with a beauty that shapes him back in and moves away a touch off the seam. Beautiful delivery, and Sanderson just turns on his heels and marches back.
Worcestershire Delta stuff into Sussex on the south coast as well.
I saw him dropped
down Christian.
Horribly dropped by Carey, wasn't he? Behind the wicket on next to nothing on 6. And that's the overseas player who'd been brought in especially for the game, and he
a superb match running 100.
Awful. Yeah. Drop. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Cosgrove, who drives away to the offside, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, but an exquisite drive, and Sanderson has his hands on his hips in disbelief because he got so much of that, timed it quite exquisitely, but he just really wasn't there to play that shot too, but he played it and connected beautifully, and Sanderson was no blame for it to really on him for that shot, and just against the laws really.
That was all ability, all timing, all eye from Cosgrove. Thought his eyes were getting worse, Rich.
In goes Sanderson and bowls to him, and it's appeal for leg before Sanderson's appealing desperately, chasing down the wicket in supplication, but no, says umpire Pollard, and he was trying to play it on the leg side, and I think it may just have been, well, that's what umpire Pollard decided as well, it may have been slipping down the leg side. It was an appeal out of, down the leg side, says umpire Pollard, indicating as such to Sanderson. There was a slight hint of desperation about the fervent nature of the appeal from Sanderson, who's back down the slope to Cosgrove, who's waiting for one on off stump. He was looking in a position to drive that one, but again, it wasn't that different to the delivery that he did drive away, but this time he just waited for it. Perhaps it was a fraction wide and just dabbed it down with an angle back down to third man and jogs a single. Sanderson and Cosgrove have played against each other for quite a long time now. They'll know each other pretty well. 61 to Cosgrove, 52 to Azad, 137 for 2. Must be desperately depressing as a bowler to to have a decent delivery put away like that. Sanderson back round the wicket to Azad. In he goes. Azad is looking just to paddle it away as it bounces up towards leg stump, and does. Slightly bottom edge. Past backward square, long leg is the fielder. It means Azad keeps the strike. He moves on to 53, 138 for 2. Cosgrove is looking dangerous, isn't he? From Northampton's point of view, because I haven't seen him play this well. It was a different sort of innings he played against Durham, but I haven't seen him play this well for a long time.
How many balls did he face against Durham, do you know?
Yep. I mentioned it earlier, something like 300. Let's have a look. See.
Pretty much all day, wasn't it?
269. Yeah.
Only for 2 sessions plus. To save that game, did Northampton a favour on that day, but not doing them a favour here. 1 for 3, 8 for 2, looking in very good touch. Northampton striving for a breakthrough. The partnership 110 here for the 3rd wicket. As Berg is into Azad. Back of length ball, and Azad just about, well, he struck on the head, is he? Has he been struck? Yeah, he takes the helmet off straight away. He's been pinned on the lid. I thought he got up and managed to knock that down, but the ball got up and struck him in the lid. So there'll be a delay here while Azad gets checked over and struck for the 3rd time today. To back of it balls. I mean, Berg's, like Sanderson before, who struck us out in the morning session, of no express pace really. But he must misread the length, because he doesn't know what to do. We saw him in the morning session trying to duck at Sanderson getting struck. Here he was trying to ride the bounce, the one that got up and struck him on the lid, which suggested it was a height that he probably could have ducked beneath. He does have his troubles against the short ball, so a delay while he's checked over at 138 for 2. Elsewhere, Derbyshire, after a good start, are now beginning to lose wickets at Old Trafford against Lancashire. 1, 2, 4 for 5. Derbyshire are there. Durham also suddenly under real pressure at Lords. They wanted to back, so they contested the toss. Middlesex won it, chose to bowl. Proving a good decision, because Durham are 112 for 6. Miguel Cummings is playing there for Middlesex. Flown over for these final rounds of matches and has got himself a 1st wicket of the day. So Durham under some pressure. Worcestershire 94 for 3 against Glamorgan at New Road. And Gloucestershire 97 for 4 now at Bristol against Sussex. They've got a very good start there, the Gloucesters, but certainly on the back foot against Sussex, who chose to field first down there in Bristol. A little further down the M5 at Taunton, Somerset under big pressure, 90 for 6 against Yorkshire. But Essex, who began the round a few points in front of Somerset at the top of the table, were under some pressure in the morning session. They've got a couple of wickets now against Warwickshire and Edgbaston. The Bears 117 for 2. Hampshire, the worst ball of the day here, 90 for 8 against Surrey at the Ageas Bowl. And chose to bat first there, did Hans. Surrey needed a few points to confirm their Division 1 safety, but should be a foregone conclusion really with the matches remaining. Notts Kent at Trent Bridge. Kent also got a little bit of work to do to ensure the Division 1 survival. They're 115 for 4, having won the toss and chose to bat first against Notts. So I think flew over a specialist spinner again. They did. Ravi Ashwin is back for Notts and has taken 3 for so far. So maybe a spinning deck again there at Trent Bridge as Notts somehow try to climb out of the depths in which they find themselves. Warwickshire need another 33 points to ensure they survive.
As we said, Leicestershire sport is taking a certain amount of amusement out of Notts' travails, in particular the number of matches they've gone without a win.
I think everybody
for our record
I think everybody is tittering away at Notts' travails this season, and we'll be welcoming them back down to Division 2 next year. So back end away, short leg goes in, leg gully is back as Berg is in, does bowl a back of left ball, oh, it's pulled off the top of the bat, in the air, but well in front of Bracewell, extra cover, and Azad survives, but he's all over the place really against the short ball. He does not know where to go.
The short straight ball, isn't it? It's particularly the sort of, the one that's straight at his sort of left ear, or I don't know whether, as you say, he misreads the length, or isn't sure whether to sort of step to one side or the other.
Deep square now drops back as well. Berg in. A length delivery nudged into mid-wicket. They could have probably stolen a single there with Curran hurrying back, but they erred on the side of caution. And Azad sends Cosgrove back, but definitely some weakness here to try and exploit. But Azad coped just about okay. So, well, he survived, isn't he, for 53 runs so far. 138 for 2. Waits again. Berg is after him here from the pavilion end. Goes full, and it's dabbed down wide of short leg. Curran sticking out a left hand, couldn't grab it before it slipped away for a single down the slope. And Azad gets off strike as a 54. 139 for 2 in this elongated 40th over of the day.
Yeah, it could be a long old session this one, couldn't it, with these delays. A little bit more news from, or pertaining to, Trent Bridge. Stephen Fleming will be coaching the 100 side that's going to be based there, just to add to the Notts connections.
Another foreign coach. Berg to Cosgrove, 2 slips of gully, and Cosgrove stuck on the pad, huge cry for LBW! Not out, says Billy Taylor, probably pitched outside leg.
He was shaking his head straight away there, wasn't he?
Very difficult to get an LBW without some significant movement back into the left-hander from right arm over bowling. Always likely to get the benefit over that there. Scuttle through and caught Cosgrove in the crease. He's there on 61. Waits for Berg again. Probing over here. Very full delivery. Driven away, and a save made between Hutton and Bracewell. An extra cover in mid-off. And there is no run to end the over. So probing away is Gareth Berg. Northampton still striving for this breakthrough. 139 for 2, the Foxes. Who this morning lost Hutton for naught. Horton, sorry, for naught. 2 Hutton, Ackerman to Berg for 16. So yeah, I think every single one of the 100 sides, the men's sides, have got a foreign coach. So the money dripping out of the game. Healthy salaries being
all the money
paid.
that's going to be made and given to the counties as a consequence.
Well, that money's guaranteed, so
yeah,
to the likes of Leicestershire and Northamptonshire, it doesn't really matter if it works or not, because their 1.3 or whatever it is supposedly guaranteed.
That's the promise. So we are going to see Keogh now, are we? No, we're not. I thought we were for a second. But it will be Sanderson to continue. 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 31. And I'm sure Northampton will continue to give Hassan Azad plenty of short, straight deliveries. Short leg certainly is in, and leg slip really rather than gully, as in goes Sanderson. Bowls outside off stump, and tempted to have a little fend. Azad in the end resisted temptation and just brought the bat back inside the line. A darker cloud over the ground at the moment, plenty of blue, well, or lightness around it anyway. And just drift over from the west to the east. In goes Sanderson, bowls outside off stump, and again, as that has nothing to do with it, the running fox is his nose is looking towards the northwest. The weather vane alongside us here, or alongside the pavilion at any rate. Coming up to 2 o'clock. Update time for BBC Radio Leicester. Sanderson turns down the slope. Bowls, Azad gets a slightly shorter ball. Paddles shot, pulls it around the corner for 4. Was in complete control of that one. That wasn't high enough. It was only around about waist high in the end. From Sanderson's point of view, it wasn't high enough. That is perfect as far as Azad was concerned. Short boundary there as well. Full value if you time it rightly and didn't have to hit it hard. Just use the pace to pick up 4. Moves on to 58, 143 for 2. Sanderson walks all over, or backs into the big pile of sawdust that's been left there, which scatters in the wind and in the breeze as down the slope he comes and bowls to that thick outside edge as he went back to defend that one along the ground through the gully down towards Newton, who's in front of us here. Third man, single taken, as that on to 59, 144 for 2. Sand grows, 116 it is now, for the third wicket. Cosgrove hasn't seen much of the strike in the last couple of overs, wanders down the wicket, has a little prod, and awaits the arrival of Ben Sanderson, who bowls outside off stump. Cosgrove, big stride forward, then lifts the bat in a big arc over the line of the ball, lets it go through, and there's no run. Confirmation from Leicestershire that, as I mentioned this morning, Matt Mason is moving on to work in Western Australia, his home city. His mum, who lives there, will, I'm sure, be delighted. In goes Sanderson, bowls outside of stump. Cosgrove allows it to go through, has nothing to do with it. He's very dismissive almost in the way he leaves that one. End of the over, 144 for 2. Sanderson 12 overs. 4 maidens, none for 36 now. Need a breakthrough, Northants. Run rate still quite high, 3.5. 41 overs bowled. Azad checks his guard. Berg, of course, will continue. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1-4-20, having rattled Azad in his previous over. Short leg is in. Leg slip likewise. Mid-wicket's gone back about 3/4 of the way. In goes Berg and bowls to Azad, an in-swinger. Good length in-swinger. And Azad playing it off the back foot, defends it out into the offside, picked up by Bracewell in the covers. And there's no run. Sanderson, I think it is, who's at that deep-ish mid-wicket position. He's actually on the edge of the square, but the pitch being cut right on one side means he's quite deep. In goes Berg and bowls, slightly short of a length on leg stump, and Azad, as is his wont, defends it off the back foot, and there is no run. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Continues to go well for them as well. Both Hassan Azad and Mark Cosgrove have reached their 50s. Azad's came off 105 balls. Cosgrove's off just 73. He looks in particularly good touch, and they've raised a 100 partnership off just 144 balls. Azad has moved on to 59. Cosgrove has 61. The Foxes, who were asked to bat first, remember, by Northamptonshire, are continuing to prosper. They're 146 for 2. Back with you online, slightly shortish ball from Berg onto leg stump, pulled around the corner by Azad, slightly wide of long leg, had a bit of ground to make up to get to the ball Proctor, and by the time he did so, Azad had turned and made 1 into 2. He moves on to 61 now, the same score as Cosgrove. Berg and Bracewell now in deep conversation. Lots of pointing going on between Bracewell and Berg. Fair-haired, Gareth Berg, bearded, something of the Viking about him in appearance, and he wants his leg slip to go much squarer to leg gully, almost sort of short backward square position. It is a leg gully because he's very much in a catching position. takes a couple of steps. That's it, he's just taken a couple of steps back. In goes Berg and bowls to Azad on 2-leg stump, and that man diving to his left. That leg gully does indeed make the stop. Played along the ground all the way by Azad. Moved across to his left and kept the ball down. Pushed it behind him. Dot ball, 146 for 2. 41.4 overs bowled over it. Still just -1 though. Berg in again to Azad. That's a straighter delivery on off stump this time. And Azad back and then leaning forward, getting his weight forward as he played that one. Wasn't a big stride by any stretch of the imagination. Played it firmly out into the offside, picked up by Doug Bracewell. There's no run. Coming here, buddy, says Bracewell to Berg as he throws in the ball. In goes Berg and bowls. Length delivery, slightly short of a good length, arguably. Middle and leg, defended on the back foot by Azad. Past short leg out towards mid wicket. It's picked up by Ben Sanderson because it's the end of the over. 8 overs for Gareth Berg, 1 for 22 for him. Leicestershire, no real issues after lunch. Remember, Azad was dropped once on 34, and he has been hit on the grill by Gareth Berg. Cosgrove, who's on the same score, 61, no chances as yet. 146 for 2.
He's still playing this, but nothing of too great alarm. Cosgrove waits here for Sanderson coming down the hill, right arm round, and he's struck on the pad. A cry for LBW. Not out, says Paul Pollard. Sanderson continues to provide 1 or 2 moments of hope here for Northamptonshire. Angling one in there. Cosgrove beaten on the drive. Maybe just sliding down with the angle. Maybe struck him a little high too. 146 for 2. Got this man around the corner here now for Cosgrove. 3 orthodox slips. The third man down to our left as well. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on. This backward square leg and long leg as Sanderson moves in again, and Cosgrove playing towards that backward square leg. And Curran goes down to collect. And there is no run. He's been in the game pretty much throughout the day, that man around the corner.
Yep.
Plenty of balls have gone flying through that region.
Saved a few runs, if nothing
Yeah,
else.
yeah, definitely. Sanderson once more. Comes into Cosgrove, who's forward, playing the bat and pad together, pushing out towards mid-off. Bracewell comes around to collect, and there's no run.
Mark Francis on Twitter. He says Azad is the perfect answer for England's test position. Or would be if the ECB knew where Leicestershire was. Maybe a bit early, I think, Mark.
Sanderson once more. Cosgrove thrashing at this, gets it down the ground, and may pick up 4 out towards the written press box. He does. Just thrashed his hands at it, didn't it? It was a real heave. It appeared to come off low on the bat as well, but it sailed down the ground.
He sort of bullies the ball.
Yes, it did. Yeah, off you go. Get to the fence, and it certainly did.
Yeah, windmilling his arms in supplication, desperately, I think. Come on, Skip, I'll do it for you.
It's surely worth a go very soon. Last 10 overs have gone for 45 as Sanderson comes in again, and Cosgrove beaten again. There's a cry for something, is there?
He's bowled him.
He's bowled him, he has.
Flick the bail.
Yes, Sanderson has got his man. And there's the breakthrough. It was a beauty. A few times Sanderson had squared Cosgrove up. And here gets one to shape away from the left-handed Cosgrove and flick the off bail. And there is the breakthrough. Cosgrove finally goes for 65. And having just brought the 150 up, the Australian walks back. It's 150 for 3.
Well, it needed a ball like that, didn't it? You would have thought to get rid of Cosgrove today. Beautiful length, straightened, flicked the off bail. It was as good a ball as Sanderson could have bowled, really. And Cosgrove knew he hadn't hit it. heard the noise and then turned and saw the bail had come off. He flicked the bail. Beautiful delivery from Sanderson, who has bowled admirably and produced his very, very best ball to get the wicket, and needed to, probably. Some delivery. Great knock from Cosgrove, but again, not perhaps at this stage a match-changing knock. Good partnership though, 122.
Yeah, built nicely here, and with the debutant Rhodes here walking out at number 5, his side are in a good spot. They've been fearing a 10:30 start on debut, having to walk out in the opening session with the ball flying all over the place, but he's got a good platform to come out and try and impress his new employers. So and even around the setup, George Rhodes?
Only last week. So he's on, strictly speaking, he's on loan until the end of the season, but he signed a 3-year contract to come to in October, and then it was agreed with Worcestershire, well, now he can come early, and presumably Leicestershire are paying his wages, and so it's just a convenient arrangement for both counties. It seems floodlights coming on, which surprised me a bit because I don't think it's going to get too dark.
So Sanderson back over the wicket to the right-handed Rhodes. 4 slips have gone in, and Rhodes to his first ball. That's one go just outside the off stump, and it goes through to Adam Rossington. But Northants have their breakthrough at long last. They have their first point of these final matches of the season. They're looking for 50 points, I think would probably do it in terms of promotion. And the first one on the board here, 150 for 3 Leicestershire, with the very dangerous Cosgrove removed.
Yep, squared him up, moved away. Lovely delivery. Well bowled by Sanderson. Just in the replay.
Yeah, Sanderson himself didn't know what had happened. He sort of turned around forlornly towards the umpire in appeal.
Well, I think both batsman and bowler knew he hadn't hit it.
Yeah.
Well, Berg is ready, but Azad isn't quite. He was still sort of looking around behind him at that leg trap, which continues to be set. Short leg, wide leg gully, almost backwards square. In goes Berg and bowls to Azad, and it's short, but it's a gently short delivery, and all the time in the world for Azad to pull it away down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Little short-armed pull, did sit up rather there. And at Berg's pace, it was a little bit of a gift. Azad tucked in, moves on to 65, 154 for 3. What will Rossington do? He's got the wicket, doesn't need to do anything too much at this stage. He's got the breakthrough. And as so often, as is often the case, one can become 2. Berg in to Azad. Fuller this time on off stump, half forward, deflecting the ball out towards point. Picked up there by Newton. No run. Billy Taylor having a chat to George Rhodes. Slim figure. Rhodes, 25-year-old, son of course of Steve, formerly of Yorkshire, Worcestershire and indeed England.
Bangladesh coach until recently.
Yeah. In goes Berg. Bowls outside off stump, has had half a step forward, but always looking to leave that one, allows it to go through. Grandad Billy also played county cricket for Nottinghamshire, so very much in the family. 3 generations of Rhodes now, county cricketers, and in Steve's case, test cricketer. George signed on the basis by Leicestershire that hasn't really quite had a fair crack at the whip at Worcestershire. In goes Berg and bowls to Azad, length ball, middle and off. Azad bat and Tad very close together as he defends that one. No big stride out into the offside. Certainly hasn't played.
Just no room for him to get a game.
Well, he did early on, but he's been there quite a long time now at Worcestershire, given how little he's actually played. I think he's only played something like 30 first-class games. I will check. He's been used largely in white ball cricket. Berg was ready to go then, but in fairness, Azad, who wasn't even in position because square leg, or leg gully, was being moved back. He's finally out of position now. He's at deep-ish backward square as Berg is in to Azad again, and that one squares him up a little bit on middle and off stumps. He went back and found it straightening on him, just managed to adjust and deflect it out into the offside. No run. 154 for 3. He's 25 now, George Rhodes. Does have a first-class century to his name. In goes Berg and bowls a bouncer that is a little short-armed pull swat shot that Azad plays. He was in control of that one though, guiding it backward of square down towards long leg. Safe shot now that there isn't a leggish gully. Picks up a single and keeps the strike. Moves on to 66, 155 for 3. Scored a century in the white ball game in the Royal London Cup earlier this season for Worcestershire. No, in fact, that's his only century for Worcestershire, thinking about it. He hasn't got a first-class century. So very much a signing made on potential.
155 for 3. Here is Sanderson down the slope to Azad. He's punching off the back foot out to mid-off. Proctor is there, going to his left. And there's no run. 3 orthodox slips back in for the moment, though Hutton is just going to go across to leg slip. No, now he's going back. So 3 orthodox slips it shall be. Short leg is in. There's a third man, point, mid-off, a mid-wicket and a long leg. So in comes Sanderson once more, past the umpire, and Azad in his crease. It's pushing down towards mid-off. And again, Proctor just taking a stride or two to his left to collect in there. And there's no run.
Looking at the various news articles about George Rhodes. I like the one in the Worcester News. The homegrown 25-year-old ace has signed a 3-year contract.
Sanderson once more. Azad forward, pressing again, just out towards mid-off, and there is no run. Just what Northamptonshire as a collective haven't really been able to do enough so far today. Just make the batsman play 3 or 4 forward defences in succession. Just allowed scoring opportunities a bit too much. Just got a little carried away with his leg theory for me. Haven't settled at all.
Yeah, highest score in first-class cricket is 59. Average is 21.
Sanderson once more. Down the leg side this goes from Azad to Berg at long leg to our right-hand side, just to the left of the meet, in the corner of the ground here. A big clock in the middle of it. Just ticking past 2:15 on this Tuesday afternoon. 156 for 3. Azad is 67.
But he's only played 21 first-class games, 10 List A games and 15 T20s in all his time at Worcestershire, in the best part of 6 years, I suppose. He was with Worcestershire.
Sanderson, 2 roads, the right-hander, plays inside the line of one just outside the off-stump, and he goes through to Rossington.
From the academy, under 13s, 14s, 15s, 17s.
He's played enough.
He's had opportunities, that's for sure. So, let us see what the young man's all about.
He's got 4 orthodox slips here to contend with as Sanderson moves in again from the Bennett end of the ground. Wide on the bowling crease he goes and angles one into the right-hander who pushes away to Curran out at square leg. And there is no run to end the over. 1-5-6 for 3 after 45 overs.
Will Graves, Leicestershire's physio, is running on again. Who's he going to have a word? What's it all about this time? Azad. I wonder if he's getting a little bit of a few after effects of being hit on the grill. No, apparently not. Wonder why he'd go out to check. Maybe have to go out to check for a second time.
A few wickets elsewhere for Worcestershire. Sorry, for Glamorgan at Worcestershire, who are 1-2-8 for 5 now at New Road against Glamorgan. So good afternoon so far for Glamorgan, heavily beaten by Lancashire in the last round, but still very much in the promotion mix.
We're there next week, Cardiff.
Middlesex right on top at Lords now against Durham, because they're 1-2-6 for 7. If the sides towards the top of the table were to pick a winner there this week, they'd probably pick Middlesex, because they're a few points worse off than Durham, and it wouldn't totally knock Durham out of the picture, but certainly would put them on the back foot coming to Northampton next week.
Berg to continue from the pavilion end in to Azad, who defends firmly on off stump back down the pitch, fielded by Berg in his follow through.
Billy Godleman continues to go well for Derbyshire at Old Trafford.
Some season he's had, hasn't
1-3-7 for 5. The most ugly batsman you'll wish to watch bat, but good grief is it effective. All formats as well. Just gets his runs, just got a method and makes it happen.
Berg in. Bowls outside off stump, foolish. Azad lets it go through.
Gloucestershire now 108 for 5 at Bristol against Sussex. So Sussex moving back into things there. Just down the M5 at Taunton, Somerset 1-2-1 for 6 against Yorkshire. So a good day for Yorkshire. Somerset on the back foot as they try to chase Essex at the top of the championship table. And Essex aren't having the best of things at Edgbaston either, because Warwickshire are 1-3-8 for 2 there.
In goes Berg and bowls to Azad, who is looking to drive, has got it to the covers this time. It is quite a short boundary, but it will be dragged back about a yard short of the Leicestershire flag that is always attached to the railings there, the stanchion Benno stand. 2 taken. Azad on to 69, 158 for 3.
Hampshire were trying to eke a few out down at the GS, 1-2-9 for 8 against Surrey. Chose to bat first at Hampshire as well. And Kent doing likewise against Notts at Trembridge, 1-4-8 for 5. Trying to resist Ravi Ashwin there.
Berg in again on off stump this time. Azad defends out to point, no run. Newton the fielder. Two slips at leg gully as ever, deepish, but he's back in place for Azad, facing Berg. Short mid wicket, 2, was at short leg. Ben Curran now at short mid wicket. In goes Berg and bowls to Azad, who turns the delivery slightly short of a good length, straight to Curran along the ground at that short mid wicket position. He looks well padded up underneath all his whites, Ben Curran, and the helmet on as well. Rossington tells deepish square to come in to fairly conventional mid-wicket position. As Berg is in again, foolish, thick inside part of the bat as Azad looking to get forward and reaching to his right. That short mid-wicket position, Ben Curran makes the stop. End of the 46th over. Berg's 10th, 1 for 29 his figures, so pretty decent on his Northamptonshire debut. 158 for 3 Leicestershire. Hassan Azad has 69. George Rhodes has yet to score.
So the advertised tea at 10 past 3 with these 10:30 starts. Got to get through another 18 overs until the second break of the day is taken.
I need a few kilo overs to be on time.
Sanderson to continue from the Bennett end of the ground, comes into George Rose, the right-hander, is in his crease and defending down towards mid-off for no run. 4 orthodox slips here. There's no third man. There's a point and a mid-off, then a mid-on, wide forward square leg really, and then long leg just down beneath us, down to our left-hand side. 158 for 3. Sanderson with the only wicket for Northampton's lunch. A badly needed breakthrough, getting rid of Cosgrove. He comes in again now, and Rhodes is driving away to the covers. Nice shot, and should get 4 here. Not a pleasant way to get off the mark, with a boundary out towards the nets, greeted by applause and a whistle. Rhodes away for his Leicestershire career. 162 for 3. Slightly over pitch from Sanderson. Rhodes leant into it. Timed it pretty well.
Nice first scoring shot.
Rhodes waits for Sanderson again. He's pushing forward here, getting a thick inside edge. It runs down to long leg and wide enough for a couple of runs here. Newton coming across to cut it off down beneath us, and they come scampering back for 2. So Rhodes to 6, 164 for 3.
He's a very slight figure, isn't he, young Rhodes? I mean, Steve isn't tall, but he was quite burly, wasn't he, Steve Rhodes? George isn't tall and he's not burly.
He's got his mother's figure.
Slip of a lad.
Gets a bit brighter all of a sudden as Sanderson moves in again, and Rhodes is letting one go just outside the off stump. And Rossington takes it outside his right hip. Weather appears to be coming from the northwest today. Clouds gently moving across the ground down towards south of Leicester.
Fox has swung round a bit though. He's pointing more west now.
Sanderson is in again. Rhodes calmly forward here. Soft hands in defence. Plays out towards backward point. Bracewell is in there now with his sweater on. And there's no run. Yeah, breeze just actually appears to have picked up a little. Get the trees across from us, round to the western side of the ground, away towards the nets and behind the scoreboard down there. Sanderson had it completely over. And Rhodes on the back foot. Let's one go through again. So productive over there for Rhodes. He's up and running. He has 6 as that is still there on 69. With the Foxes 164 for 3. The man out Horton for a second ball duck. Ackerman for 16. And Cosgrove after a belligerent 65. With 11 boundaries falling to Ben Sanderson.
One of the reasons you can see a few more of the houses than you used to be able to see up Milligan Road is that we lost one of the trees earlier this season. There was a big willow over there by the children's playground that succumbed during quite a heavy storm. In goes Berg and bowls to Azad short and pulled away, short-armed pull through mid-wicket, and he's got it through as well. It's going to go all the way. Looked like the man at deep backward square was going to be able to get across and make the stop, and indeed he got there, but couldn't make the stop. It went through underneath him and has run away for 4, Azad on to 73. And given it was willow, I thought it was a great opportunity to do like Kent did with their famous old lime tree, and make all sorts of ornaments and what have you, and make a bit of money from it, make a few cricket bats if you want. Cleared all the way. It didn't seem to occur to Leicestershire what an opportunity that was. Grace Road willow tree that had been there for an awful long time.
Yeah, there's a gap in the trees on the fence, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly there. Berg into Azad again, tucks him up slightly, thick inside part of the bat, perhaps a little bit of top part of the pad as well as the ball runs out towards leg gully.
Curious that one would survive and the others which are equally as exposed would be okay.
It was an awful lot of rain as well. No, there was no lightning or anything, but it was very, very windy and an awful lot of rain, and it was very heavy, the willow, and the weather it just broke the trunk. It must have been very, very, with the leaves, and it was very much in full leaf at the time. Berg in, bowls, Fuller this time on off stump and defending carefully. Azad slightly angled bat, goes towards backward point, takes an exploratory step down the pitch towards Rhodes, but Rhodes immediately called no. Azad remains 73, 168 for 3. Last man to go, only man to go post-lunch. Mark Cosgrove, bowled by Ben Sanderson, lovely delivery. In goes Berg and bowls fullish and forward. Solid forward defensive press from Azad. On off stump, pushing it out towards Keogh, whose warming up so far has been in vain. One can only assume he's doing it to drop hints. Then on that basis, unless Rossington said to just keep yourself warm or whatever.
Now limbering up at backward square leg.
Berg in, bowls, off stump and angled bat, backward of point. This time's got it past Newton down towards wide third man Azad and takes the most comfortable of singles. Brings Rhodes down to face Berg for the first time. 169 for 3. Azad has moved on to 74. Game just going through a slight lull at the moment, post Cosgrove, who looked in such good form and was scoring quite quickly. His 65 came off 97 balls, included 11 fours, strike rate of close to 70. Inevitably, perhaps, a slight dropping in terms of the pace of the game. In goes Berg and bowls to Rhodes. That's a decent shout for leg before, possibly doing a bit too much, maybe have taken an inside edge. Berg was convinced, not sure the slips were, but Berg stops at the end of his follow through very close to the batsman. Can't believe it. Every single appeal so far this season has been turned, today has been turned down. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. They have indeed. Every appeal they've made has been turned down today, which has been good news for Leicestershire, but they have, the Foxes that is, lost another wicket out of Mark Cosgrove, who was playing quite beautifully in going to 65, but he got a lovely delivery from Ben Sanderson that just straightened off the seam and clipped his off bail. That was Cosgrove's 65 off 97 balls, included 11 fours. It just raised the 150 at the time. Hassan Azad continues to go well, though. He is 74 not out. He's been joined by George Rhodes, new signing from Worcestershire, making his debut for Leicestershire in this game. He's 6 not out, and the Foxes 169 now for 3. Back with you online. It's going to be cooler.
Yeah,
grey cloud around.
Just fitting the breeze in the box, aren't we, as well? Yeah, it does appear as if the wind has just changed direction slightly. Here's Proctor taking over from Sanderson. Ball's full outside the off stump, and as that leans forward, lets it go through. 3 slips in place, third man, point, a mid-off, a mid-on, and man just backward of square leg, and then long leg to our right-hand side. Azad on 74 here, going very well once again, having passed 1,000 championship runs of the summer already today. Did survive that chance in the morning session. Proctor right arm round, Azad half forward here, playing a length ball down towards Keogh at point, and there is no runners. Good on the front foot. Azad shown good defence, left the ball very well. Just played his own little game, really. He's had troubles against the short ball, but on this slightly slow surface has got away with it, really. No genuine pace to come tearing in to really trouble him. But has his issues as Proctor steps in again, way outside the off stump that one let go, and that doesn't carry through to Rossington. We saw a couple in the first over of the day, didn't we, from Sanderson, that were in that region to the left-hander outside his off stump that rather bobbled through. And that does so there. Rossington taking it on the bounce outside his left boot.
If an odd delivery is going to keep low, it does tend to be from that Bennett end. But it has been a very, very odd delivery.
Proctor once more, past umpire Paul Pollard, has had well forward again, driving pleasantly but with no real timing, down towards mid-off. Hutton there to collect no run. Sorry, Bracewell there to collect no run. Hutton's out at third slip with Levy and Wakely of a company in the cordon. Alongside the skipper Rossington, who's had a good time of it in the last 4 matches since taking over really. 169 for 3. Proctor is in again, and Azad is nudging this time through mid-on. Runs here, down towards the indoor school. Don't think it'll run all the way for 4. Azad is thinking about 3, but settles for 2. Good return there, very good piece of fielding actually. Return right over the top of the bails. Sorry, that's Bracewell at mid-on with no sweater on. Must be Berg, the man out at mid-off. Berg long leg to our right-hand side. Who am I missing here at extra cover come mid-off as Proctor steps in again, and this is down the leg side, flicked away to that long leg. Collected easily by Berg to our right in front of the meet, and they go through for a single, so Azad goes to 77. Over comes to an end, and Leicestershire continued to go rather nicely. 172 for 3.
Partnership starting to build. Came together with a score on 150. These two, so 22. The name of the game. As far as Coach Paul Nixon is concerned, partnership's one of his big problems really this season, in terms of 3 or 4 of them being put together, getting overs into the opposition bowler's legs. Haven't managed to do it often enough really. Managing at the moment, 49 overs have been bowled. 5 bowlers used. But of course, making the point that both these sides have had a good break coming into this game, so should be feeling reasonably fresh despite the lateness of the season. Brett Hutton from the pavilion end bowls to Hassan Azad. Line and length in swinger. Azad defends on the back foot, starting to move forward.
154 balls now for Azad. You can see why he's faced more than anybody this summer in the championship.
It'll be just the same when you come, in terms of, it doesn't seem to just change at all. However long he goes on for, in goes Hutton and bowls 2, and he steps forward, lets that one go through as it swings back in. There's where his off stump is.
Yeah, there's absolutely no need to, is there? First class batting is just about occupying the crease and sticking around and getting yourself a little score and, like you say,
finding a way.
Yeah, building a partnership, getting a number, wearing the bowlers down. Just batting. No urgency whatsoever, and absolutely no need either.
Hutton turns in, ball slightly short this time, played firmly down into the ground towards short leg by Azad. Nice stop in there by Curran. Azad has to step smartly back into his crease. He does so. Feels at short leg himself, Hassan Azad. He ran out Keaton Jennings' first ball of the game against Lancashire, of course. That was at Liverpool. Fielding at short leg. Jennings played it straight to him. He just threw down the stumps, and that was it. Gone. In goes Hutton. Bowls to him a bouncer, and paddled, or looking to paddle, gets the top edge, and it floats around the corner in the air for quite a long way. I think it would have been over or wide of leg gully. It would have been. He got just about enough on it, but again, not at all convincing. Picks up a single, moves on to 78, 170, on to 77, I beg your pardon. Hesitated because it's still got a star by his name on the scoreboard, indicating that he's still facing. He isn't. 177 he moves on to out of 172 for 3. Hutton looks carefully at the ball. Extra slip goes in for young Rhodes as he bowls an outswinger to the right-hander, who half a stride forward, leaves his bat raised, lets it go through to Rossington. No run, still on 6, George Rhodes. One lovely boundary to get off the mark. A 2, and those are his only 2 scoring shots so far. Leicestershire, and he, I'm sure, won't mind that at all. He's occupied the crease for a while. Third slip practices his golf swing. As Hutton, with his shirt hanging outside his trousers, comes in and bowls again an outswinger, but it's wide of off stump, and Rhodes can safely let it go, and it does. Billy Taylor takes the Northamptonshire sweater away from round his waist, having a chat to Brett Hutton. What about, one wonders? It looked to be about bowling matters. Billy Taylor, of course, a seamer himself in his playing days. 173 for 3 after 50 overs. Northamptonshire could do with another wicket or 2 before tea, that is for sure. If Leicestershire can get through to tea, it'll take a long time to go before then. There's another, what is that, 14 overs to go. Best part of an hour, you'd have thought.
Proctor in from the far end is pushing this away through square leg. Will run away for 4. Latest piece of very nice timing today from Hassan Azad, who picks up his 12-4 and moves now into the 80s, goes to 82. Repelled Northamptonshire at Wantage Road earlier in the summer and is doing so again here. And the drop from Bracewell, leg gully, he was in the 30s before lunch, proving very costly. 7-7 for 3. Proctor is losing his line there. Now he's got 3 slips in place. He comes in once more, and Azad is just rushing one down to third man here, just opening the blade on one outside the off stump and pushing away. Keogh, in fact, comes hurtling across to his right to collect. Keeps him down to distancing. Would have been so anyway, because the ball would have ran down to Newton behind him. So Azad 83. 178 for 3. As that appears to have taken a lot of the bowling in the last 20 minutes or so since Rhodes arrived. He's got 6, George Rhodes. Struck a pleasant boundary off Sanderson to get himself away.
He's only faced 12 balls, actually. Half an hour.
Yeah. Proctor into him when he fiddles at one outside the off stump and misses. Poor shot.
That's a poor shot.
And delivery after just a bit of width. For some reason he was having a feel for it.
He cross-batted as well, wasn't he?
Can let those go all day. Particularly at this stage of the innings when Leicestershire are well placed. Proctor moves in again, just outside the off stump, full length this time, and Rhodes does let this one go. Rossington fumbles it behind the stump, so the ball just bobbles down to his left-hand side. He goes across to collect, and there's no run.
159 balls for Azad for his 83. Strike rate 52.
Proctor is in again, and Rhodes beaten once more. Just feeling for one outside the off stump. Stuff here from Proctor. Quite slippery as well. You can see how far the Rossington is stood back behind the stumps. And Proctor is slipping these through at a decent enough lick. On 7-8 for 3. Proctor to complete the over. And Rhodes struck on the pad, a big peel for LBW. I think that was bat, because there wasn't too much of an appeal from behind the wicket. And Proctor went up belatedly, but a probing over there from Luke Proctor. George Rhodes survives. He's got 6. Azad going very nicely indeed yet again in this wonderful season of his. He's on 83. And the Foxes won 7-8 for 3 with now 13 overs to go until tea time.
What price on Keogh bowling the last over before tea? Having bowled at least 15 overs in warm-up so far. Brett Hutton, in the meantime, will continue from the pavilion end. Lightening up a little bit, floodlights as I say are on the Fisher County ground. In he comes to Hassan Azad, bowls a bounce outside off stump which loops through tennis ball style outside off stump and is taken very much on the descent in the end by Adam Rossington to his right. Banged in, much to the amusement of Billy Taylor and one or two of his teammates as well. Got that one a bit wrong. Brett Hutton, 11 overs, 1 for 25 for him. In he goes, bowls, again a bouncer, again it's a little bit slow and doesn't really get up, and Azad has a lot of time to pull it around in that short arm style he has along the ground, down towards the long leg and take one. Moves on to 84, 179 for 3. Hutton took a wicket with just his second ball of the day this morning. That of Paul Horton was neatly caught by Alex Wakely low down at first slip before he'd scored. Hutton in 2 Rhodes outside off stump and allowed to go through by George Rhodes. At the moment, must be wondering where his next one is coming from a little bit. Looks a little bit nervous and he's played a couple of poor shots, particularly in that last over bowled by Proctor. Hutton not bowling anything like as quickly as Proctor at the moment. Well, he's not getting it through anything like as quickly. Up the hill he comes, up the slope, and bowls, and down the leg side, Rhodes tries, or shapes as though he's going to try and play it on its way down the leg side. Doesn't really put any intent into the shot. Taken by Rossington, tumbling away to his left. No run. I don't know what their cakes are in the... there's usually in Northamptonshire, there's a cake pertaining to each county. I haven't seen... check the notices when I go down at tea, but... Fisher County ground. The Friends of Grace Road. In goes Hutton and bowls outside off stump. Better length, but far too wide, and Rhodes lets it go through. No run. Friends of Grace Road producing, as well as all the usual array of cakes, a cake that is associated with the visiting county, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which cake they produced for the 50 overs match here, back in early May. I want to say it was something to do with toaster.
In goes Hutton to finish his 12th over, bowls to Rhodes and beats him with an out swinger. Rhodes has his bat tucked close to his pad, but I'm pretty sure he was playing at that one. Went past the outside edge. He survives, which is about all he's doing at the moment. He's 6 not out, 2 scoring shots to him. Azad, 84 not out, Leicestershire come to a halt, but they're limping along, having been absolutely bounding along when Cosgrove was at the crease. 179 now for 3, and the run rate is still perfectly acceptable, but it has dropped back from sort of 3.7, 3.8 to 3.4.
And Northamptonshire are probing away and creating 1 or 2 moments as Proctor comes into Azad, who's forward and pressing one towards backward point. Keogh was across there to parry the ball with his right hand. The ball escapes down to third man where Newton collects. And we get a single, so Azad goes to 85. 180 for 3, nicely placed here, Leicestershire. Sent into bat this morning, remember.
But when you look at who is to come, with Rhodes in at 5, Harry Swindell's at 6 is high, arguably.
Proctor to Rhodes, and Rhodes beaten again, pushing forward. Just goes through past the outside edge again. A little bit of movement there for Proctor, as I think there has been all day. There's been a little bit there. Northants just have not settled enough, and they probably feel they've given Leicestershire 40 more than they should have done. so far?
If they can break this partnership, get particularly Azad out, they've still got every chance of getting Leicestershire out for 250.
Proctor is in again and again. Rhodes beaten. Pushing it one just outside the off stump. A probing line from Proctor.
Because when you look at the lineup, I mean, yes, Swindles has potential, but that's all he's shown so far. And then you've got probably Callum Parkinson coming in at 7. Solid little batsman on his day. He's got an 80 to his name.
Proctor once more, a little further outside the off stump this time. Full of length and let go by the right-handed Rhodes. Allows it to pass through to Rossington down by his right boot.
Am I missing somebody here? Dexter.
Who's handy?
He came back a bit. Yeah, I thought we looked a bit short there.
Proctor in once more and pushed away here by Rhodes. Backward of point. Will get a couple down towards the meat. Fieldsman tearing after it, slides and keeps it in play. Good work. And they just get 2 runs. Took some chasing that. My first glance, I thought the fielder was going to haul it back in pretty comfortably. Gareth Berg down there, chasing away to our right-hand side at deep backward point. Did well. Slid and brought the ball back into play. He bats, he bowls, he fields. That's what David Ripley said about him. Also said he was tremendously fit. As you need to be, I suppose, for a 38-year-old to still crack on playing professional sport. 182 for 3. Rhodes lets one go again, this time just outside the off stump. Shouldering arms, and Rossington taking it by his right hip.
Dexter won't be here next season, so they've promoted Rhodes above him. Dexter of the 2 on this evidence, but by very much the better batsman. But
Dexter's plan?
I don't know, to be honest. I was going to have a chat to him this morning, but he wanted just to talk about the few days he'd had off with his little girls. Didn't quite get the opportunity to talk about what comes next for Neil. In comes Hutton, bowls to Azad, who's looking to punch it through mid-on, doesn't time it. Missed opportunity perhaps there, and wide mid-on. He's able to get across and make the stop. Is that Sanderson at wide mid-on? Yes. Moving a little bit more slowly than he was earlier.
For 15 overs so far today, Sanderson. Decent piece of work for just over half a day's cricket.
They have a few more to bowl yet. Point, or backward point, has gone back to the boundary. Hutton goes in, bowls to Azad. Foolish delivery, swinging back in, enticing, trying to entice the drive from Azad. Azad not to be tempted at the moment. He remains on 85.
Yeah, just a bit of swing there for Hutton. Maybe going on with the breeze there too. It's coming off the right as we look out here. So back in towards the left-handed Azad.
In he goes and bowls again to Azad, short, and that little pull, well on top of that one this time. Azad gets it through square. There is a man at deep backward square, Keogh, so single taken. Azad on to 86, 183 for 3. Electronic scoreboard a little bit slower than Dave on this occasion. Dave taking issue with me this morning on some of the name pronunciations that the traffic unit are providing for Leicestershire villages. Not a great deal I can do about it. In goes Hutton and bowls, and defended on the back foot by George Rhodes.
Any good ones?
No, not really. Just got to get these things right. And I'm sure Dave is correct, but the traffic unit sometimes doesn't have local people.
No, indeed, yeah. Yeah, there's a few fun ones in and around Northants.
Goes Hutton bowls, and it's a fuller delivery, thick inside edge, not convincing piece of defence, but keeps it out. Rhodes, it didn't sound very good on the bat as well, and immediately, having picked up the ball and handed it to the fielder, shows his bat to the bits of wood coming off it. He's splintered the edge, thick part of the bat, and bits of, in fact, a bit of wood has been handed to him by Richard Levy, I think. Who's wandering up from slip, just taken the sort of shoulder of the bat a little bit. Not pressed, you wouldn't have thought, that particular bat. However, it's played its last innings, it's played its last shot.
There's a place not far from Northampton, it's spelt Coggenho. How do you think it's pronounced?
So it's spelt Coggenhoe or something,
Correct.
is it? That's a tricky one, isn't it? I'm presuming one of the consonants isn't sounded in some way. Coggo.
Cookno.
Cookno.
Cookno. Yeah.
Cookno. That wasn't a bad attempt in the circumstances, but Cookno. Yeah, fair enough.
And there's two villages. One's called Great, one's called Little, and they're both pronounced. Although the word is Houghton, but I forget which way round it is. One is Great Houghton, and the other is Little Horton.
Now, that's interesting, because that's one of those that Dave mentioned this morning. Leicestershire has I always thought, Houghton on the Hill, Houghton. Houghton on the Hill on the A47. But Dave says it should be something like Houghton. So, East Midlands thing, apparently. You're not missing any cricket, because Gavin Griffiths, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, had come out with a selection for George Rhodes to choose from which George Rhodes has chosen. Don't know that bat make. Don't know many bat makers sort of from the 90s onwards, though, to be quite well, some of them. Remember when that sort of snake thing came in? That was quite big for a while.
Oh yeah, Flintoff in 2005.
That was the one.
Was that Mongoose?
Something like that. Either way, George Rhodes has a new bat in his hand, or at least an intact bat in his hand, maybe pre-used, of course. As Hutton comes in to finish the over to him, bowls, and he's clipping that one away in the air. Was it? No, it didn't carry, I don't think, to mid-wicket stroke square leg. It was in the air for a few feet, but a good piece of work by Newton diving away to his right. In fact, it was quite a long way short of him. To make the stop, time that one better. Perhaps that's a better bat. Rhodes, however, remains on 8, and Leicestershire 183 for 354 overs have been bowled. 42 remain, so 10 until tea, which will be at about the same time it would be.
It would be normally, yeah.
Yeah. 'Twas ever thus.
So Proctor will continue from the Bennett end of the ground up from us. Running into Azad on 86, and Azad is in his crease here, pushing away just wide of Sanderson at mid-off, and there is no run. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 139 for 6 now against Sussex at Bristol. So Sussex on top there. Derbyshire 181 for 5 at Manchester against Lancashire, where Billy Godleman is on the cusp of a century, gluing his side together up there today. As Proctor moves in once more past the umpire, and it's bowled! Drag one on! Looking to run it down to third man. Big inside edge into his stumps, and a big wicket for Northamptonshire to take. Azad gone for 86, having survived the chance. Looked as if it was going to make Northants pay. He has done so for 50 odd runs, but is now gone. And Proctor has struck pretty innocuous delivery just outside the off stump, and maybe Azad has just misread the length there, perhaps. Just looking to run one down, maybe just to shape back a touch as well. He's played a fine innings. He's gone past 1,000 championship runs this summer as well, but is now walking back to the pavilion, and Northants have a 4th wicket. Hard work, it appears, on a slow deck, But 183 for 4 now are the Foxes.
Yeah, he was neither forward nor back, was he? I mean, he doesn't take a big stride at the best of times, but they just have misread the length a little bit too much there. But fair play to Proctor. He's run in this spell, hasn't he? He's a wholehearted cricketer. He gives it everything all the time. But he's got a little bit more out of the ball and the pitch in this spell. Charging down the hill. A little bit of deserved reward, one feels, in those circumstances.
So Godalming approaching a century for Derbyshire at Old Trafford, and Derbyshire eking towards the first batting bonus point there. At Lords, Durham fired out for 147 by Middlesex. Durham wanted to bat because they contested the toss. Middlesex won the toss, sent Durham in, so everybody got what they wanted, and it has backfired spectacularly on Durham because they've been rolled over very cheaply indeed. 4 for Steve Finn, 3 for Tim Murtagh. Has done the damage down there. 1 for Miguel Cummings, the West Indian, flown over by Middlesex. So Middlesex, who've probably got to reel off 3 wins in succession to win promotion. They've given themselves a great start there by dismissing Durham cheaply at HQ. Worcester, Glamorgan on top. Worcestershire 165 for 7 there. So a few wickets beginning to fall around the country. And a wicket going down here. Brings Neil Dexter out at number 6. Proctor is in to him. Right arm over. Full of length. Strikes the pad. First ball gone! Proctor's on a hat-trick. And Dexter falls first ball. A full delivery. Angled into the pad. Struck him low down. And the finger of Paul Pollard was up very quickly indeed. Superb stuff from Proctor first up to the new batsman. And suddenly a couple of wickets see Northampton's position swing around. 183 for 5 now. Superb delivery first up.
I did mention that there's every possibility of, if they could break the partnership, of Northants bowling Leicestershire out for 250, and that's 2 huge blows by Luke Proctor. Poor Neil Dexter. So just the way things seem to have gone for him a little bit this season. He got in a decent stride, but it certainly wasn't going over, and it looked as though it shaped nicely back into him.
Just wonder whether the hint of floodlights have made the difference, because there has been a little bit of swing, isn't there? Seen it from Hutton.
Possibly. I think he's put so much into the spell though, Proctor. Oh, update for BBC Radio Leicester. Reminds Alex that there's probably one due for BBC Radio Northampton. He disappears next door with some good news for them. Yeah, quite a big wobble now because they've lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. First, Hassan Azad was bowled by Luke Proctor. Little inside edge onto the stumps, having made 86 and passed 1,000 championship runs in the process. Made the score 183 for 4. The very next ball, Neil Dexter went forward to a foolish delivery from Proctor that came back in, hit him low on the front pad, and he was given out leg before wicket. So having been at one stage 150 for 2, the Foxes are now 183 for 5. Debutant George Rhodes is at the wicket. He's 8 and out. He's been joined by the young Leicestershire batsman Harry Swindells. The 2 youngsters have a lot to do to repair the innings. The Foxes 183 now for 5. There's an appeal for leg before for the hat-trick, and it's turned down. Decent appeal as well for Proctor. He was on the back foot, Swindells, but it looked perhaps to be outside the line. Just having a look at the Dexter dismissal. Replays have now come up. Slowly. In goes Proctor and bowls. Swindells lets that one go through outside off stump. Let's see what... yeah, it was biggish stride for Dexter, but I think he knew his fate. The only possible doubt was whether it might just have hit him outside the line of off stump. As Proctor turns. In he comes to Swindells, who plays and misses outside off stump. Another look at that Dexter dismissal. A lot of applause for Proctor, thoroughly deserved now. I think that's fair enough. It was just swinging in just nicely, round about knee high, just about in line with off stump. And poor Neil Dexter, having been sitting watching, comes out for one ball, has to go back. What about that hat-trick ball though? It was a reasonable shout.
It's a good shout. I think it was just going down for me. Just the way that he played it. He went for that big in-swinger again.
I wonder if
think
he's
it
got
was
a
just
hat-trick in
shaping
his
down.
career, Luke Proctor. Won't be much further. He won't. If he hasn't, he couldn't have got much closer.
Yeah, it was a good hat-trick ball, wasn't it?
Yes.
Gave it a great chance. Too often you can see the hat-trick ball lift outside the off stump or something, but he attacked the stumps nice and full. Got his side going again now.
Hutton in bowls full on off stump. Rhodes strokes it out into the offside rather than drives it out into the offside. And stopped there by Ollie Thurston, who's out there for somebody. An extra cover, and there's no run. Didn't see who came off, if anybody then.
Gareth Berg.
Clearly somebody.
No, is it
No,
mid-on?
I was going to say he's at mid-on. I think in goes Hutton and bowls. Waited for that one a little bit, Rhodes, and just defended it on off stump a little unconvincingly. Goes out to point.
So I think Curran's out there.
Perhaps
No.
taking off all his pads
Yeah,
that
probably.
he's been wearing all the way through Hassan Azad's innings. At short leg. Right, back in it now, Northants, 183 for 5. In goes Hutton and Bowles, slightly short of a good length, and Rhodes, as a consequence, has time to defend that one on the back foot. Back past the bowler, out towards mid-on. 150 for 2, the Foxes, and Sanderson bowled Cosgrove for 65. Proctor bowled Azad for 86, and Dexter leg before wicket to Proctor, first ball for naught. Hutton in, bowls very wide, outside off stump again. Must have been tempting for Rhodes to launch himself at it. Didn't do so, let it go through to Rossington. No run. Much more conventional field now for the two young right-handers. I say young, so Rhodes is 25. Young in terms of the amount of cricket he's played.
Yeah, suddenly a pair of guys here with only 27 matches between them.
Swindells made his debut earlier this season. In goes Hutton and bowls again, outside off stump again. Rhodes lets it go through. No run. Showing impressive patience, at least, George Rhodes at the moment.
Yeah, 30 odd deliveries now. Only 8 runs on the board, but just a matter of sticking around.
Swindells, I think he's just 21. Watching as Hutton goes in and bowls down the leg side. Tries to flick it on down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Rhodes, good work by Rossington to tidy up, diving to his left. One-handed stop behind the stumps. End of the over, 183 for 5. Harry Swindells, in fact he's just 20 years and 201 days. Harry Swindells, 4 first-class games, the best of 37. He's got in, as I say, a few times. I think that 37 was that first up against Lancashire. Check that.
Curran's back.
It was at Aigburth, 37, 32, 12, 24, 15. So, in all 5 innings, he's got into double figures.
Waits here for Proctor, continuing from the far end, bowling very full, and Swindells is forward, pushing out to Charlie Thurston, who's still out there at extra cover. because Doug Bracewell has just popped off a break in place of Curran. There are 3 slips in place, backward point, an extra cover come mid-off, a very orthodox straight mid-on, a catching mid-wicket who's quite straight has gone in, square leg and long legs. The field set here for Proctor to attack the stumps as he's done so well here so far. Comes in again, bowls very full and goes past the outside edge, with Swindle's pushing at one that slides by. He has been very slippery in this spell, Proctor, hasn't he? He's running with good purpose and has hurried the batsman. Been very impressive, Proctor, today. Into his 9th over here, 183 for 5 now, the Foxes. Just rocked by that double burst from Proctor in his previous over. Comes in again now, bowls much further outside the off stump. Going back and across, almost Steve Smith-esque to let that one go through. Perhaps without the dance up the wicket after the ball had passed.
Figures for this spell are because he was a little bit expensive early on in his first spell.
2 for 11 into his 5th over here as he comes in and squares Swindles up. Big thick outside edge, runs along the ground to Berg at point and there's no run.
Yes, been asked the batsman whether the lights coming on did change anything. I don't think they're having a massive effect. I mean, the sun is out a little bit at the moment as well.
Yeah, you can just see a few shadows, can't you, looking down at the players, suggesting the lights are having a little impact as Proctor comes in again, but again it's a bit too wide and Swindle's able to cover up and allow it to pass through to Rossington.
Can they be? They can be switched off again, can't they? I mean,
yeah. They're only half turned on anyway, aren't they, really? It looks like. Not revved up to the max.
I don't know whether they
have
plenty of
grades,
whether it's just the light of the rest of or whether the general light is just lessening the effect. Yeah, it looks that way there, you're right.
Proctor is in again, quite straight, flicks the pad here for Swindles, goes down to a fine leg position, and Swindles is going to come back here for a second leg by. Good running. Recognise that Newton, who's not the quickest, had to come around to his right to collect in there. And back they came for a second leg by. So end of the over, we've still got 7 to go until tea time. 185 for 5 as Bracewell comes back.
Well bowled, Luke Proctor, and he's rightly getting the congratulations of his teammates.
Last 10 overs, 19 for 2. So Northampton got that control back.
Yeah.
Wicket of Cosgrove was a very big part of that.
Huge. Rhodes on 8 and waits the arrival of Hutton. In he goes, bowls to him. Nice forcing shot off the back foot, but straight to mid-off. Timed that one quite nicely. You'd hope it just beginning to see the ball a little bit better. George Rhodes, 8 not out. Put himself in. At least he's been in for a while at any rate. Can he go on and make an impact in his first innings for Leicestershire? Hutton in, bowls to him, outside off stump, swinging further away. Rhodes lets it go through. Something of his Yorkshire heritage there. I think he's born in Worcester. But obviously his dad very much a Yorkshireman. In goes Hutton. Bowls to him, fullish, driven, and he's got that one away between wide mid-off and extra cover for 4. His patience paid off. It was full enough to get right over on top of it, get to it on the half volley, and drove it away. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Moves into double figures onto 12, 189 for 5.
Beautiful piece of timing, wasn't it? Waited for a ball right up there and punished it, steered it away. In very good order there.
Hutton, hands on knees, joking with his partner Sanderson, who's at mid-off. Gets the ball bowl back. Runs away from us, past umpire Taylor. Bowls again to Rhodes, much straighter, in fact almost onto leg stump this time. Rhodes defends solidly enough out towards mid-on. Doesn't throw the ball into the wicketkeeper, keeps hold of it. Polishes it with great deliberation and care on the back of his trousers. Back in Hutton's hand now. Sun starting to come out again. Hutton is in, bowling again, nice and straight, middle stump really this time, and defended carefully, half forward. George Rhodes out into the offside, no run. Innings bit in the balance now, 189 for 5.
Yeah, they could do with a stand here, couldn't they, with what's to come?
Very much so.
Northampton sense a real opportunity.
It will be Parkinson next. He will come in at 8. In goes Hutton and bowls. Edged just short, I think, of second slip. Hutton kicks the ground in the air. I don't think it quite carried. It looked to me just short of second slip, who put down his left hand, tried to scoop it up. Wasn't able to do so. Crashed into his wrist. Who is the second slip?
Levy.
Richard Levy. I'm not sure it carried. What are you thinking? Reaction.
Just by Hutton's reaction.
He was
in the turf. Very annoyed, wasn't he?
But there was no real reaction from the other slips or wicket-keeper, or make a note of it nonetheless.
But a moment, once again, and a few have happened for Northampton this afternoon, it has coincided with these floodlights just being flicked into gear. 6 overs to tea. 189 for 5. Innings going nowhere really for the last half an hour or so. Northampton right on top as Proctor moves in again from the Bennett end. And Swindles is in his crease, pushing back up towards the bowler's right hand for no run. With Cosgrove out there, you just have that fear that he could punish anything, even ever so slightly loose, but since he fell in the 43rd over, the score on 150.
Yeah.
Since then, we've got through 16 overs for 40 runs as Swindles drives at one here, no real timing, out to extra cover. Bracewell's there, no run.
You can't see any of the remaining batsmen dominating an attack, that is for sure, in the way that Cosgrove certainly can, and Dexter can, but he's only done once so far this season. He scored 180. I think that was at home to Gloucestershire.
Proctor is in once more, back of the length, nicely played by Swindles, rides it around the corner. They flash through for a sharp single. Curran had to go quickly to his right hand side from square leg to try and cut it off, and couldn't do so. So Swindles is away, and the Foxes get a 190 for 5 here. It's going to bring Keogh across here from catching mid-wicket he was at. It's gone across to extra cover, so 3 orthodox slips and 3 saving one on the offside here for Rhodes. Proctor bowls 2, and when he clips down towards mid-on, Sanderson goes across in there to cut it off in his sleeveless sweater, and there is no run.
Springsteen suggests that, given that George Rhodes' father and grandfather were known as Dusty and Bumpy, should he be recently resurfaced? They'll come up with something. Hopefully it's not just Rhodesy or something.
Proctor is in again, on the back foot here, carved away by Rhodes. It'll run away for 4 down to the meat. Offered just a little bit of width and a bit of length to work with as well, able to go back to that and steer it away. Out to our right hand side for a boundary. Rhodes' second goes to 16. Rhodes' third, I beg your pardon. 194 for 5, and the batting point just 6 runs away for Leicestershire.
The sun is now back out.
Getting ever more pleasant. As Proctor moves in again from the far end, and Rhodes is almost caught in the crease there. Just gets the bat down to it in time to defend. towards Sanderson at mid-on, and there's no run to end the over. There's still 5 to go until tea time here. Flicked past the advertised tea time already. 194 for 5. Rhodes 16, Swindles on 1. The men out today: Horton for a second ball duck, Ackerman for 16, and Cosgrove 65, Azad 86, and Dexter for a first baller. It looks as if Doug Bracewell is now going to come back for a blast from the pavilion end. It's not been Bracewell's day. 8 overs, no maiden, 0 for 45, plus a dropped catch at leg gully off Azad when he had 34 and he went on to make 86. So he owes his side. His new employers getting him back.
Good opportunity there if he can come in and sort of blast away the
very much
lower
so, yeah.
order and the tail.
Yeah.
Then he'll have done very much a worthwhile job as far as Northants are concerned. In comes the New Zealander. Bowls, and it's clipped away off leg stump. A foolish delivery by Harry Swindles, timed nicely and thought for a second. Long leg had made something of a Horlicks of that one. Did manage, however, to stop it. Presumably it's Proctor down there, is it? If he's been bowling at that far end with all the drinks around down there.
Yes.
In front of the electronic scoreboard. He was slightly lazy reaching down for that one and almost paid the price of 3 extra runs conceded. Didn't manage to stop it in the end. In goes Bracewell and bowls 2 Rhodes again on leg stump, but this time timed sweetly through the leg side, and 2 poor deliveries really from Bracewell to start this new spell. Over pitched on leg stump. The first one he got away with up to a point. Second one he certainly didn't. Rhodes moves on to 20, 199 for 5. Nice shot from George Rhodes.
Yeah, the idea will be here for Rossington and Northants that Bracewell has a 3 over blast before the tea break, if he can get it right, of course.
8.2 overs, none for 50 at the moment. In he goes and bowls again. 2 Rhodes, pretty wide, and at least it's outside off stump, and Rhodes decides it's too wide to throw the bat at and lets it go through. Levy has his hands in his pockets in a particularly unimpressed sort of way at the moment, but that's just his body language anyway, isn't it? It tends to be. It's not a personal comment. I don't think they will be particularly impressed with the way Bracewell has bowled so far, but everybody can have off days. And he goes and bowls, and that's a better delivery on off stump. Forward goes Rhodes and defends it out to Keogh, who's still swinging his arms around as he has been throughout most of this session. In fact, he's going to bowl an off spinner now. There he does. Bowls one to the way he's bowling them now to Curran. Bowls him a couple before the ball is relayed back to Bracewell. Suggests that he's had the word this time. Maybe going to replace Proctor. Broke the innings open a little bit for his side.
Yeah, 6 over spell for Proctor.
Bracewell in, drops a little bit short, but it's straight. Rhodes goes back, defends solidly enough to mid-on. No run. 6 overs for Proctor, 2 for
8, 2 for 16. 6 overs, 2 mains, 2 for 16.
Can't ask for much more than that, I think, in the middle of the afternoon session with an oldish ball. Bracewell. You can ask for a little bit more from, I feel. In he goes, bowls, and that's foolish. Line and length on off stump. Forward solidly goes George Rhodes, pushing it out to mid-off. And there is no run. End of Bracewell's over. 5 runs from it. 9 overs, none for 50 for him. Rhodes has 20. Swindles a couple. Leicestershire approaching their first batting bonus point, 199. But 5 wickets down, so Northants approaching their second bowling bonus point.
Yeah, I think so far, I think Bracewell's done anything that Nathan Buck couldn't throughout the day. Yeah, I'm going to see some spin now from the far end, so a couple from Keogh possible before the break here. Rhodes got himself to 20, Swindles there on 2, so a little start here for the debutant Rhodes. slip going in. That's all there'll be. No additional man around the bat. Ben Curran has had his shin guards on pretty much throughout the day. It's going into 45 here. Man is going back to deep square to our left. There's going to be a short, straight catching mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on a bit deeper than orthodox, mid-off pretty orthodox, extra cover and fairly tight, and a backward point. So Keogh from the Bennett end it is. First spin today, bowls right arm over, too short, and gets flicked away, but only as far as Curran at backward square leg. Comes to his left-hand side to collect, and there's no run. And a good T20 campaign did Rob Keogh. Was used far more than any other stage of his career. And a good impact. He bowls again here, and again is a little short, and Swindle's able to go back and just work an easy single through square leg, which brings the 200 up for Leicestershire. 200 for 5. First batting bonus point on the board in the season. Have none too many batting points. They're 20th of the season here.
Bright sunshine now as well.
Yeah, lovely day. More batting points than Durham, though, it must be said, and Durham lie 5th. Keogh to Rhodes. Rhodes well forward. Keogh's best delivery here. Pushed away out into the covers. Man comes across Berg from point to collect, and there's no run. And it's warmed up a touch now at Grace Road as Keogh steps in again, gives us plenty of air, brings Rhodes forward, flicking firmly. A few bounces to Bracewell, who's gone into that short, straight mid-wicket position. Keogh, a couple of steps and a skip into the crease, gives us plenty of air and gets flicked away again, this time to the orthodox mid-wicket, who's Alex Wakely, almost directly in front of us on the pitch. It's being germinated away for the final game of the season here in a couple of weeks. Have a good view of that wick, Rich.
Absolutely perfect.
Keogh in outside the off stump, quite a flat delivery here, and Rhodes steps across and lets it go through. So 3 overs to go until tea time here in sunny Leicestershire, on the home side 200 for 5.
That was 109 for 3 in the session then, so just about on us even, but I think Northampton will be the happier of the two teams with the individual sessions, so to speak. They'll be a lot happier if they pick up one more wicket before the interval, but they certainly bowl themselves right back into the game, so to speak. Bracewell in, bowls fullish and straight, and forward goes Swindles on middle and leg, and defends it firmly to mid-on. There's no run. And Bracewell just pick up another one before tea. Put Northampton firmly on top. 4 wickets in the session would certainly make it. The away sides. 3 slips go down. In goes Bracewell, bowls fullish outside off stump. Swings away a touch, but started wide, went a little bit wider. And there's no run. I wonder if they'll switch the floodlights off during the tea interval. It just seems a little bit of a waste now.
It does,
bright
yeah.
sunshine flooding the ground.
Changed the rules this year, didn't they, about the T20s, so you didn't have to have the lights on from the start, because often the first innings will be played in brilliant sunshine.
In goes Bracewell, bowls foolish, but nicely timed by Swindles. Just turned his wrists on that one and clipped it away through mid-wicket, and it runs down the slope towards the meet into the advertising hoardings in front of the clock. Swindles picks up 4, moves on to 7. He'll be feeling a lot better for that shot. 204 for 5. Third slip comes out on that basis, and he's going to go into short-ish mid-wicket. Swindles hasn't shown any signs of clipping the ball in the air, but he's still in a reasonably close catching position, about 4 strips back, as in goes Bracewell, bowls, line and length. Swindles little bit of a flourish to that defensive push. Back down the pitch on the on side. No run. Rehearses the shot. Applause from the slips. First slip in particular. Maroon cap catching the sunshine, giving it a very reddish tinge. As in goes Bracewell. Bowls full onto off stump this time. Forward went Swindells, thick outside part of the bat along the ground all the way towards backward point. Squawk of no from the young man. No run. 204.5. One ball left in Bracewell's 10th over. None for 54 at the moment for the New Zealander. Mops his brow, finding it hot work in every respect. In he goes. Bowls and turned nicely through mid-wicket again. A lot of time there, Swindells, between the man at short mid-wicket and square leg. Newton, who just turned and jogged after the ball. That was a shot of some class from Swindells, really. Just waited for it. And Bracewell, with his hands on his hips, pointing away at the leg side field, indicating to Rossington that he'd like perhaps another fielder there, or drop square leg back. It is the short side of the ground, probably only about 50 yards, 55 yards, if that, to the boundary on that side, where it's a good 75, 80 on the other side.
Yeah, at least big boundary to our left, isn't it, down towards the Milligan Road this week. And Bracewell continues to leak runs aplenty. Really struggling today. Here is Keogh, far end, right arm over, into Rhodes, he's back and whipping this away down the slope. A single to Newton, to our left hand side, running away from the Geary bar. Rhodes goes to 21. 209 for 5. Fellow right-hander, fellow youngster making his way in the game. Swindells back on strike and props forward to Keogh and just pushes him out to short mid-wicket. Hutton is there. Bracewell, sorry, is there to his left-hand side to collect.
Update coming.
Keogh steps in again past the stumps and Swindells forward in defence, playing back towards the bowler.
I shall have to nip in. 209 for 5. The Foxes, they lost 2 wickets in 2 balls when Hassan Azad was bowled by Luke Proctor for 86, and Neil Dexter then went very next ball, leg before wicket, without scoring. 183 for 5 at that stage. But debutant George Rhodes beginning to play quite nicely. He's on 21 not out. He's been joined by the 20-year-old Leicestershire batsman wicketkeeper Harry Swindells. Swindells is already on 12. Tea approaching, and the Foxes are 210 for 5.
Keogh to Rhodes, and Rhodes is forward, smothering this away out towards point. Across comes Gareth Burke to field. There is no run. Bracewell today, 10 overs, no maiden, 0 for 58. It's becoming almost unbowlable, that word used about Stephen Finn a couple of Ashes tours ago. As Rhodes almost caught in his crease here as Keogh pushes one through a bit quicker, but Rhodes survives. He's there on 21, Swindells with him on 12. And with 1 over to go until tea, Leicestershire 210 for 5.
So it will be slightly earlier than the old tea time, but only just. Won't be far off 22. The 2 young Leicestershire players having a word in the middle. Rhodes and Swindells. Come on, Dougie. Bracewell is encouraged to come charging up the hill from the pavilion end. Has he got a bit more cover on the leg side? He has. He's got a deep square out now. Not a great sign. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Swindells, again with something of a flourish, leaves outside the off stump, flicks the bat over the line of the ball. Admission of defeat to have a deep square against, maybe not, I don't know. Not of defeat, but he aren't particularly bowling very well. He's not there for a catch, that's for sure. Bracewell in again. Swindells again leaves outside off stump. Taken by Rossington, there's no run. Swindells then once again in his first class career has yet to fail to get into double figures. 6 innings, got into double figures in all of them. But with a highest score of 37, he'd dearly like to beat that, and something of an opportunity here for him on a flattish pitch. No time pressure at all. Bracewell in to him. He's looking to drive. A little bit too straight probably to get it where he wanted it to. Thick inside part of the bat. Pushes it out to mid-off, I beg your pardon. Where Rob Newton picks up and polishes. 63.5 overs old, the ball, so coming to the end of its natural life, so to speak. Bracewell in again, 2 Swindells outside off stump. Some little bit of shape perhaps to it, allowed to go through there by Swindells, who's left well in his innings so far, 210 for 5. So these two have added 27 now for this 6th wicket. 183 for 5 when they came together. Two balls to go in the session. Bracewell turns, and he finished on a high note. In and bowls outside off stump. Not a great line. Swindells has nothing to do with it.
I suppose it's better than being merrily clipped off your legs all the time.
True.
He's considered an awful lot of runs to the leg side, Bracewell. Hasn't been able to sit off stump just outside at all. Got a variety of lengths as well.
I shall see if I can persuade any of the Leicestershire, either batsmen who are out or any of the coaching staff, to come up and join us post-tea. In goes Bracewell, outside off stump again. Swindells leaves, puts his bat down in the crease, then picks it up and marches towards the pavilion, because that is tea. 210 for 5 Leicestershire. Harry Swindells will go to tea on 12 not out. George Rhodes has 21 not out. 3 wickets fallen in the session. Mark Cosgrove bowled by Ben Sanderson for 65. Hassan Azad bowled by Luke Proctor for 86. And Neil Dexter, leg before wicket to Proctor, very first ball. Dexter went the very next delivery, leg before wicket to Proctor, without scoring, of course. 183 for 5 at that stage. So something of a partnership has begun to be built for the 6th wicket between these two young men. Swindells, 20-year-old from Leicester, Rhodes, 25 years old, but hasn't played much first-class cricket. 21 games, I think we worked out, with a best score of 53. He's going to be on strike to the bowling of Ben Sanderson. Sanderson in from the Bennett end. Bowls outside of some, steered away in front of point by Rhodes, and he's going to pick up 4. Point dived across to his right, couldn't get there. Got a hand on it, judging by the way he's shaking it, but he couldn't stop it. 214 for 5 then. Nice shot from George Rhodes. First ball after tea. There's a little bit of width, a rare bit of width from Sanderson, and it's been punished by Rhodes. He waits with bat raised as Sanderson goes in and bowls to him. Again, slightly short of a good length. He goes back. It's much straighter delivery there, and defends, and this time it trickles out towards point, where Keogh, who bowled a couple of overs before tea, makes a much more comfortable stop on this occasion. Beautiful sunshine here at the Fisher County Ground. Floodlights are still on, however. A breeze now from the west, and conditions are beautiful up here in the East Midlands, or down here if you're listening in the north, of course. In goes Sanderson and bowls an outswinger, and Rhodes is forward and beaten on the outside edge on that occasion. Just swings past the outside edge. Could have played just deliberately inside the line, but I get the impression he didn't, rather. He remains on 25. 58 balls, his face now. 5-4 to his name. Real chance for him here. In goes Sanderson and bowls to him on off stump, and he defends. Out into the offside, picked up an extra cover. Coming in there, and there's no run again. Could burst in my earphones a little bit early for an update, you would have thought. Sanderson turns. In he comes and bowls. Again, very straight, good length ball as well. He wasn't sure whether to go back or forward there. Rhodes, he managed to get a bat on it and defend it out into the offside, and there's no run. Rhodes 25, Swindle's 12. 214 for 5. Talking about autumn being well and truly here on BBC Radio Leicester. I'm not sure it is. It feels sort of pleasant out there at the moment. In goes Sanderson and bowls very straight and solidly forward goes Rhodes. First over after tea successfully negotiated by him. First ball hit away for 4. The rest left or defended. Once he played and missed. But he's still there. 214 for 5. Rhodes 25. Swindles 12. Swindles and Rhodes having a chat in mid-pitch. Gareth Berg is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end, post-tea. Bracewell bowled a couple of overs before tea. 11 overs, 1 made none for 58 for Doug Bracewell, so not a great start to his second spell at Northamptonshire for the New Zealander. Berg 1 for 34 from 11, has been a little bit more effective. In he goes and bowls to Swindles, a lovely delivery that just bounces and swings away and beats the outside edge. There is no run. Feed goes off in my earphones, perhaps it will come back on in a bit. 214 for 5. Pleased buzz around Grace Road. In goes Berg and bowls outside off stump. Swindles pushes it out into the offside, and you heard the shout of no as he saw that it was going pretty close to Rob Newton in the covers. A gentle buzz of a crowd full of tea and cake, hopefully. Shirt sleeves for the most part, 1 or 2 coats being worn, but breeze just taking the edge off the temperatures at the moment. In goes Berg and bowls. A little bit late on that one, did it stay a bit low? Swindles implying it might have done. Defended it out towards backward point. No run. Just have to keep the runs down, Northants, with this old ball, 65 overs old, and hopefully pick up the odd wicket here and there, perhaps. Maybe finish Leicestershire off with the new ball, which is only, 14 and a half overs away. I suppose that's a fair way away. In goes Berg and bowls to Swindles onto the legs, and appeal for leg before as it comes off the pad and runs down to fine leg, but surely was going down the leg side. Berg implying it was swinging back from just leg stump towards, so it had straightened, swung back in. But no, Billy Taylor says leg buys, so no bat on it certainly. But it was not doing enough to hit the leg stump. 215 for 5. Rhodes just checking his guard. Here comes the update. In goes Berg, bowls, full, defended. just started again after tea. We've had 2 overs. The Foxes have moved on from 210 for 5 to 215 for 5. Harry Swindell's is 12 not out. Debutant George Rhodes is 25 not out. A real chance for Rhodes to impress the Leicestershire fans on his first innings here at the Fisher County ground. 215 for 5. Berg runs in to finish his over, bowls onto the legs of Rhodes, who turns it but without any aggressive intent out towards mid-wicket. Picked up there by Keogh, end of the over. 215 for 5 remains the score. A relatively subdued start to proceedings after tea. Will be Sanderson to continue from the Bennett end, looking to keep nibbling away here. These are the last 2 really recognised batsmen as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Callum Parkinson will come in at 8, but then it is very much the bowlers. Davis, Wright and Evans.
Evening all, here's Sanderson, comes down the hill into Swindles, who's forward and pushing away to mid-on, and there is no run. So yes, still a chance here for Northants to try and run through the Foxes before day's end, but still some work to do for the moment. The day nicely poised. Northants able to chip away throughout the afternoon. That double boost from Proctor as well, just giving them an opportunity. 215 for 5 as Sanderson comes in again with 3 slips, and the right-handed Swindles is beaten, pushing at one that just probably went away a little bit. There's been just a hint of movement, hasn't there, all day. There's been enough, I think, to encourage the bowlers, but Northants haven't quite, as a collective. Sanderson and Hutton again very good, but as a collective not quite bowled as well as they might have done. Proctor has improved throughout the day. Berg has been okay. Bracewell poor really, as Sanderson comes in once more. Edge, but short of third slip. Half a save, and the ball runs away a few yards behind the slip cordon. They're able to flash through for a run, but a genuine nick there from Swindles to the right of Hutton at third slip, diving away, parried the ball back and prevented probably 4 runs. Picked up a single, takes Swindles to 13, 216 for 5. Now a couple of opinions of the drop that maybe was off George Rhodes at tee suggested it was a catch.
Levy
diving to his left at second slip, yeah. Rhodes back on strike here and pushes forward to Sanderson. Very good cricket, just drops it in front of mid-on and flashes through for the run. 2 young fellas, should be good between the wickets. Good piece of running. Rhodes goes to 26, 217 for 5.
I shall ask the man himself at the end of play. If he goes on, nice to have a first chat to him. First interview of what may be many, who knows.
Sanderson in again, Swindles forward, playing slightly around this, down towards Proctor at mid-on, and there is no run. Sun is peering through watery now, isn't it really, from this quite high layer of uniform cloud. Remains a pleasant day. For a September's day's cricket, not too bad at all. It's set to get a bit warmer in the next couple of days or so, and a bit more sunshine around, which will be nice. All the more reason for Northants to try in these conditions here as Sanderson moves in again, brings Swindles forward, pushing away out towards Proctor at mid-on once again. And the over comes to an end. 217 for 5. Rhodes 26, Swindles 13. Men out today, Horton for a second ball duck. Ackerman for 16, Cosgrove for 65, Azad for 86, and Dexter for a golden duck.
Berg to continue from the pavilion end. 2 young batsmen have had a word. Rhodes had last week at the Fisher County ground as well, so he will have started to get to know his new teammates. In goes Berg and bowls to him. He's forward, angling the ball nicely through the sort of wide gully area. It's a chase back for backward point down towards the third man boundary. Ben Curran it is out there, wearing that deceptive sweater. It's a little bit too big for him and doesn't belong to him, but which he clearly loves dearly. Gets his throw away, and Rhodes picks up 3. Nice to see some quick Leicestershire running between the wickets. They are probably the quickest pair between the wickets I've seen Leicestershire have for a while. Moves on to 29. Swindoll's on strike on 13. 220 for 5. Berg in 2 Swindells. A little bit squared up, but plenty of bat on it as he defends out into the offside. Curran makes the stop at point, or backward point. There's no run.
Rather warm now with the sun shining upon us.
6 and 7 here is the cry to Gareth Berg. Berger, they call him.
Where did we get that one from?
Ice, you would have thought. Something like that would have been cooler, wouldn't it? But
the ice would suit actually with his hair.
Yeah, something of the Viking about him, isn't there? In he goes and bowls. 2 Swindells, edges through 3rd stroke 4 slip for 4. He did push rather hard-handed at it. It was well wide of 2nd slip, just the 2 slips and backward point now. But it would have certainly been interested had there been a 3rd slip flinging himself to his right, perhaps. Unlucky for Gareth Berg.
Yeah, go back again to about sort of overthinking it, really. They got a man catching up at short mid-wicket and a man catching also at a shortish forward square leg position. And both those positions come at the expense of a 3rd slip, and that's why your stock delivery that just goes away from the right-hander has been edged through.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Maybe trying a bit too hard with funky fields in that respect, and indeed... Yeah,
Hutton's going back into the cordon now. I mean, they've had 3 slips pretty much all day, and to a fella on 13, I'm not quite sure why you'd get rid of him now.
He was running Hutton to get there, but it took him quite a long time, didn't he? He looks a little bit tired as in goes Berg and bowls 2 Swindells outside off stump. Leaves this time, rehearses and attempted force. He would not have been wise to play. He didn't, in fairness. He remains on 17 then. Rhodes has 29, 2-2-4 for 5. Yeah, they are established fielding positions for a reason. And over the best part of 200 years, they've tended to be the ones that have worked. In goes Berg and bowls slightly short outside off stump, and he does look to force this time Swindells, but it's a bit too close to him, so he doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. No run. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Hopefully not Spanish flu. The start thereof. Berg in again. Bowls outside off stump. Goes for the drive, Swindells, and it's not convincing at all. Goes past the outside edge and... yes, not at all convincing. Got away with it, in that he didn't get anything on it. Taken by Rossington. No real reaction from Berg and the Northamptonshire fielders. 2-2-4 remains the score at the end of the 68th over. 12 to the new ball. Wicket or 2 before then. And then tail away with the new ball. That would be the ideal as far as Northamptonshire are concerned.
Here's Sanderson then. Bennett end. Bowls a bumper here to Rhodes. Sways inside the line. And it goes through to Rossington, harmlessly behind the stumps. Really is a very pleasant day now, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Sunlight streaming into our box like butterscotch.
And if you're in the vicinity of Grace Road, Fisher County Ground, come on down. Won't get many more opportunities this season to see a bit of first-class cricket.
Sanderson in again, full of length and bringing Rhodes forward. Thickish inside edge runs away to Curran is in there at a forward square leg, come wideish mid-wicket position. And there's no run. Yeah, not a bad number in today, is there? There's one or two members down beneath us. A few to our right-hand side by the nets as well. Sanderson goes in again, and back of the length. Rhodes up on his toes, is pushing away towards point. And there is no run. There are a couple of spectators in the red bank of seats to our left by the Milligan Road.
Yeah.
No idea why on earth you'd be sat there today. You are so far away from the cricket.
Best part of 100 yards away. You're at wide, long leg stroke, deep backward square.
Crazy angle. Bizarre. Sanderson once more. And Rhodes defending out towards extra cover, little forward press. There's no run. Usual cluster of spectators across from us in their own chairs to the left of the Bennett end. I'm sure they sit there come rain or shine wherever the match is being played.
They do.
They're not going to move.
Often knitting.
And if you get a much better view from elsewhere, particularly today. 2-2-4 for 5. Sanderson is into Rhodes again. He's pushing forward again. This time the ball comes off his pad and just bobbles back up the wicket a few yards. Bracewell comes across to collect ahead of Sanderson. Leaves it for the New Zealander. There is no run. A few self-chaired spectators in front of the picket fence down in front of us as well.
Bit more give in those sort of seats than the wooden benches.
Very much so. You can sit on those all day. Those your own chairs. As Rhodes pushing forward here to one that maybe just comes back a wee bit, plays down to mid on, and there is no run. So tidy stuff as ever from Sanderson, who produced a beauty to remove Mark Cosgrove earlier on today and break that superb partnership with Azad that added 122 with the third wicket and really got Leicestershire stuck into this day's cricket. Now they're looking to the lower order to try and build in this evening session with 27 overs still remaining. 2-2-4 for 5.
Yeah, ball of the day. Probably needed to be as well because Cosgrove did look in super touch out there. Bang bang here. The eternal cry of the first class cricketer. Berg. In from the pavilion end to bowl to Harry Swindells. A bouncer that isn't taken cleanly by Adam Rossington. It dips as it comes over the head of Swindells, who ducked obviously underneath it. 1 for the over, says Billy Taylor. Three slips for Swindells, of course. Now a much more conventional field. Normal mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, almost extra cover, and backward point as well as long leg. Berg is in, outside off stump. Good leave, it wasn't so very far from off stump, and little cry from behind the stumps. A couple of inches, 2 or 3 inches outside off stump. Swindells wanders forward, prods at the pitch. The two batsmen have a little indulge in a little semaphoring of what the ball is up to with their hands. Berg is in, bowls, and it goes for the wide drive again, doesn't get anything on it. Swindells, it's not convincing at the moment when he drives.
No need.
Get out well enough, but
no need at all. Let him go.
I suppose they may be thinking, Leicestershire, well, the ball's only sort of 10 overs left. This ball, it should be at its best sort of time to get it away. This is an opportunity. But when he does, it does look rather as though he's chasing it a little bit. Swindells, 17 not out. Berg turns and runs in and bowls to him. It seems back in, hits him quite high, I think. And indeed he indicates immediately to the umpire his appeal did rather tail off. And Billy Taylor nodded.
Again, just appeared to shake back a little bit.
There's been a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's been a good cricket pitch, really, in that respect. Perhaps a little bit slow, but might just have quickened up a bit. Not too much wrong with it. Looks every chance of it lasting 4 days. In goes Berg and bowls outside off stump, looking to steer it away. Thick bottom edge, sees the ball bounce down into the pitch and comes to a halt about 2 yards in front of Harry Swindles. Again, there's no run. Game going nowhere fast at the moment. 224 for 5. It was 210 for 5 at tea, which was 64 overs. Now coming to the end of the 70th as in goes Berg and bowls. Good line on off stump. Forward went Swindles, defended it out into the offside. Momentary confusion between extra cover and pointers who was going to do the fielding. One way or another it got done. So 224 for 5 at the end of the 70th means that 6 overs have been bowled since tea. 14 runs have been added and no wickets have fallen.
Elsewhere, Worcester ball out for 205 against Glamorgan at New Road. So a good start there for Glamorgan, trying to pick their promotion campaign back up again. They're batting fair with no Marnus Labuschagne.
Have they brought anybody in?
Well, they've got Samit Patel on loan from Notts.
But he's been there for a while, hasn't he?
Well, just for the last game, because he went back to play T20.
Yeah.
Here is Proctor taking over at the far end. Comes into bowl to Rhodes and goes past his outside edge first up. One scoots through, doesn't carry through to Rossington. So Glamorgan with a good start to that game there. 13 wickets have fallen in the day at Lord's so far. Durham 147 all out. Middlesex 51 for 3 in reply.
It's a bit of Rushworth's got them.
Well, Bryden Cast took the first wicket. Middlesex were 0 for 1 in reply as in comes Proctor again, just outside the off stump, and Rhodes this time pays no attention. Derbyshire 211 for 6 at Old Trafford. It's going well there, well, going okay actually against Lancashire really. Billy Godman with his 100 there. Fine innings.
He must be close to 1,000 for the season as well, you'd have thought now.
Gloucester's 189 for 8 against Sussex of Bristol. Here comes Proctor again, pushed out by Rhodes to extra cover for no run. So it looks like not too many batting points if at all for Gloucestershire at Bristol. Nothing for Durham. Glamorgan about to get their turn at New Road. The side's immediately around Northants. Middlesex and Sussex a little further off the pace, but still in the promotion shake-up as Rhodes drives here pleasantly, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. In Division 1, no batting points for Somerset. They were in trouble earlier on. They did rally, but they've been bowled up for 199. So they miss out on the point. Yorkshire now 12 without loss in reply there. Kent were in trouble at Trent Bridge, but they've battled back nicely as well. 287 for 8 they are as Proctor comes in again and Rhodes defends again out towards mid-off for no run. Darren Stevens led the rally. He's going to be leaving Kent at the end of the season.
He hasn't played too much, has he? I don't think this season.
Championship he has.
Red ball, has he?
Yeah.
Just was not at all white ball.
Yeah, hasn't featured at all in the white ball game. Did go on loan to Derbyshire during the T20, so that wasn't used much. Proctor once more, right arm over. Rhodes in again, brought forward in defence, pushing out to extra cover. There's no run to end the over. 25 to come tonight. 224 for 5 here are Leicestershire. Warwickshire 208 for 3 at Edgbaston, so Essex on the back foot as they look to extend their search for a second title in 3 years. And also wickets at the Ageas Bowl today. Hampshire fired out for 149, Surrey 42 for 3 in reply.
Game's moving on rather quicker, or more quickly than it is here at the moment. Northamptonshire being made to work for their wickets by Leicestershire at the moment, and by the pitch of course. So Swindles on 17 faces Gareth Berg, gets a short ball down the leg side that he sort of wafts that a little bit vaguely down the leg side, and then he rehearses a much more forceful pull. Didn't get anything on it, taken by Rossington. There's near run. The shadow of the floodlight going right across the pitch at the moment, more or less on a length actually, just where it is at the moment. Just the shadow from the pylon itself, though, the shadow of the lights has gone past. In goes Berg and bowls, foolish and forward solidly. In defence goes Swindles, defending it out off middle stump out to mid-on this time. The ever hopeful Keogh, windmilling his arms. So they did get a couple of overs before the interval. No obvious turn for him. Callum Parkinson, who was due in next, will have watched with particular interest. Rhodes signals to the pavilion for a sweater, I think. In goes Berg and bowls, and that's going to be close. Leg before, he's got his man at last. It was foolish, not too much foot movement from Swindles. Slightly vague defensive push, and the appeal finally answered in the affirmative by Billy Taylor, sends Harry Swindles on his way. So Berg's persistence being rewarded. He gets a leg before decision. He has 2 for 41 now, and Leicestershire are 224 for 6.
Yeah, I think Berg's been quite good since tee. Probed away with the older ball, and like you say, got his man, because he did have Swindles playing very awkwardly outside the off stumper a couple of times, and now he goes for a second bowling point on the board for Northants, and now into the bowlers to come. New ball, 8 overs from being available as well, so they will like to hope that they could wrap things up. So 260, 270 is what they'll be targeting, I suppose, from here.
Partnership 41. For
Yeah,
the 6th wicket.
Yeah, not bad.
Out comes Callum Parkinson. Big job to do for him. He's got George Rhodes at the other end. Not exactly going well, but he's been there a long time on 29.
Yeah, I think he's going quite well there.
He's battling away,
Rhodes,
isn't he,
yeah,
at the moment. He's not really sort of scoring runs, or not too many, just 8 post-tee in best part of 8 overs. But he's doing his job.
Yeah, you have those periods in the first class game, don't you, where he's got to sit in. Bowlers are allowed to bowl well, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's not used to playing, not used to playing first class cricket, but particularly, but certainly not here at the Fisher County ground, so new to him. Valuable experience for him at the moment. He's watching as Berg goes in to Callum Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump, and Rossington takes it to his left with a shout, implying that it is very close to off stump. Indeed, it was something of a late hop across his stumps from Callum Parkinson, all of which is recorded in the scorebook with a dot. 224 for 6. Can tweet us, remember, I'll give you those addresses in a moment, as Berg goes in to Parkinson, who again steps forward, then decides to leave, and again not too far from off stump. Far enough as far as Parkinson is concerned. At Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, or at _ still the same, isn't it? Alex Winter, all one word again. Don't forget the _ first, however. Rhodes watches as in goes Berg and bowls again to Parkinson, this time a pretty safe leave. It is a foot outside off stump and swinging further away. End of the over. A good one, though, for Berg. Wicket maiden, I think. 2 for 4. Trying to remember if there was a run off the first ball. Don't think so. 2 for 41 of 15 overs for him. 224 for 6 is the score.
Some real reverse swing here for Berg. This dives in quite late to Swindles, palpably out. Well, in fact, the way it did move, I just wonder whether it might have been actually slipping down the leg side, maybe. It would have been worth a look.
seeing that replay,
Yeah.
my first thought, oh, that was doing quite a lot, actually.
Would have been worth a look.
It was leg stump, if anything.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe a bit straighter, but Proctor is in from the far end, and Rhodes is moving it from his crease down towards square leg. Curran's there, there's no run. I think it's a fair enough decision. But yeah, certainly with the technology available, would have been the worst one to have a look at. Yeah, some significant movement for Berg, definitely. Proctor it is from the far end coming in. Rhodes brought forward, playing some extra cover for no run. That's where it's hit him, which is fairly straight.
Yeah. Yeah, you look at that and think, oh, bye-bye.
Just the way it did.
The bit it did
yeah,
before, wasn't it?
Ducked
really?
in. Good delivery,
Good
nice
stuff
piece
from
of bowling,
Rhodes,
yeah.
From Berg, beg your pardon, yeah.
2-2-4 for 6. Proctor's on his way again. And strikes the pad. There's a cry for LBW. Surely too high, yeah. Umpire Paul Pollard says not out. I think he was trying to leave that Rhodes, and I think that may also have ducked in at him and struck him very high on the pad. Just caught the top of the pad, I think, as it went through to Rossington. The appeal wasn't most convincing. Bracewell limbering up an extra cover. Maybe he's going to be asked for another burst. Proctor it is once again, and a drive and a miss this time from Rhodes. Full of length just outside the off stump. Saw a ball that he fancied coming forward to have a drive at, and played and missed. Has just got a bit stuck since tee, George Rhodes.
53 balls. Harry Swindle's faced. George Rhodes has now faced 79 for his 29.
Proctor again, back of the length, and Rhodes pushing, a little unsure of himself, out to extra cover. A little squared up, keeps it out again. Trying to grind out a score on his debut here for Leicestershire.
Can he find a way of just picking up ones, though? Or just trying to keep the scoreboard moving, perhaps with a touch more urgency than he is.
Proctor into Rhodes again, and Rhodes is forward, defending far more solidly this time. Out to Bracewell at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. So 23 more to come on what's now a really nice, pleasant afternoon here at Grace Road. Sun shining into our commentary box, making things quite warm actually. 2-2-4 for 6. Parkinson yet to score, and Rhodes is there on 29. It's going to be, I think, Doug Bracewell to take over at the pavilion end.
Great.
Well, quite, yeah. Yeah, the way that Bracewell's gone today has been very poor, but his extra pace and aggression could be very threatening to the lower order.
Could be. But the fact he's getting the ball that's 73 overs old, not the new ball, something of a comment you feel from Rossington in a way. See if he can redeem himself with this old thing. 9 overs since tee, just 14 runs.
Well, there's no need to keep Bracewell back for the new ball, because it will go straight to Hutton and Sanderson, so he could have a 4 over blast here, 3 over blast. See what he can do.
Bowling to Callum Parkinson, and he goes, bowls full. Parkinson pushes it out in towards mid-off, and there is no run. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Alex scampers off next door. They're not doing badly, having been put in, as you say, as an appeal for a leg before. They're turned down against Callum Parkinson. 224 for 6, the Foxes. They were 210 for 5 at tee. The man who missed out on the century was Hassan Azad. 86 he made before being bowled off the inside edge by Luke Proctor. That would have been his 4th century of the season. He's made 7 half centuries though, and he passed 1,000 runs in the championship season in the process of going to that. 86 innings of the day was played by Mark Cosgrove though. A glorious 65, looked in wonderful touch in hitting 11 fours before getting a super delivery that just trimmed his off bail from Ben Sanderson. Harry Swindells is the last man out. He's the only man to go out since tea. He went leg before wicket to Gareth Berg for 17, made the score 224 for 6, hasn't moved on since then. Young George Rhodes on his debut since joining from Worcestershire. He's 29 not out, so he's making a good impression on the Foxes fans. And as you say, it's a glorious late summer's evening. I don't think I'm going to say early autumn. It doesn't feel like autumn here at Grace Road at the moment. It feels like late summer. In goes Bracewell and bowls full to Parkinson, who defends out towards mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. Scoreboard going nowhere though in terms of runs as far as Leicestershire are concerned, so satisfactory, very much so, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Post-tea, that is, just 14 runs added of almost now 10 overs, 2 balls short of 10 overs. Even Doug Bracewell hasn't conceded a run so far. In he goes and bowls, and forward goes Parkinson on off stump, defending it out towards mid-off, and there's no run. He's been there or thereabouts in this over. Rhodes, George Rhodes and Billy Taylor having a chat. 3 slips for Parkinson, or behind Parkinson as he faces Bracewell. That man who was at deep square has come into square leg. So pretty conventional field, but still that short-ish mid-wicket. Newton about 3 strips back as in goes Bracewell and bowls to Parkinson, who clips him away through the leg side. Hasn't got quite enough on it to get it to the boundary. Long leg is going to pick up just inside the ropes, and indeed it is going to be just one, that being one of the shorter boundaries. So, first run for, I think, 4 overs off the last ball of the 74th. 225 for 6. Parkinson is off the mark. Bracewell none for 59 from 12 overs. And next over he's saying, what about? He's running down to long leg, so maybe then he's going to have to pop off for a moment. He's asked Billy Taylor's permission, but not straight away. Luke Proctor is going to continue from the Bennett end as Alex comes back alongside.
Proctor to Parkinson. That's one go just outside the off stump. 6 overs until a second new ball is available here for Northamptonshire. 225 for 6. Competitive day's cricket here so far, with Azad and Cosgrove sharing a big partnership mid-afternoon. So far, little either side of that pair. Partnership has at least got Leicestershire stuck into this first innings, and a number to work with on the board already. As Proctor moves in again, and Parkinson edging through the slip cordon and down to third man for 4. Genuine nick, but wide of full slip through where a gully may have been. It was along the ground anyway. It wouldn't have been a chance to a gully, and away towards the bank of yellow seats towards the meet to our right hand side. So Parkinson picks up a boundary, goes to 5. 229 for 6. It's Mediterranean weather once again, Rich.
It is beautiful. Unlucky that for Proctor. He always impresses me as a cricketer though. I like this sort of players who always patently give it everything. Not maybe as talented as some, but
gets the best out of himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Proctor is in once more, and Parkinson quite late down to this. Again, just a suggestion that the ball was shaping into the right-hander. Defended very late, the last moment, pushing to Newton at backward point for no run. 229 for 6.
It reminds me of sort of players like Graham Wagg and,
yeah,
you know, that sort of bustly, busy, determined player that just occasionally makes something happen.
Proctor comes in again now, bowls outside the off stump, and Parkinson able to watch one go by here into the gloves of Adam Rossington with 4 orthodox slips for company. Point, extra cover, mid on square leg, long leg. beautifully warm afternoon. Thicker cloud this morning has been blown away. Still got some quite high wispy stuff in a pretty uniform layer. Nice and sunny as Parkinson lets another one go outside the off stump for decent length this time, and Rossington takes it around hip height. Yeah, definitely a suggestion today. I don't know whether it's our angle, the fact that Proctor's coming down the slope, but definitely a suggestion that he is just pushing it through a little bit swifter perhaps than some of his other spells this season may be. Shuffles in again, wide on the bowling crease here, angles one in, but it was just a touch wide for Parkinson to let it go through, and yeah, again, that carries nicely through to Rossington, who takes it around diaphragm height with two hands to his right hand side. End of the over, 5 until the second new ball becomes available. 229 for 6. Rhodes there on 29, scrapping it out. Parkinson 5. Wicket to go since tea. That of Harry Swindles, LBW to Berg for 17.
Curran went running off and he's run into the loos, I think, on the far side underneath the...
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely, in the Turner Indoor Centre. So, whether somebody's in the nets or something in there, but I think he went into the loos. Looking for the 12th man, see if he's come on. Would it be safe save? Would he be around for the...
No, I don't think so.
Duties?
No, Charlie Thurston's down there at cover.
Thurston is, yeah, but the other lad... Bracewell to continue, in he goes and bowls to George Road, who leaves outside off stump. Seems to have been on 29 for at least 6 overs, I think, George Rhodes.
Yeah, the substitute, the other sub we saw earlier today wasn't Zabe.
Okay.
I haven't seen him all day, to be honest.
Bracewell looks down at the ball. He too wears his Northamptonshire shirt outside his trousers, runs in and bowls to Rhodes, who's forward. Bat tucked very close to front pad, defending off stump out into the offside. Picked up by the aforementioned Thurston.
I think he's shown enough here so far, Rhodes.
Yeah.
Shaped up pretty well.
This is not exciting, is it? But
doesn't need to be. It's first class cricket.
Yeah. But in terms of style, but as I say, valuable experience for him. In goes Bracewell, bowls to him outside off stump, half a step forward, then lets it go through. Two South Africans, Dieter Klein and Neil Dexter, down below us. Dexter with his cricket bag strapped to his back like a Sherpa. He's going to go and have a net, or has been for a net. Heading now to the pavilion below us. In goes Bracewell, bowls again, good line and length, solid forward defensive press from Rhodes, keeps it out. Even Bracewell settled into a nice line and length now.
Yeah, much better.
Just the two slips for Rhodes as he faces the New Zealander. Otherwise a pretty conventional field, with the exception of Newton, who's close-ish at mid-wicket. In goes Bracewell, bowls outside off stump, and I think just kept the bat tucked behind the leg there. Didn't go through with the defensive press as he pressed forward there. George Rhodes. Bracewell certainly didn't get excited as it went past the outside edge. Scrapes a little at the crease as he walks back past Billy Taylor. In from deep square. He shouldn't have been out there at deep square, surely. In comes from deep square to a conventional, just slightly backward of square position comes a fielder. Leaning, surely not in a catching position. No, walking in now. In goes Bracewell, bowls outside off stump, thick inside edge, past off stump, could have gone anywhere from Rhodes, looking to force it through the offside. Thick inside edge, went past the stumps and ran down slowly indeed towards fine leg. and the single is taken. Rhodes is finally off 29, and out from the loose comes Ben Curran, which means presumably that Thurston will trot off again. Indeed, he does trot off again. 230 for 6 Leicestershire. 76 overs have been bowled. They are limping towards 250 and a second batting bonus point.
14th over of the day for Luke Proctor, and he comes, and Rhodes is driving really smartly down towards mid-off, but a tremendous save in there by Berg, throwing himself to his right-hand side. Prevents any runs at all. It was nicely timed by Rhodes. Confident stride in. By no means a half volley, but striking that nicely back up past the bowler, but Berg keeps the score at 230 for 6 as Proctor steps in again, quite wide on the bowling crease here, and gets one to go through past the outside edge. He may have just withdrawn the bat.
You've raised your bar stool high.
I have, yeah. I haven't quite got comfortable today, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's because of this angle we're having to sort of swivel ourselves around, aren't we?
Yes, it isn't ideal.
230 for 6. Proctor is in again, and again beats the bat. Full length this time. Rhodes just sort of poking from the crease this time, and one maybe just went away again and beat the bat. Still just enough happening there for Proctor and Northamptonshire. Continues to probe away well.
Leicestershire 12th man in this game, Gavin Griffiths, has joined us in the box. He's going to come and do a spot of commentary, so you can stretch your legs if you like after an over or two.
Proctor once more from the far end. Rhodes always beaten again, this time trying to play a forward defence. Definitely some shape and some movement there for Luke Proctor with this older ball.
We'll see what Gavin thinks, but it has been there. There's been something there all day, hasn't it? Just a little bit.
Excellent stuff from Proctor. Rhodes still there, 130. Proctor is into him again. He plays forward to this. Slightly fuller ball, runs it out towards Keogh at point, and there is no run. Well, sort of a period either side of lunch where Azad and Cosgrove were together. Conditions look very benign indeed. Didn't appear to be much available for the bowling side at all.
No, they did rather impose themselves, particularly Cosgrove. Run rate has dropped down to 3 now.
Proctor to complete the over, and again goes past the outside edge. It's a great set from Luke Proctor, but frustratingly for him and Northants, sliding past the outside edge on at least 3 occasions there. Fine over, but no reward. So 230 for 6, 4 until the second new ball becomes available. And I'm going to leave you momentarily.
230 for 6 as Alex departs, and Gavin Griffiths, for the first time for a little while, is going to come in alongside us and explain all about the pitch and the ball and the conditions out there. Afternoon, Squire. How are you?
Very good, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, very good indeed. You have a little bit of a break last week, or you're perched up there. Is lowering the bar stool. In goes Doug Bracewell and bowls to Callum Parkinson outside off stump, well wide, and Parkinson lets it go through. Did you have a bit of a break last week, or was it all training? Or
no, there's a few of us actually played in the second team final down at Hampshire. It was a good run out. We unfortunately lost, but we played some nice cricket. We messed up a little bit on day 2, which ultimately cost us a game, but it was good to get some overs in our legs and sort of get back out there playing red ball cricket.
Took it pretty deep as well in the end.
Yeah, we had to.
Last session.
Yeah, obviously because we lost on first innings, we had to try and win the game.
Bracewell in, bowls, Parkinson again, lets it go through outside off stump.
Yeah, because we lost on first innings, we had to try and sort of chase their score down. You know, we probably, if it was a 4-day game, we'd probably try and draw the game, but we gave it a good go. Ultimately fell a little bit short, but yeah, there's some good performances. Obviously, Alex Evans took 5 wickets, bowled beautifully in the first innings. Callum Parkinson, Aaron Lilly bowled beautifully, good spin. So yeah, it was as I say, it was a good run out for all the boys down there last week.
Bracewell turns. And he goes, bowls to Parkinson, and once again, third time in the over, third time in 3 balls, it's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Callum Parkinson. Is it just a case of batting time really for the Foxes, getting overs into the legs of the Northampton seamers, new ball not so far away?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you've seen, it's done quite a bit all day. It's definitely swung. There's been a couple of wickets to a couple of hooping in swingers. Neil Dexter got hit on the shin first ball from a good ball that swung back late. So
Bracewell in again, straighter this time. Parkinson a fraction late on it as he goes forward, deflects it out towards backward point, who makes the stop, no run.
See, obviously you've got the new ball sort of in a couple of overs, which will be a challenge, but hopefully it should come on a little bit nicer as well. So sometimes it can create opportunities to score a little bit quicker. You've seen sort of since tea the run rate's probably dropped from 3.5 to 3 and over, which can happen as the ball gets a little bit older. It sort of softens up a little bit, but as you've seen, they still beat the batter. There's still plenty in this wicket, so I think we're in a decent position without sort of dominating.
In goes Bracewell, bowl slightly short. Parkinson goes back, defends off the off stump, just drops it out into the offside. Solid from the young Lancastrian, pushing it out into the offside. No run. He remains on 5 not out. George Rhodes on debut for the Foxes, 30 not out. Been out there a long time. Valuable experience for him to get to know the Fisher County ground pitch a little bit.
Yeah, he's obviously been impressive from what we've seen so far. Looks like to me he doesn't look worried not to score in periods. He was stuck on 6 for about 45 minutes earlier on in the day.
Bracewell in, bowls to Parkinson, swings away outside off stump, allowed to go through, end of the over, 230 for 6.
So yeah, he's obviously held the innings together since sort of Cozzy got out. That period sort of after lunch was brilliant for us when Hassan and Cozzy was sort of ticking along at 4-5 and over. It was just a shame that partnership couldn't extend a little bit longer, and we'd really be in the box seat. But as you say, we are where we are, and hopefully George can go on and guide the tail to a really good score.
Having been asked to bat first in September, sort of a score of around 300 would be pretty decent. You would have thought. Certainly gives Leicestershire's bowlers something to bowl up. Proctor is in to Rhodes, who defends, drops it out into the onside, straightish delivery. There's half a thought about a quick single, but Callum, although he's a very fit young man, isn't quite as quick as Harry Swindles, and no run attempted on that occasion.
I think the other good thing is that this is a used pitch from earlier in the season where we played Worcester on, so hopefully we're hoping that as the game goes on it does get lower and slower and harder to score.
Proctor in again, outside off stump. That one certainly stays low and is stopped on the second bounce by Rossington. Bounce for the second time, quite a long way in front of him. And he makes a digging motion, Adam Rossington, so indication from him that pitch is indeed starting to stay a little bit low, so wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to be bowling last on it on that basis.
Yeah, we were actually thinking about having a bat this morning, so yeah, for that exact reason really.
Proctor in, bowls, squared up a little bit there Rhodes, but gets plenty of bat on it. Deflects it out towards backward point, and there's no run. How are you finding him? You won't have seen much of him last week then either, I guess, George.
Yeah,
on
no,
that basis. So first time you met him.
Yeah, I've obviously played a couple of times. He's my age, so I've played against him a couple of times in the past. He had to cover Worcester's 2020 squad last week, but as I say, he's looked really impressive so far.
In goes Proctor and bowls to him. We give him the benefit of the doubt there, so he left the bat raised as it bounced past outside off stump. And again, there's no run. And as a character, it's the early days, isn't it? But
yeah, he seems really
quiet.
Mature, I would say.
He's 25.
Yeah,
he's
he is.
older than
He is, but we're a young dressing room. I feel like that sort of young but mature character will be good for us. He seems to have settled in really well.
Proctor in, bowls to him, just comes down on it in time. One or two hands go into the air in the slips. Would have been a shout for leg before had he not got a little bit of a thick inside part of the bat on that one. Pushed it out towards square leg. No run. Sad news about Mace. I mean, great for him. Great, promotion in a way for him. But from your point of view as a seamer, sad to lose his influence.
Absolutely, yes. I think since Mace came in, what was it, 18, 24 months ago, he's been nothing but brilliant.
Proctor in, bowls, very straight, solid defensive shot from George Rhodes, keeps it out, end of the over. 79 overs have been bowled, one more then to the new ball.
And yeah, we'll be really sad to see him go, but at the same time, it's an opportunity that he really couldn't turn down. Obviously, to head back home for him and to be given the opportunity to work with some world-class players in the Big Bash and obviously in some state cricket over there. We wish him well, but at the same time, he's done a brilliant job here. On a personal level, I feel like he's moved my game forward from where it was. I'm going to stay in touch with Mace. He's someone that I know that a few people who've left the club are still in contact with, and he still guides them and stuff. So hopefully, I'll be heading out to Australia this winter too, and definitely stay in touch and try and catch up with him out there.
Bracewell in, bowls to Parkinson, who forces through the offside, times it really nicely as well. No chance for Point to chase that one down, just jogging in pursuit. Ben Curran, lovely shot from Callum Parkinson, picks up 4, moves on to 9, 234 for 6. Bracewell continues to be a little bit expensive, easily the most expensive of the Nottinghamshire group of bowlers in this game. Not always the best move to necessarily excuse me, bringing in international just for a few games, as Alex Carey demonstrated last week, didn't he? Dropping
oh God,
dropping Mo in on 6. It's a straightforward chance on it, and it went on to cost his team the game. In goes Bracewell again to Parkinson. Fuller this time brings Parkinson forward in a defensive shot, and there is no run.
I think that shot Parky's just played there, and I think if you could bowl the ball to Callum where he'd won it and try and hit for 4, that's Callum's sort of trademark shot. Trademark shot is to punch off the back foot through covers. He likes it there. It's a good shot for him.
3 slips behind him for Bracewell as he comes in and bowls again to Parkinson. 4 outside off stump brings him forward, but it's a good leave for all the oohs and ahs, a good few inches outside off stump. Bracewell mops his brow. He's found it hard today. Pitch, well, it never breaks up here, does it? In terms of turn for Callum, there's unlikely to be too much turn, but it's the bounce that's the key, you feel, as the game goes on, or may be the key. And if that is the case, then 280, 300 would be a very decent score. In goes Bracewell, bowls, and Parkinson looks to flick it away down the leg side as it's speared down there by the New Zealand. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Rossington, running away to his left. No run. Obviously disappointing for yourself not to be playing in this one. Must have been a close one.
Yeah, it's to be honest with you, it's been a frustrating year altogether in red ball. I don't think I've had a game where I've played 2 in a row. It's a challenge because I've not really got going. Last year, I think.
In goes Bracewell, bowls, forward goes Parkinson, defence to backward point, no run.
Sort of last season, I was given sort of an extended run, maybe at times when I could have been left out, and I felt like that really helped me. It's obviously we've had a little bit more competition this year, and didn't start my greatest, but yeah, as I say, it's frustrating, but at the same time, it's professional sport. I understand tough decisions have to be made at times, and I'll be doing all I can to try and get back in for the last couple of games and try and put a couple of wins on the board. But at the same time, I feel like my game's really moved forward in 2020 cricket. I felt like.
Bracewell in, bowls, Parkinson solidly forward again. Defensive shot out into the offside. End of the over, new ball time. In T20 especially, yeah. Yeah,
I felt the exposure that we got this year was really valuable, and sort of my learnings from the start of the tournament to the back end was massive for me, and it's something I'm going to take forward into the winter. Just different balls that you need at different times, different fields that you have to set, and I feel it was a frustrating campaign for us as a general, because I felt like we were real close at times, and we just missed that little bit of stardust that we potentially had the year before and the year before that to get us over the line in games. But yeah, as I say, we had a really young side, and lads, Harry Swindles, Will Davis, myself, another year for Callum Parkinson. Hopefully next year we'll all be a year older with potentially a little bit more overseas experience to come into as well.
New ball has been taken then,
Shot.
and immediately is driven for 4. Sanderson just looks back at George Rhodes. It was foolish outside of something. It was there to be hit, but Rhodes unfussily just leant forward and drove it away through extra cover for 4. So he moves on to 34, 238 for 6. Electronic scoreboard a little bit close, a little bit slow. In goes Sanderson and bowls again, this time turned off his legs by George Rhodes. Actually moved on to 34 with that shot. He'd been on 30 for he'd been on 29 for a while. As you say, displaying an impressive patience. His highest score in first class cricket, I think it's only 53. Certainly it's in the 50s. So real opportunity for him to hit. People can call him very capable batsman as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I've just mentioned then about I don't think he ever really got a run of sort of games where you can build confidence and feel belonging in a side. So hopefully he can finish the season well with us and play a big role next season.
Sanderson in to Parkinson, who tries to clip a leg side delivery down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Rossington, and there's no run. So you're definitely going to go to Australia this winter?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I've got a club all sorted, and just need to get my visa over the line, and then I can sort of have a couple of weeks off at the end of the year, and then head out there. It's good because you sort of you can manage your workload really well, and you can get out bowling. And
Sanderson in to Parkinson, who is playing the ball off middle and leg this time, thick inside part of the bat. He's got it behind square, running out towards wide long leg. In comes Bracewell, but Parkinson picks up a couple, moves into double figures, moves on to 11. Is that in Perth then?
No, that'll be in Melbourne.
Okay.
So I have a opportunity as well to sort of net bowl at Victoria State side. Obviously Andrew McDonald's coach there now, and then hopefully some of the Big Bash stuff, be able to net bowl at their lads, and yeah, just sort of pick the brains and try and test myself against the best in the world.
Sanderson into Parkinson again down the leg side. There's a semi-appeal for a catch down the leg side. Nothing at all from the bowler, and certainly nothing from umpire Pollard. There's some lovely cricket grounds in Melbourne. It's the only Australian city I know really from going to do the Formula 1 there, so used to go and see the cricket grounds.
No, I spent a winter out there in 2015. I really enjoyed my time, so yeah, I can't wait really.
Sanderson in, Parkinson falling over himself slightly as he tries to push that one away into the leg side. Seams back in a little bit into the pad, upper part thereof, bounces out into the leg side, and there is no run. 241 for 6, and as is often the way, the new ball, having been taken, yields a few runs. 1 for 60 for Sanderson. Forecast is good for the next couple of weeks though, so if the Foxes can finish the season by picking up a win and a couple of good performances, it would lift everybody going into the winter, wouldn't it? It's been tough really after such a promising start to the season.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and this, I think Nico mentioned it in his thing pre-match. He sort of said we didn't finish off last season probably as well as we should have done. Obviously, again with no overseas, with Bassi going home, it'll be again a couple of great opportunities for lads who've not played as much cricket to get that under the belt. But at the same time, try and win games for Leicestershire.
In then down the leg side, appeal for a leg before, clipped the pad and was stopped by Rossington diving off to his left. Hutton, the bowler, thudded into the pad. Bracewell has been taken off despite this scoreboard trying to convince us otherwise. 241 for 6, there we go. Hutton it is, 1 for 31 from 15. They've nagged away the Northampton seamers. Hutton and Sanderson, a pretty solid opening pair.
Yeah, to be fair, they're all pretty similar bowlers.
Hutton in to Rhodes, outside off stump, leans back. It was quite wide there, let it go through.
I think the one that's probably impressed me the most has been Luke Proctor. Obviously I played with him back at Lancashire, and when he gets it right, he can be a real handful. He moves the ball both ways in the air, skiddy action, quick arm. Things sort of seem to happen faster when he bowls, not necessarily ball speed, but he's just different. And I think today he's tested. He's probably tested more than any other bowler. I think he's been probably the pick of their bowlers.
We were talking about that sort of player, if you like. In goes Hutton, bowls outside off stump, left by Rhodes, sort of Graham Wagg style, sort of quite a quick arm action. The ball doesn't actually go through the air that quickly, but there's something about them that sort of makes you think it maybe will. They get a little bit and make things happen sometimes, and invaluable sort of players to a team, really, aren't they? And as you say, he's a pretty extensive career now, one way or another. In goes Hutton and bowls. A little bit of shape to the delivery. Forward, Rhodes, bat slightly angled, slightly in front of the front pad, but solid enough as he pushed it into down the pitch on the on side.
Yeah, I think he would have been about 25 when 22, 23, 24, something like that when I first started. So yeah, he's probably been around for best part of 10, 12 years now.
Hutton in again, brings Rhodes forward on off stump with a fullish delivery. No great shape to it yet. Obviously taking the new ball is an advantage, but that old ball... Oh, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Here it comes. It would be nice to think so, and George Rhodes is doing a good job in that. He's 35 not out on his debut for the Foxes. He's going to not keep that. He's going to keep that one out, not pick up another run there. Callum Parkinson is with him. He's 11 not out. The only wicket to fall since tea, that of young Harry Swindells, who went leg before wicket to a full delivery from Gareth Berg that just reverse swung back into him a little bit. He went for 17, made the score 2-2-4 for 6. They'd added 41 for the 6th wicket with Rhodes. Rhodes, as I say, is still there. He's battling away well on his debut. Parkinson with him, 241 for 6 with, let's see now, 14 overs remaining today. Back with you online. We'll never know what James Anderson was about to say then.
He's been a big miss, hasn't he, for England, certainly.
You feel that way. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Parkinson. Ball hits bat rather than bat hitting ball there, but it's angled down through the slips and it's going to run away to the third man boundary for 4. Just bounced the bank. He was looking to leave there, hit the blade, didn't he? But he kept it down.
I actually think third man is... I always think that here at Grace Road, it's a position that you have to have a fielder there.
At this end.
Especially coming down. Yeah. It's something, obviously, when we played Durham here, and Ned and Ben Rain obviously played it here quite a lot. They started the innings with that, both innings, and it's sort of... You can find it difficult because balls that should be going for 4 are only going for 1, and you can feel like the scoreboard doesn't go anywhere. So I think you'll see now they've just put one in.
Yeah, and quite fine as well. Sanderson down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Parkinson. Again, it bounces a little bit, and a good diving stop to his left at second slip, third slip. Diving across in front of second slip. A little bit there for Sanderson at the moment. Because his innings at Durham was a bit special. And I think today he sort of showed the benefits of that. He played absolutely beautifully. Got the ball of the day to get him out. Just trimmed his off bail.
Yeah.
Sanderson in, bowls, and Parkinson bat in front of pad, looking to get forward, shuffling forward to negate the movement. Plays it out into the onside, no run.
I think as well, he towards the back end of the 2020 stuff, you could see he was seeing the ball really well and playing. It looked to me today like he was playing a lot stronger shots down the ground. And he's that imposing figure that we've seen, when I seen in 2017, looked to be back. So his innings at Durham was a lot different, a lot more rear guard, but he played beautifully there, and he's played really well today.
Looked in wonderful touch, and another sensational effort from Hassan Azad. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Parkinson, thick inside part of the bat, squeezes it out behind square. It's going to be just a single as Bracewell comes in from wide long leg. Parkinson on to 15, 245 for 6, second batting point in view, past 1,000 runs for this season in the county championship, which by any measure, is pretty sensational effort, really.
Yeah, I bowled at him in the indoor nets, and you could just tell he knew his game. Confident in defence, and he scores in awkward areas. You could see today they started with a field that you wouldn't usually see, and yeah, the thing about him is he only wants to get better, so I'm sure there'll be more to come.
Sanderson in, bowls outside, off stump, and rather reaching for the wide one there a little bit, trying to force it out into the offside roads, and doesn't get anything on it. Fortunate not to do so. Goes through to Rossington, no run. Gets peppered every innings. So teams perceive there to be not necessarily a weakness, but it hasn't really worked out a foolproof method of playing this sort of short, straight delivery.
Yeah, it's something that he scores off, because he hits, sort of crabs it down and plays it well.
Sanderson in, bowls. That one does bounce up a little bit and into the rib area of George Rhodes.
But yeah, I'm sure if there is a problem, whatever the problem is, Hassan will solve it and then go away and work and spend hours and hours and hours getting tested by it. And I think you often see that in county cricket. You see someone who comes in first season, bit of an unknown quantity, and they go and do really well, and then the next season, with obviously all the analysis that's around now, you can sort of get exposed. So it's not about necessarily changing your game massively from year to year, but you have to be aware that you've already seen teams have started to bowl slightly differently at Hassan than you would at anyone else. So
everybody sets a leg gully now.
So I think
slip
he's done brilliantly this year, and I think next year will be sort of the real test for him. But I have absolutely no doubt that he'll come through that with flying colours, because I know the character that he is.
Extraordinary mental strength as much as anything. In goes Hutton and bowls, and is coming back in, and he's given out a leg before. Reaching forward, George Rhodes. I beg your pardon, it's Callum. Reaching forward there, just seemed back in a little bit to him. Scoreboard taking time to come up to date. And he is given out a leg before wicket. It was well forward, but it did look to come back in a little bit. And well bowled by Hutton. He picks up the 7th wicket. Leicestershire 246 for 7. Worked hard there, Callum Parkinson. But the new ball, the extra seam, just did a bit there.
Yeah, I think this is it's a massive period now. We've got as a team, we aim to try and get 100 runs for the last 4 wickets. I think we were 226 for 6, so we're probably looking around that 320, 325 mark as a goal for us collectively. I think, given what we've seen today and how much the ball's moved, I think that'll be a brilliant effort from here. But obviously we've got lads who can still bat. Chris Wright shown already this year. He's done night watchman a few times and got in and played strong shots. So we'll see now. Hopefully these two can put on some runs, and obviously if not, we hope that George can stay in and potentially play a little bit more positively with the tail and get us over the line with that.
What can you tell us about Alex Evans as a batsman?
You know what? He's a left-hander. I batted with him last week at Hampshire, and he lined up really well. I actually got him out earlier in the year. We played against Loughborough, but he's certainly come on with the bat. So it looks like he's got a solid enough defence. And I think when you're down there and you're batting with someone who's in and set, that's sort of how I base my game. Is I try and be as difficult as I can to get out and sort of frustrate the opposition as much as you can. I suppose it's nothing worse as a bowling side when you sort of get 7, 8, 9 down and someone that can actually bat and defend, and the guy at the other end can really score. So he certainly looks like he can hold it.
Brett Hutton, 16.1 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 31. Exceptional stuff from him as ever. Shows the ball to, I don't think that was a complaint to Billy Taylor. I just think he was probably showing him how he held it there to get that seam movement back in. So Chris Wright waits with bat raised as Hutton goes in and bowls full outside off stump to him. It swings through to Rossington, uninterrupted by Chris Wright, allows it to go through. Best part of 2,000 first-class runs to his name, Chris Wright. He's proved himself over the years, an obdurate batsman.
He can bat.
Yeah,
he can certainly bat. As I say, he sort of took the mantle off me of night watchman, which I'm not overly happy about, but he's done really well. I don't think he's failed in that yet. So
Hutton in to him. He's back and across and just playing it off the thick inside part of the bat through backward square, runs down towards wide long leg. Luke Proctor's down there, single taken, right then off the mark. 247 for 7. 22 added for the 7th wicket between Callum Parkinson and George Rhodes. 16 of those to Parkinson. Did it change at all, or do the conditions change at all in terms of the behaviour of the ball when the lights are on? Because they were... we weren't quite sure.
Yeah.
It seemed to start doing a little bit more after
the lads did
them
say
on.
that, yeah. Sort of when I ran drinks out earlier on, they said...
In goes Hutton, bowls, and defended by Rhodes, full delivery.
Yeah, they said it just seemed to happen a little bit quicker. I think when you're bowling out there and you've got a newish ball and the lights are on, it just seems to shine. It just feels right. It feels nice. So let's just hope they're on tomorrow as well. They've sort of been on since probably early afternoonish.
Good forecast for the next few days. That said, so
I think once they're on, then you're not really meant. I'm not sure what the rule is, but I don't think you turn them off.
I thought it changed. We thought it changed that. We knew you couldn't do that last season, but we thought this season you could. In goes Hutton, and he's driven nicely by Rhodes. Just lent into that one. Should pick up at least 3, and is going to pick up 3 as back goes Bracewell. Picks up around 10 yards inside the ropes, a deep extra cover. It's a long boundary out there, good 80 yards or maybe 75 yards.
Shame they weren't like that for the T20s.
Yeah. Yeah, would have made a bowler's life. It's just where the pitch is as well a little bit, isn't it, where it's been cut for this one with that old one.
That first game against Yorkshire.
That was, everybody went the distance in that game one way or another, didn't they? It's about the only game Yorkshire won as well, I think.
Yeah.
No, exaggerate a little bit, but yeah, they got hold of it. In goes Hutton and bowls full, another tempter to right, but Wright just steps forward, then leaves his bat raised. End of the over. 250 up with that 3 for the Foxes, so a second batting bonus point. 250 for 7 after being put in September.
Yeah, as I say, it's in the balance. Yeah. You put another 50 to 70 on it, you're probably happy. You get knocked over before 275, and it's probably their day. So it's in the balance, yeah. As a cricketer, you always say, put 2 wickets on it. So we've just got to try and keep extending, keep turning the ballers around, put them into the 4th, 5th, 6th spells, and yeah, as I say, if it does this much tomorrow with the ball, I think 300 will be a challenging score.
What's the dressing room opinion on Geoffrey Boycott being knighted?
We were talking about that before.
Go on then.
I don't really know. One of the lads said he likes to talk about himself a little bit too much, but yeah, I think obviously his services to cricket have been brilliant.
Sanderson in outside off stump, allowed to go through by Rhodes, and there's no run. And
then obviously with the Andrew Strauss and the stuff he's done with the Ruth Strauss Foundation has been brilliant. So yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? We've got Sir Alistair Cook, Sir Ian Botham, Sir Geoffrey Boycott. Who else?
Sirs wise.
Yeah, cricketers.
Some of the West Indian, the Sir Vivian. Yeah, they've all quite a lot of the West Indians have been honoured one way or another. In goes Sanderson, bowls, and a little late on that one. Rhodes, half forward, just pushes it back down the pitch. No run. It's good to see the game in the national spotlight at any rate, and the Ashes and the...
Yeah, it's been a good summer. I know the Ashes haven't gone the way we would have liked, but I think if we're being totally honest, I think the Australians have been... Look at their bowling attack. I mean, it's...
Sanderson in, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Rhodes' bat. A little bit of swing for Ben Sanderson. 1 for 65. Doesn't reflect the way he's bowled today, I don't think.
No, he's a very good bowler. That's cricket though, isn't it? Some days you'll bowl this and you'll get 5 for 30, so I'm sure he won't be overly bothered. He's bowled really well, so yeah. So the one thing I would say about the Australian attack is how they sort of seem to have a plan for any conditions. If it was nipping around, they'd pitch it up, swing it. If it was flat, they would expose people by using the bouncer. They were extraordinary all series.
Sanderson in, bowls. Pick outside edge, deflected along the ground towards third man by George Rhodes. Picks up a single, moves on to 39. It would do his confidence, and And that of the Leicestershire supporters in him, a power of good to see him get a 50 in this, or get a half century, and maybe get a first class best in this game.
I seen his dad was over. Obviously, Steve Rhodes was over.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he was over watching. One of Matt Mason's good mates, actually. So
yeah,
he's been in today watching.
Will be. Sanderson in, 2 balls to go in his over. Bowls to Chris Wright, who is solidly forward, playing the ball back down the pitch into the stumps at the far end. Don't think Sanderson got his fingers to it, didn't brush his fingers. Either way, Rhodes was back in his crease. Wasn't going to be caught out that way. Which club in Melbourne then, hopefully?
It's called Fitzroy Doncaster. So
okay.
I think Glenn Maxwell's club. It's a strong club out in playing grade cricket, so I can't wait.
In goes Sanderson, bowls out, very short bounce at right, ducks beneath it, probably didn't need to do so, but did so anyway. Ducked right down, got well out of the way of it. Through to Rossington, end of the over, 251 for 7. Rhodes has 39, Wright has a single, Sanderson, as I say, has 1 for 66, but has bowled far, far better than that. And the game continues to be very much in the balance. Both sides have reasons to be pleased with their first day efforts. There are still 11 overs to go though, so one way or another the game could, if Leicestershire, if we're to get through without losing another wicket and to finish 280 for 7, something like that, they'd be probably the happier of the two sides. If Northampton bowl Leicestershire out for 270, they'll be the happier of the two sides. As it is, pretty level pegging at the moment. Brett Hutton into George Rhodes, who leaves outside off stump. A very deliberate leave, lets it go through. And there's no run. It's a tough run in really, isn't it, for Leicester? The Northants, well, everybody's got something pretty much to play for, only probably ourselves and Worcestershire just about out of it now.
Yeah, but it sort of...
But plenty to play for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than promotion.
Yeah. I think obviously if you look at the Lancashire, the standout team by a long way, and I think they've shown that by the position in the table. Got them last game.
Hutton in, bowls, outside off stump again. Rhodes leaves, no run. By then they may well have, probably will have secured promotion.
You'd like, yeah.
They could do it if the results go their way in this round of games. So.
Yeah. I think they had Glenn Maxwell batting at 7 this week. So, yeah.
That was the difference in T20, wasn't it? Players like that coming in and
So I think that's probably the area we lacked, is that sort of 7-8s who could come in and whack it at the end of the innings.
Hutton in, bowls again, outside off stump again. Rhodes, ever patient, leaves. How many balls has he faced now, George Redham? Would be well over 100 by now, I would imagine. Computer's just going a little bit slowly at the moment. Get there in the end. Sun comes back out. Floodlights stay on, of course. In goes Hutton and bowls. Rhodes again leaves. That 4 in a row now in this over that he's left, refusing to be drawn into playing any unnecessary shots. George Rhodes, there's a Yorkshireman in him. He's born in Worcester, I think, though. I don't think he's a Yorkshireman, is he? Yorkshire dad, and went through the Worcester system all the way through. Hutton in, bowls, and that one just seems back in and bounces a little bit, and a little bit too high for a leg before appeal, which is choked off by Hutton. May have been a touch of inside edge as well. Certainly bounced too high, threatened the stumps. Looks grand now, the ground.
Yeah, this sort of sun-soaked. A whole lot better than last year against Durham about this time. And that wind, do you remember that last year?
Was that free? Yeah, but that was Bassey's wind, wasn't it? Mohamed Abbas's wind. In goes Hutton, bowls, doesn't take the outside edge, it just swings away from the outside edge. And is taken by Rossington. Another excellent over from Brett Hutton. Another maiden, his 7th out of 18. 2 for 35, his figures. Outstanding effort, 251 for 7. 10 overs to go today.
I think that was about the best 2 days cricket I ever played. We got batted first, got 300, and then watched Bassey get 10 for 50 from mid-on.
He was completely unplayable, wasn't he? Seaming it and swinging it at a really lively pace with a gale at his back.
Yeah, I was at the other end.
Ploughing up the slope. In comes Ben Sanderson and bowls to Chris Wright. Defends solidly on off stump. Sanderson himself fields in his follow through, and there's no run. I don't know whether it's not necessarily a criticism, but Bassey this season, the edge, whether he was a little bit tired, played a lot of cricket over the last 18 months, hasn't he?
I think that's the thing you forget is sort of when we were all on holiday in October, he was taking 10 against Australia on the flattest pitches in the world, so...
Sanderson in, bowls, right, lets it go through, bounces for a second time and goes straight through Rossington, who turned his head away, understandably really. 4 byes, but not a great deal. Well, there was something he could have done about it, of course there was, but you can't really blame him. So he's obviously #1 test bowler in the world. It probably comes at a little bit of a price in terms of how much cricket he'd played to get to that point, and if you look at his figures still stack up and are brilliant. But yeah, I think in terms of his sort of the zip and the nip
that we saw at the back end potentially may not have been there for the whole duration of his stay this year. But as I say, he played a lot of cricket and was probably very, very tired.
Sanderson in to right, who curtain rails the bat back inside the line of the ball as it goes past outside off stump. No run. He doesn't get much of a break now, does he? He's gone back for a training camp, and then another load of tests coming up in the Middle East, and
I think he's playing Australia this winter. I think so.
2 tests against them.
So yeah, I've no doubt he'll still be brilliant in that format.
In goes Sanderson, and Wright clips him away through the leg side. It's not going to go for 4, long leg. Bracewell is going to cut it off at deep backward square, about 5 yards inside the ropes, but a couple of runs to Chris Wright. He moves on to 3, 257 for 7. Leicestershire continue to build a score that gives them plenty to bowl at, whatever happens from this point on in.
Yeah, I think, not sure we've sort of had a game where we've batted first and put a significant score on the board. I can't really think.
Sanderson in, defended by Wright to mid-on.
Sort of this year where we've batted first and put a challenge, a really sort of significant 300 plus score on the board for lads to bowl. It definitely is different bowling first as opposed to bowling with 350 plus runs on the board. It is definitely different. So as I say, hopefully we can keep building here and put something a little bit more challenging on.
Sanderson in to right, defends again, leaning forward, not a big stride in. He's a tall man, Chris Wright. He knows his game with the bat as well, though. Half forward, watching the ball very carefully, guiding it down towards backward point, picked up by Newton. End of the over. 257 for 7. Rhodes has 39. What is becoming quite a feat of endurance on his part. Wright has 3. And how many overs to go? Just 9 now. So you're sharing 12-man duties with Dieter, presumably?
Yeah. There's a second team game going on up in Durham, so it's...
Is there?
Yeah. It's a friendly.
Okay. Hutton in, bowls outside off stump, swings away, allowed to go through.
So they played 2 2020s yesterday. Won 1, lost 1, and then there's a 3-day friendly going on at the minute, so it started today, so it's a bit late and a bit too far to go up there, so it gives you a good chance to sort of stop and have a look at some of the bowling stuff that you potentially let go a little bit during the T20 campaign, because your action can break down a little bit in that, so use that as a positive, I suppose.
Hutton in, bowls, straighter this time, forces Rhodes to play the defensive shot, which he does, off middle and leg out into the on side, picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run again. Wicket has it had a touch of green this morning, didn't it? Just a touch, but now looks pretty biscuity.
I think it's it's a challenge, isn't it? Because you can turn up and you can see the green tinge in the pitch, and you automatically think bowl. But I think if you're really brave and
in goes Hutton, bowls, defended by Rhodes, back down the pitch on the onside, no run.
if you are sort of really brave and back your top sort of 3 or 4 to get through that new ball and bat into the middle session, you can really sort of reap the rewards of batting first. Later on in the game, sort of, as you say, it brings the likes of Callum Parkinson into the game. It even brings your seamers who potentially get a little bit more of up and down bounce. So I think
Hutton in, bowls, fullish, nice swinging delivery, goes past the outside edge of Rhodes' bat on that occasion. No question he played at that one.
Yeah, as I say, I think if it had gone to a toss, I think we were gonna have a bat and, as I say, try and put them under pressure in a different way than we've perhaps tried in the past.
So far, it's working out just about okay for the Foxes. In goes Hutton and bowls, and Rhodes, looking as though he was getting in position to drive, ends up defending on off stump again, playing it out into the offside, and there's no run. They've had a break, the Northamptonshire seamers, but they'll be feeling these overs a little bit, won't they? 20 overs in a day is hard work, especially up the
and just looking at
slope.
The footmarks as well, where the balls have been running, it does look a little bit heavy, so you sort of feel it more tomorrow potentially.
Hutton in, bowls, lovely bouncing swinging delivery that goes past the outside edge, and he continues and walks through to the end of his mark. And well, he's experienced, and as you say, bowlers do become philosophical, but even so, it's hard not just to bite your lip a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe say something. I don't know.
That's cricket though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we might run up and bowl and they nick the first 3. That's the game, I suppose. All you can do is day in, day out, just keep trying to put the ball in the right areas, and more often than not you will get your rewards.
An update coming, and then
Like
we'll get Alex back on.
It's like Luke Proctor's coming down the hill.
There's a little 2 in 2. He's got Northamptonshire right back into the game earlier this afternoon. Can he do the same again? In he comes from the Bennett end and bowls to Chris Wright, who's very solid in defence. Nice high left elbow from Wright, who's been a very consistent and part of the red ball sort of dressing room this season, hasn't he, Chris? He's come in and done almost what you'd expect from such an experienced seamer, really.
Yeah, I think he's probably been a little bit frustrated at his sort of lack of opportunity in white ball, but he's been brilliant in the red ball stuff.
In goes Sutton, beg your pardon, Proctor, and goes straight through him on that occasion.
Seems to have been with obviously we say that fuller length, but it looks a little bit shorter, that it's quite easy paced and it's quite easy to play. When the balls have been real brave and gone up to the bat, it looks like it's just doing enough to sort of beat the edge or make it look difficult for the batters. So I think that's something we'll try and take forward into our bowling innings.
Proctor in, bowls, straighter this time, defended by Wright, pushed out towards mid-on, no run. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. If you're
Perfect.
have to nip back down, then that's cool. Thank you, mate. Good to hear from Gavin today. Here comes the update. They haven't. 257 for 7. George Rhodes continues to battle away out there on his debut for the Foxes. He's 39 not out. He did lose Callum Parkinson when Parkinson had made 16. He went leg before wicket to Brent Hutton, made the score 246 for 7. But he's been joined by Chris Wright, who's an obdurate batsman in himself. 10 overs or so now, no, a few less than that in fact, 7.5 overs to go until the end of play. If the Foxes can get through to the close without losing another wicket or perhaps just one more, they'll be pretty pleased with their efforts after having been put in by promotion chasing Northamptonshire. They're 257 for 7. Missed just one delivery with the commentary there online. It was defended by Wright. In goes Proctor, bowls to him again. defends again solidly enough, pushing it out to mid-on. End of Proctor's first over of his third spell, 16th of the day, 2 for 34 his figures. He hasn't let anybody down, but then he very rarely does, Luke Proctor. Slightly weary looking Brett Hutton in conversation with Billy Taylor, the umpire, here at the pavilion end. We'll continue though. In he goes and bowls to Rhodes, who turns it, I think, off his hip, and it's going to run down to fine leg for 4. Did he get a bat on it? Yes, says Billy Taylor. So Rhodes moves into the 40s now. He's shown a remarkable ability to absorb a lot of deliveries, George Rhodes, in this innings, which is promising from Leicestershire's point of view going forward. Strange cries from somebody in the Leicestershire crowd. In goes Hutton and bowls outside off stump, swings through to Rossington, uninterrupted by George Rhodes. Can he get to his 50 before the close? There are 6.4 overs remaining. Alex is just updating BBC Radio Northampton. Gavin has departed. It's good of him to come up and give us a little bit of dressing room insight into the behaviour of the pitch and the feeling about the game and where the game is going at the moment. 50-50 is the feeling in the Leicestershire dressing room, and I think that will be borne out. In goes Hutton and bowls thick outside edge for Rhodes, along the ground all the way through the wide gully stroke backward point area, runs down towards third man. Gavin forgot his sunglasses. Come back for those. We need the sunglasses at the moment because it is bright, the sunshine, as it descends in the west down towards the meet. A long way to go before it gets to that point. .3 overs remain until the close. Hutton in, bowls right, a little bit late on that one, thick inside edge, pushes it out towards mid wicket, and there is no run. A blast of cooler air behind me indicates the opening and closing of the door. It does feel, although it's a beautiful evening, it does feel, I have to admit, just a fraction autumnal in the breeze now, but it is still beautiful out there. Every prospect of an uninterrupted game, we are told by the weather forecast. In goes Hutton and bowls to right, squares him up, thick outside edge, but it's along the ground, out in the gap in the covers. Newton rather trundles after the ball, and he's going to pick it up about 8 yards inside the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard. And Wright picks up 3, moves on to 6, 265 for 7. Alex is back alongside.
Hello again all. Yeah, grinding the runs out here, Leicestershire. George Rhodes continues to impress, occupying the crease nicely, riding his luck for the moment, but sticking it out against this second new ball. That's been a bit unlucky, I think, with the second new ball so far. Several plays and misses.
Hutton in to finish his over outside off stump. That is a little bit too wide from Brett Hutton, and it's allowed to go through. He's bowled 20 overs now, 2 for 43 his figures. Exceptional effort on his part. Leicestershire 265 for 7, with now 6 overs remaining in the day.
Now they've settled in much better as the day's gone on, really, haven't they? No offence. They were really thrown this morning about trying to get Hassan Azad out, and I think that sort of blew them off course, really, bowling both sides of the wicket. Had they just forgotten about that leg theory and just bowled properly at the off stump, I think they may have just been able to settle much better against both those left-handers earlier on. And that stand of 1-2-2 has helped put Leicestershire in a decent spot here. Now they're moving towards 300. Here is Proctor from the far end. Comes in to Wright, who's standing tall. Tall feather is Wright. Pushes away out of extra cover. Keogh was there. And there is no run. Still 3 slips in place with his second new ball. Stick a side in. You like to have them bowled out before the end of the opening day. But for the moment, it doesn't look as if that is going to happen with 5 overs to come after this. Proctor again, quite wide on the bowling crease, and Wright pushing nicely through the covers. This may run away for 4 to the short part of the ground. It does. Very pleasant piece of timing from Chris Wright. The harder, newer ball just going off the bat that little bit firmer, running away into the shadows of the trees by the nets to our right hand side. Very pleasantly played there from Wright. Picks up his first boundary, goes to 10, and takes the Foxes to 269 for 7.
Got into double figures a few times. A lot of 18, 17, 12, 34 his best, and that was at home to Durham.
Proctor moves into him again, and he slashes and misses outside the off stump, and that really carries nicely through to Rossington. Has to go up by his right shoulder to take that.
In fact, in the last 3 games, he's got a 34, a 30, and a 27 in the county championship. Chris Wright. It tends to be when he gets a little over-ambitious and carried away like that he tends to get out. It's the case with so many tail-enders, isn't it?
269 for 7. Proctor is on his way again and bowls a good length here. Forces right into defence, inside edge via the pad. Runs away towards backward point. Newton's there, and there is no run. Yeah, you play along as long as Chris Wright has, and you find a way to make it work, don't you? A player of his experience should have the capability of hanging around for a while. That's his last few innings of ball out. Proctor in again, back of a length this time. Rarity to see Proctor bowling those types of lengths, but he does here, and Wright sways inside the line nicely, and again it goes through to Rossington around shoulder height. Rossington himself just swaying slightly inside the line to take it outside his right shoulder. Proctor to complete the over now from the far end, and Wright lets one go on a fuller length just outside the off stump. So Leicestershire working towards the close here. 5 overs to go. 269 for 7. Rhodes gluing things together nicely on 44, and Wright so far is playing a good hand on 10.
Interesting to hear Gavin Griffiths say that Leicestershire, had there been a toss, may well have batted. Having looked at the pitch was their opinion. They weren't totally committed one way or the other, but
yeah, I don't think it was an obvious bowl first this morning,
no.
But it's the fact that you've got the chance to put the opposition in a 10:30 with a good seam attack. You think, well, probably our chance to maybe get ahead of the game. But it hasn't worked out like that. Offence had to work very hard throughout the day. At the moment, the day probably belongs to Leicestershire.
In goes Gareth Berg, who's back on outside off stump. A little bit well, I'm not surprised Hutton's been replaced, but he was looking a little bit weary. But Berg's been a solid member of the attack today. 2 for 41 for him from 15.1 overs now. In he goes again. Rhodes defends, a straight delivery out into the on side, out towards Keogh at mid-wicket. Just a couple of overs for the effervescent and enthusiastic Rob Keogh today. Nothing too much wrong with either of them just before tea. No great turn for him though. And that has comprised the entirety of his work, fielding aside. In goes Berg. Bowls to Rhodes, who is hopping around his crease rather there. Slightly short of a length delivery. Defended off the back foot in the end. Pushed out to mid-on. There's no run. 44 to George Rhodes. Berg, his blondish hair glinting in this bright sunshine, turns, runs away from us, Bowls 2 Rhodes. Middle and leg delivery. Defended on the onside by Rhodes. Not comfortably, particularly. He's never really looked... He's played some nice shots, particularly drives, but you'd never say he'd looked comfortable or fluent throughout the entirety of his innings, but he's still there. He's 44 not out and played a very fine hand on his debut.
Yeah, it's the name of the game, isn't it? Just grinding out a score. Get yourself a number. That's what he's done here.
Berg waiting as third man is brought in to fairly conventional point. He's there now. Berg in 2 Rhodes onto leg stump, turned nicely down towards deep backward square. Long leg is very wide though, only has to run a few yards to his left. Does so. Luke Proctor makes the stop. Gavin was talking about playing with Proctor at Lancashire and together, and that type of cricketer and that sort of type of makes busy cricketer and feels like he's bowling more quickly than he actually is, and you know, the sort of arm and everything about him really, and how valuable they are really, just pretty much what we were saying.
Yeah.
Berg in to finish his over. Bowls to right, who is studiously forward, defending the ball. Back down the pitch to Gareth Berg, end of the over. 270 for 7. 92 overs bowled, 4 remain. If Leicestershire get through to the close without losing another wicket, as the team put into bat, probably 60-40.
Oh, Leicestershire Day, definitely, yeah. Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Unfair there.
Yeah, I think runs on the board having been sent in 10:30 in September, and they'll be very pleased.
The way they played this season as well, what the point Gareth was making.
Here is Proctor, far end, bowls to Rhodes, who's driving nicely here, but straight up extra cover. And there is no run.
Why have I just started calling him... Oh, there was a singer, wasn't there? Gareth Gates, am I thinking of?
Gareth Gates?
Yeah.
Well, it was, but it's nothing to do with Griffiths.
No, I know, but it's just the GG. I'm sorry, I've been away for a few days. And
Gareth Griffiths was he's a sports writer in South Wales. I know vaguely well. As here, Rhodes is pushing off the back foot for 4 runs in front of point. Lovely stroke. Back of a length delivery from Proctor, offering a bit of width. And Rhodes looking very organised now. Steps across and punches that away. And his contribution here is continuing to frustrate Northampton. That sharp chance that Richard Levy put down when he had 12 would have made it 189 for 6 at the time.
Should have asked Gavin about that.
Proving costly again. So a couple of sharp chances put down by Northampton today. Had they both been claimed, could have been a different story, as Rhodes here a little squared up to a straightish ball, but he defends out to extra cover for no run. They haven't been as sharp generally as they could have been really all round with the ball or in the field. Nicked a few too many runs after lunch.
I suppose the break doesn't always help everybody, does it? They can just take a day to get back into it.
Yeah, Proctor bowls a bumper here that Rhodes gets beneath. Yeah, it just takes time to get back into the rhythm of 4-day cricket, really. It's funny as well, because Northampton did it really well in the middle of the T20s. Made that switch very well indeed. Put in a fine performance against Worcestershire, despite playing a T20 a couple of days before and a couple of days after.
142 balls he's faced, George Rhodes.
Proctor is into him again, just outside the off stump. He steps forward and lets it go through. Taken by Rossington outside his right hip again. 274 for 7. Deep point and deep square had dropped back. They're now coming up to try and prevent Rhodes from taking a single here. The shadows from the trees round to our right hand side lengthen, encroaching on the square now. Proctor moves in again. Quite wide on the bowling crease. Rhodes forward, inside edge via the pad. Just bobbles down towards a gully region. Cross comes Newton to collect. And there is no run to end the over. So 274 for 7. 3 overs to go in the day. Wright is there on 10. And Rhodes is 49, so we're a single away from what will be a very impressive debut half century for him.
We will finish at, well, half an hour late, as ever. So 6 o'clock, but no issues at all with the light. Lovely conditions prevailing at Grace Road.
Trouble with the light at Lords, they're off for the day now there.
They're done down.
Yeah, Middlesex 87 for 7.
Smog. In goes Berg, bounces outside off stump and right, lets it go through.
87 for 7, Middlesex replies a 147, so a result pitch, one thinks, down at HQ, and well, it looks like a
short stay in the capital for our colleague Mr. Emerson, perhaps.
Looks like a bit of a helter-skelter affair down there. I don't really like seeing those type of days.
Berg in, bowls, and much straighter delivery, but right behind it, turning it solidly enough to mid-on. There's no run. Glamorgan
39 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 205. A Crag Brathwaite is the other player they'd signed, the West Indian opening bat.
Right.
For Glamorgan. It's still there.
People throwing money at this promotion business, aren't they, at the moment? It would seem. Berg is in, bowling, fullish, outside off stump, right. Leans back with the bat lifted high, getting in position to get forward and drive, but deciding not to do so.
Well, if you're in the mix, why wouldn't you get a overseas player in? Glamorgan, Middlesex, Gloucestershire, Northants, bringing players in for these final
Sussex have as well,
3 weeks.
Berg in, bowls, and right, is playing firmly. Didn't put his full weight into it though. Was starting to think about doing so. Ended up pushing it firmly to mid-on. No run.
Don't think so. No.
Sussex, or was it just T20 that they...
Yeah, they had Alex Carey over for the T20s.
Yes. Huh. In goes Berg, bowls, and right is finally feeling for one and not getting the edge. It bounces and swings above the bat, above the top edge of a slightly angled bat. A very angled bat indeed.
And Sussex 36 without loss, replying to Gloucestershire's 200 all out, so a really good day there for Jason Gillespie's side.
We don't want Sussex to go up. Oh, well, you won't mind if you go up with them, but trips-wise...
Yeah, that's one of the best, if not
Berg,
the best.
Indeed, Berg in again, a lovely delivery. But he's just a bit too good for right. He brings the ball back inside the line, but I think after the ball had gone past the outside edge. Berg, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 42, has impressed on his Northants debut.
Yeah, I think he's done okay, isn't he? Gareth Berg. The solid cricketer Northants were promised we've seen so far from him. Yeah, I had a fantastic trip down to Sussex. 4 hot days down there, well, 3 hot days. On the 4th day I went to Wimbledon.
Oh, I say. After beating them in 3 days?
Worked out very nicely, yes. Northants played very smartly down there. It was their first win at Hove since 1983. Hadn't played too many games at Hove in the interim. Here's Proctor, far end. And Rhodes this time, I think a little feel for one outside the off stump that goes through to Rossington. Just a wonderful place to be, really.
Yeah. Down
by the seaside, a little walk on the front, morning and evening. Just have a post-dinner walk on the seafront. Heading back to the little guest house I was in between the sea and the hotel. Very pleasant indeed. Proctor is in again outside the off stump, leaning forward as Rhodes to allow it to pass through. Yeah, the home form in the championship hasn't been great at all for Sussex. They did respond to beat Middlesex in the middle of the T20s. But a little bit off the pace, work to do. Probably got to win 3 out of 3 with Sussex and Middlesex to re-enter the promotion race. As Proctor comes in again and Rhodes is playing with an angled bat here. Down to third man to go to 50. Just be a single here as Newton comes around. But warm applause for a debut 50 here for George Rhodes. Given his chance here at number 5, and he's taken it. Survived that very sharp chance on 12 when Richard Levy couldn't cling on to an opportunity diving to his left at second slip. He's taken advantage to make an immediate impression on his new employers. Goes to 50, 2.75 for 7, with 9 balls to go in this opening day at Grace Road, the return of the county championship. But a competitive day's cricket here as Proctor goes in again and right whips leg side. He's caught! He's caught at square leg. A real bonus for Northants. It's another wicket for Luke Proctor. Right, chipping one in the air, and Curran, looking into the sun, has got down to take a sharp low catch. It's a cheap dismissal, a poor dismissal really for Wright, just when it looked as if he and Rhodes were doing enough to see out the day. But Northants do get an 8th wicket in the closing stages of this opening day. It's 2.75 for 8, and Wright has gone for 10.
Each time they look to be just nosing ahead of the game, Northamptonshire managed to peg Leicestershire back, and Wright very disappointed as he leaves the field there. Also exposes Davis to the last 9 balls. 3 more balls would have done the trick. Wicket fallen in the last over. 10 for Chris Wright. Just a little over ambitious. Curran took the catch. More reward for Proctor, 3 for 43 for him. Reward for effort and persistence and determination, which is an accurate description of George Rhodes' innings as well, in a way. 50 not out as Will Davis comes out with a job to do, really, because when you have a player at the other end who's established, you can hang around, you can build irritating partnerships again. That one was 25 plus 4 is 29 for the 8th wicket.
Yeah, useful little stand. So Davis and then the debutant Evans for Northants to try and knock over, but only 8 balls remaining in the day here, so unless Proctor can strike again in his next couple of deliveries.
Yeah, I bet young Alex Evans is quite nervous watching these last few. Whether he's going to be required.
This Leicestershire first innings will extend into tomorrow. That'll be a good achievement for them. 2.75 for 8 then, and Proctor coming into the right-handed Davis. 3 slips in place, and Davis is pushing and missing in his first delivery, which slips past the outside edge. Nicely bowled from Luke Proctor, who's been as insistent as any of the Northants attack really today. Sanderson and Hutton have been good without perhaps being outstanding. Maybe in the case of Hutton in particular, hasn't quite provided or gained the rewards maybe his bowling deserved. Certainly with the second new ball went past the battle on. Sanderson producing that gem to remove Cosgrove earlier on as Proctor steps in again and Davis is beaten again. So Leicestershire will survive to tomorrow. And over to see out here at 2.75 for 8. Rhodes on 50 and Davis getting through those 2 deliveries. So men out today. Horton fell to the 8th ball of the morning for a second ball duck. Then Ackerman chopped Gareth Berg's first ball to point to go for 16. And Cosgrove and Azad played very smartly in sharing 122 for the 3rd wicket before Cosgrove received that splendid delivery from Sanderson. He went for 65. Then 2 and 2 for Proctor. Azad chopping on for 86, played well. Dexter pinned LBW first ball. Harry Swindle survived the hat-trick before falling LBW to Berg for 17. Callum Parkinson played quite nicely. LBW to Hutton. And right there caught Curran ball Proctor for 10.
Berg in then bowls to Rhodes, fullish Rhodes, waiting for it rather. On Midland leg, drops it out into the onside. And there's no run.
Other boards, Yorkshire 70 for 3, replying to Somerset's 199. So Yorkshire have had a pretty good first day down at Taunton, though they did lose Gary Balance in the penultimate over of the day. A big wicket for Somerset there. Kemp put up 304 against Notts at Trent Bridge. Good runs batting first. Notts 35 for 2 at the close.
Berg in, bowls. Off stump, just defended out into the offside. Northants quite happy it seems, to give Rhodes a single, because all the fielders on the offside are deepish. Mid-off gets their first jogging in, but Rhodes equally reasonably happy to take one and leave Will Davis to face the final 4 balls of the day.
Wickets at the Ageas Bowl today. Hampshire bowled out for just 149. Surrey responding with 124 for 5. Some runs for Ollie Pope there. And at Edgbaston, the best place to have a bat today. The Bears sent in by Essex 269 for 3.
Berg in, bowls, fullish, dug out a little bit by Davis, but dug out nonetheless. Defends it out to mid-off and there's no run. In goes Berg, bowls, and looking to clip it away on the leg side. Thumps into the pads, but going a long way down leg side. Might have been a bit of an inside edge on it as well. Berg doesn't bother appealing. There's a half appeal from third slip. 3 of 4 slips, the third of 4 slips at the moment. 2 balls to go in the day. Berg in, bowls and beats. He's peeling for a catch behind. There may have been a little bit of a noise, but Berg's appeal was belated, tardy. You might say it was a sort of response to the ball beating the bat, and sounded like a little bit of a noise and a few sort of puzzled looks from behind the stumps.
I thought Berg's appeal was for a LBW there. That was,
yeah, it could have been.
Maybe
Yeah,
the
it could have
noise
thought,
through.
well, okay, if it was not bat, maybe flicked the pad and did enough to divert it away from the stumps, but it was just a little bit of a flick, if so. 1 ball to go, and what has been an absorbing day's county championship cricket. Berg in, bowls, Davis lets it go through outside off stump, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is stumps. 276 for 8. Northamptonshire's seamers have been pretty much at it all day. Not quite arguably at their potent best, but they've picked up wickets at intervals throughout the day, and 276 for 8 is by no means a decisive score one way or the other, one feels. If Leicestershire can get over 300, they'll be fairly pleased with their first innings efforts.